Chapter 287. There was one town where the people were undoubtedly lucky. The madman who dared to kill people and take their devil cores and magic weapons in front of everyone didn't do anything crazy like slaughtering the whole town. Instead, he directly left. In the eyes of the townspeople, those vicious and evil devils would always leave no survivors wherever they went. It was not as if they had never massacred a village or even a town before. These great devils were unscrupulous and did things according to their own whims. It could be said that people were afraid when they saw them, ghosts were worried when they saw them, and demons were frightened when they saw them. However, when Gu Fei left, the people in the town just breathed a sigh of relief. From the direction of the lost forest, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura suddenly came. Everyone in the town was alarmed again. They felt that the powerful aura was quickly approaching the town. Outside the town, a black shadow flew over from the north. Soon, a tall figure with heavy devil chi surging around his body appeared in the sky above the town. The devil chi was vast and mighty, as if the night had suddenly fallen. The monstrous devil chi covered the sky above the town, and the sun couldn't be seen. Terrifying fluctuations came down from the devil cloud. Everyone in the town suddenly trembled with fear. What day was today? Usually it was rare to see an expert. Why did he suddenly jump out one after another? The people in the town were alarmed. A depressing feeling of not being able to control their own fate welled up in their hearts. This was the cruel reality. Only the strong could control their own fate and not be manipulated by others. But the fate of the weak was controlled by the hands of the strong. The life and death of the weak was just in the thoughts of the strong. Very soon, the demonic path powerhouse in the sky above the small town noticed the corpse of the demon master who had been killed by Gu Fei on the streets of the small town. Roar. An angry roar resounded in the demonic clouds, and the sound waves surged in all directions. The small town below began to tremble. Those with weaker cultivations had long since turned pale and collapsed to the ground. The terrifying pressure that descended from the sky caused them to be unable to straighten their backs. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Even Wang Ji and the others can't stop him? Interesting. A gigantic demonic shadow appeared in the churning demonic clouds, and there was a hint of madness in the chilling voice that came from the demonic clouds. At this moment, a gray light flashed in the distant sky, quickly approaching the small town. The demonic shadow standing on the demonic cloud immediately sensed something strange the moment the gray light appeared. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from the demonic shadow's head and swept towards the gray light that was rapidly flying towards it. Not long after, the ball of gray light flew close. The ball of gray light was only the size of a fist, and it gave off a powerful aura of death. It was the light of death. In the gray light, there was a pearl that shone with the light of death. It was the essence soul fiend core of the yellow-haired fiend master who had escaped from Gu Fei's hands. Wang Ji, what's going on? Why have you become like this? The huge illusory demonic figure on the demonic clouds said in a sinister tone. His loud voice spread out and could be heard clearly for dozens of li. Wang Ji? Isn't that an expert from the Six Paths Demon Palace? Someone in the town recognized the person the demonic shadow was talking about. The people from the Six Paths Demon Palace seemed to be chasing after that madman. I wonder where that person came from. He actually made the Six Paths Demon Palace send out a void-controlling realm demon general to kill him. The people in the town were used to seeing all kinds of people in the lost desolate forest. They were also very knowledgeable. In an instant, someone could vaguely guess what had happened. Greetings, Third Young Master. In reply to Third Young Master, we seem to have underestimated the opponent's strength. A strong soul wave came from the gray light. The Devil Master from the Six Paths Demon Palace called Wang Ji was communicating with the void-controlling realm demon general in the Devil Cloud through soul waves. This was the most direct form of communication and was many times more convenient than speaking. Underestimated the opponent? A surprised voice came from the Devil Cloud. Yes, that person's strength is probably above the fifth heaven of Devil Master. The guy called Wang Ji said. Through the soul waves, one could clearly feel the fear that came from the soul. I thought it was going to be a boring hunt. Very well, I want to see what kind of person can make even the boss suffer such a big loss. The person in the Devil Cloud seemed to be very excited. He treated the matter of chasing after Gu Fei as a hunt. He treated it as a game. No one thought that a young transcending mortality realm cultivator would have a chance of survival under the pursuit of a void-controlling realm demon general. There was no comparison between a void-controlling realm expert and a transcending mortality realm cultivator. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Third young master, please take revenge for your subordinates. Devil Master Wang Ji said fiercely. Gu Fei had destroyed his physical body, causing him to suffer a great loss of vitality. He wanted to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Wang Ji, I will take revenge for you. The voice that came from the devil cloud suddenly turned cold. Thank you. Spare my life. From the deathly gray light, a horrified soul wave suddenly came out. Then the surging devil chi in the sky actually condensed into a big mouth, swallowing the deathly gray light. Since you have lost your physical body, what's the use of keeping you alive? Coincidentally, I have fought with that demon dragon for a day and a night, consuming a lot of vitality. It is your honor to refine you into a part of my power. Such words came out from the devil cloud. The people in the town couldn't help but be frightened. The guy outside was even more ruthless and terrifying than the madman who just left and stole the devil pill and magic treasures. The people in the town all felt the soul wave of Devil Master Wang Ji and knew what was happening outside. Everyone couldn't help but be alarmed, afraid that the person in the sky outside would attack them. It was no wonder that they were so frightened. A person who could even kill his subordinates. The lives of the people in the town were even less than ants to this terrifying devil. The devil expert in the sky above the town was extremely cruel and merciless. That Devil Master Wang Ji was also unlucky to have met this terrifying master and ended up in a pitiful state. The devil general in the void-controlling realm had already condensed a devil infant. He had all kinds of divine abilities and powerful soul power. He directly searched Devil Master Wang Ji's primordial spirit and read his memories. Very quickly, the devil general in the devil cloud knew what happened in the town. Then he rode the devil cloud and flew towards the east. In Devil Master Wang Ji's memory, Gu Fei was flying towards the east. The terrifying soul wave quickly went far away. The people in the town finally let out a sigh of relief. They gradually calmed down the fear in their hearts and then came out from their hiding place. On the empty street, people began to walk again. Those damn guys are finally gone. This old man was almost scared to death. A white-haired old man with a goatee on his chin looked in the direction where the devil cloud disappeared and said with lingering fear, "Even the devil general has been mobilized. Is the devil domain going to be chaotic again?" Someone said worriedly. If those big figures were to clash in the end, we, the low-level cultivators, would be the unlucky ones. Someone sighed helplessly. Just when everyone thought that the crisis was over, the skinny old man with a goatee on his chin suddenly jumped up from the ground like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on. "Damn it, don't let me live." The little old man let out a strange cry and rushed into the house. With a bang he slammed the door. This little old man's action was definitely several times faster than a rabbit's. After everyone saw the little old man's action, they were stunned for a moment. Then someone quickly noticed something strange. Someone pointed in the direction of the lost desolate forest and exclaimed in fright, "What is that?" That person's voice trembled as he stuttered. "What?" The people on the street looked in the direction of the frightened man's finger. Then everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then, whoosh. With a bang, the street was once again empty. These guys' movements could be described as fast as lightning. At this time, several powerful auras came from the direction of the lost forest. 7 or 8 shadows appeared in the distant sky and quickly moved towards a town. Needless to say, there were experts coming towards a town. The people in the town once again looked for a place to hide. Those guys, they couldn't afford to provoke, but they could afford to hide. Those 7 or 8 shadows quickly approached the town. They were actually 7 or 8 giant black eagles. On the back of 5 of the giant eagles there were 5 vague figures. There were experts coming on the eagles. It was no wonder that the people in the town immediately looked for a place to hide. It had to be said that the northern devil region was really big. The barren land spanned thousands of miles and seemed to be vast and boundless. The demonic nature that affected people's state of mind seemed to be everywhere. If one stayed here for a long time, they would definitely be in danger of being possessed by the devil. However, this was a paradise for devil cultivators. In the Tinglong continent, there was no place like the northern devil region. which was suitable for devil cultivators to cultivate. Gu Fei passed through the endless barren land, crossed a stretch of low thorns and shrubs, and finally came to the vicinity of the Hongyu city. It was very strange. In the area of 1,000 miles around the Hongyu city, lush vegetation began to appear. The demonic nature that disturbed people's state of mind also disappeared and the temperature became mild. It seemed that there was a force that blocked the demonic nature and the cold in the northern devil region. Gu Fei saw a forest, and in the forest he saw many animals walking in the woodland. Standing on a hillside, the fragrance of grass and trees hit his face. The scene in front of him shocked Gu Fei. It was an oasis that suddenly appeared in the middle of the barren land. The area of 1,000 miles around the Hongyu city gave Gu Fei a strange feeling, as if it had become a world of its own. Gu Fei continued to move forward. After passing through the dense forest, a huge city appeared in front of him. Under the night sky, the huge black city in front of him was like a prehistoric beast entrenched between the heavens and the earth, giving people a feeling of extreme shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 288. The majestic Crimson Moon City had clearly experienced countless years and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. The city walls were tall and thick, reaching 200 feet high. The city walls were wide enough for 5 or 6 carriages to run side by side. The moat was 250 to 600 feet wide and over 100 feet deep. There were aquatic plants and floating lotuses within, and from time to time there would be shoals of fish swimming about. But if one looked closely, they could see giant black shadows appearing and disappearing in the water. Without a doubt, Crimson Moon City was a grand and magnificent ancient city within the northern demon region. Even in the densely populated Central Plains, such a giant city was absolutely rare. This is Crimson Moon City? Looking at the giant city in front of him, Gu Fei hesitated for a moment and then walked forward. At this time it was already late at night. The dusky world gave off an oppressive feeling that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if in the darkness there were countless demons staring at them. Only the giant city in front of him shined with light. It was like a bright pearl in the darkness, so eye-catching and dazzling. Although it was right in front of him, Gu Fei was still at least 40 to 50 miles away from Crimson Moon City. He also needed to pass through a dense forest. In the dark of night, it was completely silent. Only the faint sounds of people could be heard coming from Crimson Moon City in front of him. No one was willing to walk out of Crimson Moon City in the dark of night, and no one was willing to walk in the dark of the northern demon region. This was because in the dark brown barren land, demonic beasts would occasionally take advantage of the darkness to move about, searching for food. The demonic beasts were not the most dangerous factor. The most dangerous factor was the people, especially the vicious and evil demonic cultivators. In the northern demon region there was such a type of existence. They would come out in the dark of night and attack other demonic cultivators that were alone, hunting them and seizing their useful things. These people often appeared in the area outside of the giant city. They were dangerous hunters, but they weren't hunting vicious beasts, but other demonic cultivators, obtaining what they needed from their prey. When Gu Fei walked into the dense forest, a sudden gust of wind blew past him. A demonic black tiger pounced out from the forest without warning. This black tiger was 4 meters long and its entire body was covered in pitch black fur that seemed to shine with a glossy black light. Roar! The black tiger roared and the forest shook. Chaotic sounds came from the forest. The tiger's roar startled the countless birds that were resting in the forest. Tigers were the kings of the forest. However, in the Tinglong continent, there were many ferocious beasts that were more powerful than tigers. Moreover, this black tiger had not reached the level of a ferocious beast. "You're courting death." Gu Fei stretched out his hand and a golden sword shadow immediately appeared in his hand. At this moment the unlucky black tiger suddenly squatted down, then with a whoosh sound, it leaped up from the ground and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei gently waved his hand and a golden light shot out. Swish! The ferocious tiger that was pouncing over was split into 2 halves in the air. Blood splattered everywhere and the mutilated corpse fell to the ground. After killing the ferocious tiger, Gu Fei was about to continue forward. However, at this moment he suddenly frowned and looked towards the depths of the forest. In the dusky forest, where one could not even see their own fingers, Gu Fei's eyes lit up like 2 cold stars. It was as if he could see through the void and see the things in the depths of the forest. Immediately after, a slight sound came from the forest in front of him, as if something was quickly approaching him. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw 3 black figures walk out of the forest like ghosts. When Gu Fei saw these 3 fellows who were completely wrapped in black robes, revealing only a pair of blue demonic eyes, his pupils involuntarily shrank. They walked through the forest as if they were flying, yet they only made slight, almost negligible sounds. These 3 people's cultivation levels were not low. Could they be the minions of the 6 demonic path palace? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's body suddenly emitted a chilling killing intent. Following which a faint layer of 5-colored light appeared on his body, and an obscure yet powerful energy wave spread out from his body. When the 3 black-robed men who walked out of the dense forest saw this scene, their blue eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. Network, brother, do you know that the black tiger you killed was raised by us? The black-robed man who seemed to be the leader said in a low voice. His blue eyes that were exposed outside the black robes stared at Gu Fei's face. So what if it was raised by you? Gu Fei said indifferently, his face expressionless. First sky of the transcending mortality realm, third sky of the transcending mortality realm. Gu Fei was slightly shocked. Among the 3 fellows in front of him, the lowest cultivation level was at the first sky of the transcending mortality realm, and one of them had actually reached the third sky of the transcending mortality realm. This was a demonic master-level cultivator. A demonic master-level cultivator at the transcending mortality realm could already be considered an expert in the extreme north demon region. Red Moon City was so close. Could these people be from the city? From the words of the leader, Gu Fei already knew that these 3 black-robed demonic masters were clearly not on the same side as the people who were chasing him. If these people were the claws of the 6 Paths Demon Palace, they would have attacked him the moment they saw him. They definitely wouldn't have said anything to him because they were already enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. Nothing much. Put down the magic treasure pouch on your waist and scram. Another black-robed demonic master said. He seemed to be very unhappy. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Although he couldn't see the expressions of these 3 fellows under the black robes from their tone, these 3 fellows were practically robbers. This was the first time he had met a demonic master-level robber. What are you laughing at? We don't need you to pay with your life. You're already very lucky. The 3rd black-robed demonic master seemed to be a little impatient at this point. His eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke coldly. Gu Fei wasn't a fool. These people were obviously afraid of him because they saw that he wasn't any weaker than them. That was why they were acting this way. If his cultivation was weaker than theirs, these 3 fellows would have already attacked him. They wouldn't have spoken so much nonsense. He had only killed a black tiger that couldn't even be considered a wild beast, but they actually wanted him to leave his storage pouch. Did these 3 fellows really think that they had him for sure? If you want my things, you have to pay a price. Furthermore, this price is not something you can afford. Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't want to attack. This place was too close to Red Moon City. Gu Fei wanted these people to know when to retreat. If these 3 black-robed demonic masters were from one of the factions in Red Moon City, killing them would be very troublesome for him. Gu Fei didn't want to cause more trouble. Of course, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Kid, you're so arrogant. The black-robed demonic master was even more afraid of Gu Fei. In the face of 3 demonic masters, this young man was still so calm. It really made them feel uneasy. In the extreme north demonic region, there was only the strong and the weak. Could it be that this young man in front of them was a hidden expert? He was so young, but it didn't seem like it. Gu Fei, who cultivated the ancient martial arts cultivation method, had his physical body as the source of his power. As long as he deliberately suppressed his cultivation base, even a void-controlling realm great cultivator would not be able to see through him. At this moment, Gu Fei only displayed the cultivation of the 2nd heaven of transcending mortality realm. Even so, it was enough to make the 3 black-robed demonic masters very afraid. The reason why they didn't directly deal with Gu Fei was because they didn't have the confidence to kill Gu Fei in an instant. If they were to fight, it would definitely alarm the experts in Red Moon City. These 3 black-robed demonic masters were the hunters that those low-level demonic cultivators would turn pale at the mention of. They roamed around every human settlement, especially hunting people like Gu Fei who were alone. However, this time they kicked an iron plate and they didn't even know it. Boss. The black-robed demonic master with the lowest cultivation seemed to be a little anxious. He gave the black-robed demonic master a look. Swish. Without waiting for the black-robed demonic master to say anything, Gu Fei already rushed over with lightning speed. Since these people refused to retreat, then he could only kill them. Gu Fei left an afterimage in the dense forest as he struck out with a palm blade. It was as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly burst out in the forest. In the dazzling light, the trees collapsed one after another and the wind blew violently. Gu Fei was a decisive person. Once he made up his mind, he immediately attacked. He didn't say anything else. He could already tell that these three people weren't good people. There was no doubt that he was at the peak of the third sky of transcending mortality realm. The fierce blade light instantly enveloped the three black-robed demonic masters. Shit. The black-robed demonic master was shocked. At this moment he realized that he had made a mistake. The person he was facing wasn't an ordinary demonic master of the transcending mortality realm. Under the blade light, the three black-robed demonic masters roared in anger and attacked at almost the same time. At this moment they could feel Gu Fei's terrifying battle power. A sword light surrounded by demonic energy shot out from the demonic master's hand. With a piercing sound it blocked in front of them. As for the other two devil masters, they each took out a devil flag. As they waved the devil flag, it seemed as if countless devils were rushing out from it. They let out heart-palpitating devil howls, and layers of devil chi surrounded the three of them. The other demonic master directly summoned a faint demonic soul, which pounced towards Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud sound, the trees in a radius of tens of feet were instantly destroyed. The terrifying energy that was released caused the ground to shake violently. The blade light that Gu Fei shot out shattered in the air, while the three black-robed demonic masters staggered back. The three of them working together seemed to have suffered a huge impact. Gu Fei strode forward and directly punched. His fist directly passed through the sword light in front of the black-robed demon master and directly hit the demon master's chest. Pachakata. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the demonic master's body. In the dark forest, the sound was extremely piercing. The black-robed demonic master didn't expect that Gu Fei would be able to ignore the sharpness of his demonic sword and heavily injure him. Furthermore, when his demonic sword landed on Gu Fei's arm, it was as if it had landed on a piece of godly metal. It didn't cause any damage to Gu Fei. Ah! The demonic master cried out in pain, his face contorted. Chapter 289. Gu Fei's punch seemed to be extremely powerful, but it was actually a hidden force. The force of the punch penetrated directly into the body of the black-robed devil master. Not only were his sternum broken, his internal organs were also turned to mush, and his vitality was instantly cut off. Because it was a hidden force, the violent force of the punch only exploded in the body of the black-robed devil master. It did not cause him to be sent flying. Just as the black-robed devil master was hit in the chest and screamed in pain, a palm had already silently pressed on his dantian. Gu Fei did not hesitate. The force of his palm instantly surged out, directly shattering the devil core in the devil master's dantian. The devil master did not even have time to think before he went limp. The other two devil masters were immediately frightened out of their wits by the scene in front of them. One of the devil masters unfolded the dark devil flag that was surrounded by devil chi. It wrapped around himself and turned into a surging devil chi. He rushed into the sky trying to escape. The other devil master directly merged with the powerful devil soul that he had summoned. Terrifying energy waves immediately erupted in his body like a volcano. The black robe on his body instantly turned into ashes, revealing his true appearance. It was a young man who could be considered delicate and handsome. It's too late to escape now. If you had known this would happen, you should have retreated just now. Gu Fei laughed coldly. 5 faint sword shadows appeared in the colorful light outside his body. At this time, the devil master who had turned into a devil chi and rushed into the sky with the devil flag had already rushed out hundreds of feet away. Unhurriedly, Gu Fei pointed at the demonic aura that was escaping rapidly in the sky. A fire-like sword shadow immediately soared into the sky. As if it had shattered the void, it instantly caught up with the demonic aura that was as dark as ink in the sky. The fire elemental sword chi directly pierced through the devil chi. A shrill scream came from the devil chi and a spray of blood sprinkled from the sky. A broken devil flag and 2 pieces of a corpse fell from the sky. With just one sword, Gu Fei instantly broke the Devil Master's Devil Dao magic treasure and killed him on the spot. Even the Essence Soul Devil Core did not escape. His body and soul were both destroyed. Roar. The Devil Master who had fused with the Devil's soul roared madly. His power had been raised to the extreme, and his entire body seemed to have expanded, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant, with muscles as sturdy as a horned dragon. His clothes had already been torn to shreds, and frightening purplish-black demonic patterns appeared on his terrifying demonic body. A wild and violent aura swept out from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a peerless demon. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed when he saw this scene. Gu Fei discovered that among the 3 black-robed Devil Masters, the Devil Master with the lowest cultivation base, after fusing with the summoned Devil Soul, his strength actually skyrocketed. First firmament, second firmament, third firmament, all the way to the 4th firmament before the fiendish master's strength gradually stabilized and stopped rising. This was unbelievable. What kind of secret technique was this? Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was such a technique in this world that could raise a person's strength by 3 whole levels. What kind of concept was this? Within the same level, no one would be a match for him. If this guy's cultivation base was the same as Gu Fei's at the 3rd firmament of the ascended mortality realm, then if he used this secret technique, even Gu Fei wouldn't be a match for him. Roar. The mutated Devil Master roared towards the sky. The loud sound reverberated in all directions, and could be heard clearly within a radius of 10 miles. On the tower of the Red Moon City, more than 10 black-armored city guards looked in the direction of the sound in shock. Then a blood-red light flew out from the tower, turned in the air and disappeared from the Red Moon City. In the dense forest, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from the mutated Devil Master. Who? The mutated Devil Master directly waved his fist and smashed it towards Gu Fei. He seemed to have gone mad, and his blood-red eyes emitted 2 frightening rays of blood-red light. Come at me. Gu Fei growled. He did not retreat, but instead he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist, meeting the mutated Devil Master's fist. Boom. Like 2 pieces of godly metal colliding, the 2 completely disproportionate fists instantly collided. This was the most direct and purest contest of strength. Faintly, a circle of transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the point where the 2 fists collided. In the next moment, the 2 figures instantly separated. The mighty power of destruction instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. Everything that had a shape was crushed into pieces. A deserted area that was dozens of feet in diameter appeared in the dense forest. The terrifying power that was released directly turned the forest into a part of the desert. It was a pity that the leader of the black-robed fiends, who had lost his vitality to Gu Fei's punch and had shattered his devil core with a single palm strike, did not even have the chance to let out a scream before he was reduced to a mist of blood by the vast and mighty destructive power and dissipated in the void. Buzz. As Gu Fei retreated, the 5 sword shadows around him vibrated at the same time, emitting an unparalleled sword chi fluctuation. Then, under the control of Gu Fei, the 5 sword lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot forward. This was the first time Gu Fei had used his full strength since he had comprehended the 5-element sword principle. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth was guided by the 5 sword lights. The sword lights shone brightly and chased after the mutated Devil Master like a meteor chasing the moon. Without any suspense, the 5 sword lights were extremely fast. The mutated Devil Master could not dodge at all. In an instant, the 5 sword lights caught up with him and nailed him on the devil's body. The metal sword shadow emitted a dazzling golden light and nailed the mutated Devil Master between his eyebrows. The wood and fire sword shadows were nailed on the left and right sides of his chest. The fire sword shadow was nailed in the middle of his heart, and the earth sword light was nailed into his dantian. At this moment, Gu Fei stopped retreating and steadied himself. This series of actions happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint, and it was completed in an instant. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the 5 sword lights that had stabbed into the Demon Master's body immediately flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. Bang! At this moment, the mutant Demon Master that was sent flying heavily smashed into the ground. He slid on the ground for several feet before coming to a stop. His frightened face and widened eyes seemed to be expressing his unwillingness to admit defeat. How could a devil master with the strength of the fourth heaven be defeated so miserably? A wisp of black chi floated out from the sword hole in the middle of the devil master's eyebrows and condensed into an extremely faint figure. The figure seemed to be roaring and howling. Then a gust of wind blew past, and the faint silhouette immediately dissipated with the wind, disappearing into the void. The corpse of the mutated devil master quickly withered. In the end, as if it had lost all its flesh and blood, the devil master's corpse became like a skeleton covered in human skin. Next it was time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Fei looked around and saw a small sword surrounded by black devil chi stuck in the sand not far away. That devil sword was the weapon of the black-robed devil master. This devil weapon was only as long as a palm. Under the fierce attack it was not damaged. It seemed to be of good quality. The leader of the devil masters was smashed to pieces, but he still left behind a small black cloth bag. It was a storage bag, also known as a magic treasure bag. Gu Fei found it nearby and took it. After that, Gu Fei also took the storage pouch of the demon master who had controlled the demon flag to transform into demon chi and escaped. Then he pulled another storage pouch from the waist of the demon master who had transformed into demon chi. Originally, Gu Fei wanted to take the broken devil flag. However, the devil flag had been pierced by the sword chi and the flag was almost broken into 2/3. This magic treasure of the devil path was obviously useless. Therefore Gu Fei did not take the devil flag. After taking all the things that he thought were valuable, Gu Fei turned around and left without looking back. The hunter was the one being hunted. How ironic. As the saying goes, if you walk too much at night you will also run into ghosts. This time the three black-robed devil masters had kicked an iron plate and provoked someone they should not have provoked. This price was undoubtedly huge, so huge that they even lost their own lives and ended up in a miserable state of being annihilated in a puff of smoke. The battle between cultivators was extremely cruel, especially the battle between experts. The defeated party did not die in the ordinary sense. Instead, it was the most complete destruction with both body and soul destroyed. Just as Gu Fei left, a few figures rushed out of the Red Moon City and headed in the direction of the strange fluctuations in the dense forest. Although the battle in the dense forest was very short, it still alarmed the experts of the Devil Path in the Red Moon City. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already walked far away. He walked out of the dense forest and arrived near the gate of the Red Moon City. He found that the city tower was brightly lit and there were soldiers in dark armor patrolling with spears in their hands. The atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. The tall and thick city gate was tightly shut. Unless one directly crossed the tall city wall of the Red Moon City, it would be impossible to enter the Red Moon City. Gu Fei knew that in such a huge city, there were definitely experts guarding it. He did not want to alarm the experts of the Red Moon City, so he retreated into the dense forest. He stopped at the foot of a small hill in the forest and sat cross-legged under a large tree that would take several people to wrap their arms around. He did a simple count of the spoils of war. Gu Fei noticed that there were quite a lot of things in the storage pouches of the three black-robed devil masters. There were a lot of refining materials, various bottles and jars of pills, a few magical treasures, a few stalks of heaven and earth spirit herbs and even a few scrolls. Different from the magic scrolls that sealed the power of spells, the scrolls all emitted the fluctuations of Devil Path power. They were scrolls made by people of the Devil Path. However, Gu Fei found a large stack of gold and silver notes in each of the three storage bags. Gu Fei knew that gold and silver were the common currency in the secular world. However, a cultivator should be very indifferent to money. Why would he need so much money that circulated in the secular world? After counting the spoils of war, Gu Fei closed his eyes and meditated under the tree. He operated the Xianxia and began to cultivate. He planned to enter the Red Moon City after daybreak. Soon, Gu Fei was enveloped by the spiritual energy that gathered from all directions. Gu Fei's figure also became blurred. Chapter 290. On the path of martial arts, the physical body was a treasure trove that contained endless power. It was the source of power. As one's cultivation increased, warriors who succeeded in their cultivation would develop their own magical powers, and their skills would approach the way. Gu Fei had already cultivated his physical body to the point that it was transparent inside and out. He could draw spiritual qi from all directions into his body, and use the warrior's spiritual qi in his body to communicate with the outside world, drawing power from the outside world for his own use. This was the magical power that was gradually derived when the physical body was cultivated to a certain level. No one knew how many mysteries there were about the physical body. The most mysterious thing in the world was not an unsolved mystery, nor was it the secret of heaven and earth, but the human body itself. On the path of martial arts, one did not cultivate the primordial spirit, did not form the nascent soul, and used the physical body as the source of power. This was an extremely difficult path. Those who did not have great perseverance and wisdom would only have a shallow taste of it, and they would never go far on this path. Gu Fei did not know if he had great perseverance, nor did he know if he had great wisdom. He only knew that he had to move forward bravely because he wanted to become a strong cultivator who was above everyone else. On Taishan Mountain, before he obtained the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, he was a cultivation maniac, a good-for-nothing whose cultivation was at the bottom of his peers. Cold eyes, ridicule, disdain, sympathy, there were all kinds of people who looked at him. His cultivation was low and he was destined to be bullied. There was nothing to say about this. After leaving Taishan Mountain, Gu Fei truly realized that the law of survival in the world of cultivation was cruel. This was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. The strong could dictate the fate of the weak, even life and death. The weak did not have the right to control their own fate, and they were the stepping stones of the strong. Gu Fei wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become so strong that no one could threaten him. At that time he would probably be able to relax. In the dark, at the foot of the hillside, at the bottom of the tree, the rich spiritual qi rippled like water. Specks of spiritual light floated around Gu Fei like fireflies, constantly entering his body. His body was like an invincible whole, swallowing the spiritual qi that gathered from all directions. Above the surrounding vegetation, wisps of spiritual qi overflowed, and there seemed to be a faint green mist floating. In the forest, the power of the wood element was full of vitality. This was the power of life among the 5 elements, and it was of great benefit to Gu Fei, making his vitality even more vigorous. Of course, the other spiritual qi floating in the void was also gathering toward Gu Fei. Within the extreme northern demon region, it was only at this time that Gu Fei dared to draw in the world's essence to temper his body. This was because there was no demonic nature near Scarlet Moon City. The 1,000-kilometer radius around the giant city was completely different from the boundless barren landscape of the outside world. It was as if one had entered another world. It was an oasis in the boundless wilderness, a paradise outside of the mortal world. In the area outside the giant city, there were actually many small towns, and the people living in these towns were mostly normal people. The dense forest outside of the Red Moon City was deserted. Furthermore, the forest had a radius of at least 10 miles. Although the battle between Gu Fei and the 3 black-robed devil masters had alarmed the experts in the Red Moon City, no one had found any traces of Gu Fei. When the eastern sky started to turn white and the night was dispelled by the light, Gu Fei, who was in a meditative state, opened his eyes. A faint 5-colored glow was hidden in his eyes. He stood up from under the tree and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. I'm still at the peak of the 3rd sky of the ascended realm. After comprehending the 5 elemental sword Dao, it only increased my state of mind, but my cultivation doesn't seem to have increased at all. It looks like I won't be able to break through in a short period of time. Gu Fei murmured to himself as he sensed the state of his body. In this period of time his cultivation had increased too quickly, so much so that his state of mind couldn't keep up with the increase of his cultivation. This made him unable to truly control his new power. However, ever since Gu Fei comprehended the profundity of the 5 elements sword principle after his battle with the 2 demon masters in a town, his mental state had risen to a new level even though his strength did not improve. Only when one's state of mind and cultivation combined perfectly would one be able to unleash the greatest power. The change in his state of mind had increased Gu Fei's state of mind. At this moment he could be considered to have truly controlled the power of the peak of the ascended realm. The tall and heavy gates of the Red Moon City were already wide open, and the streets were filled with people. Gu Fei walked out of the forest outside the city, and walked on the main road towards the Red Moon City. Very quickly he arrived at the northern gate of the Red Moon City. With his cultivation he was already able to control every muscle and bone in his body at will. In order to prevent the people from the 6 demonic paths palace from discovering his whereabouts, Gu Fei purposely moved his flesh and bones, changing his physique and appearance. Moreover, he purposely suppressed his cultivation to be between the fifth and sixth sky of the awakened realm. Even if someone who knew Gu Fei walked past him, they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Gu Fei wasn't worried about being discovered by the Six Demon Palace. He walked across the drawbridge, passed through the moat and entered the city gates. For a lone traveler like him, there weren't any guards that came out to stop or interrogate him. Once he entered the Red Moon City, he saw an endless stream of horses and carriages. The streets were bustling with people and it was a bustling scene. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of hawking rose and fell. It was hard to imagine that he could see such a scene in the extreme North Demon region. Gu Fei felt a trace of familiarity. The Red Moon City seemed to be somewhat similar to the Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness. Both were bustling huge cities. The streets were crowded with people of all ages and genders. There were people with blonde hair and blue eyes and people with black hair and yellow skin. There seemed to be many different races gathered here and people of different skin colors. Seemed to be a place where many races lived. As Gu Fei walked through the crowd, he was really dazzled. These days he had been walking in the wild woods. Entering such a big city really made him feel like he had been in another world. However, it was a huge city in the extreme North Demon region, and its population was far less than that of the cities in the Central Plains. However, it still had a population of hundreds of thousands. In the extreme North Demon region, it was definitely a huge city in name and in reality. After all, in the extreme North Demon region, except for the area where the huge city was located, the other places were all barren lands shrouded in bitter cold. It was simply not suitable for ordinary people to live. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei walked on the street of the Red Moon City like an ordinary person. No one would notice him. Unconsciously, he had walked more than half of the street. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that not far away on his right, there was a 9-story restaurant. The Red Moon Restaurant. Since this restaurant dared to be named after the Red Moon City, it was already extraordinary. The Red Moon Restaurant was very famous. 9 was the limit of numbers, the meaning of supremacy. However, this restaurant had 9 floors. What was the meaning behind it? Even if one thought with their toes, they would know. It was rumored that the backer of the Red Moon Restaurant was the city lord of the Red Moon City. Different from the Central Plains, in the extreme North Demon region, the city lords of the 9 huge cities were equivalent to emperors. They were definitely the most powerful people in the huge cities. They had the highest status and the greatest influence. They controlled the life and death of all the civilians in the huge cities. With such a background, the Red Moon Restaurant not only became a good place for the aristocrats in the city to gather, but also a good place for cultivators to gather. However, this was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Just as Gu Fei arrived near the Red Moon Restaurant, there were a few aristocrats in the city talking loudly on the 8th floor. Their voices came from the window facing the street. I heard that there were masters fighting outside the city last night. Hey, you're really well informed. You actually found out about what happened last night outside the city so quickly. What masters were fighting in the forest outside the city? I don't know. I heard that at least 3 demon masters died. It can't be. Gu Fei was about to leave when he happened to hear these words coming from the Red Moon Restaurant. These people couldn't be talking about the 3 black-robed demon masters that he killed last night, could they? Gu Fei pondered for a moment before he headed straight for the Crimson Moon House. However, just as he was about to enter the Crimson Moon House, he was stopped by 2 handsome yellow-clothed young men outside the door. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little displeased. However, what one of the young men in yellow clothes said next made Gu Fei's mood rise from displeasure to anger. This is not a place you should be. Get out of my way, the young man in yellow clothes said. So what if I must go in? A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Even a doorkeeper dared to speak to him like this. He really didn't know what was good for him. What Gu Fei didn't know was that the reason why he was looked down upon by the 2 doorkeepers was because they thought he was an ordinary cultivator with low cultivation and not an expert at the 3rd sky of the ascended mortality realm. If Gu Fei revealed a strong aura, these 2 doorkeepers would definitely not dare to stop him. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. In the Red Moon City, no one dares to behave atrociously in our Red Moon Restaurant. The other young man in yellow clothes said with disdain. Outrageous. Just when Gu Fei was about to explode, he suddenly felt a few strong divine senses coming from upstairs and sweeping towards him. This was definitely something that only an expert could do. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that this was not as simple as a restaurant. Those divine senses flashed and disappeared in an instant. However, Gu Fei had already become vigilant. He deliberately cursed a few times and then walked away without batting an eyelid. Such a country bumpkin wants to enter our Red Moon restaurant. He must be blind and muddle-headed. If he walks any slower, I will even break his legs. The two young men in yellow clothes scolded from behind. Even the two doorkeepers were so domineering. It could be seen that the Red Moon restaurant was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly saw a familiar person walking past him. This person was a young man in white clothes with an ordinary appearance. Behind the young man was a middle-aged scholar in green clothes with a feather fan. Chapter 291. Chu Tian. Gu Fei immediately recognized this ordinary-looking youth in white clothes. He was the young master of Rising Sun Business Group that he met on the way to Dragon Emperor City in Southern Wilderness. The azure-clothed scholar beside Chu Tian, who held a feather fan and had an otherworldly temperament, was the Mr. Ning who had once saved Chu Tian from Gu Fei. How could they appear in the Red Moon City of Northern Demon Domain? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. Suddenly seeing Chu Tian reminded him of another person he met on the way to the Southern Wasteland. I wonder how she is now. A weak figure appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Although Gu Fei had changed his look, Chu Tian and Mr. Ning didn't recognize Gu Fei. They directly passed by him and walked towards the Red Moon Hotel. Seeing that Chu Tian was heading for the Red Moon Hotel, Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder as he watched Chu Tian's back. Then he suddenly strode into an alley on the side of the street. At this moment Chu Tian, the young master of Rising Sun City, and Mr. Ning, the middle-aged scholarly man, had already arrived in front of the Red Moon Hotel. They were also stopped by the two youths in yellow clothes. However, the two youths in yellow clothes who were fierce and domineering towards Gu Fei just now had changed their expressions. They said to Chu Tian with a respectful smile, "Child, please show your jade plate." It turned out that entering the Scarlet Moon House required a certificate. The two guys guarding the door noticed that although Chu Tian's appearance was not outstanding, the aura of an aristocratic family's descendant that he unconsciously exuded was not something that could be faked. Now that they could welcome guests in the Red Moon Hotel, they must be proficient in observing people's words and expressions. They clearly knew who they could offend and who they could not provoke. Chu Tian reached into his bosom and was about to take out the jade tablet when he suddenly stopped and looked behind him suspiciously. At this time Mr. Ning also noticed Chu Tian's strange behavior. "Child, didn't you bring your jade plate? Without the identity jade token to enter and exit the Crimson Moon Lodge, we can't let you in." One of the yellow-clothed young men was still polite, but when he saw that Chu Tian didn't take out the jade token, his attitude changed. Although the Scarlet Moon House was just a restaurant, it was the most famous restaurant in the Scarlet Moon City. Those who could enter the Scarlet Moon House were all people with status. What proved their status was a small jade plate from the Scarlet Moon House. To put it bluntly, the so-called Crimson Moon Brothel was actually open to the children of influential families and nobles in Crimson Moon City, as well as cultivators with status who lived in Crimson Moon City for a long time. Outsiders and ordinary citizens in the city would never be able to enter the Red Moon House without being led by someone with an identity jade token. The extreme northern demon region was not a peaceful place. Although the 9 great cities were separated by tens of thousands of miles and were scattered across an endless barren land, each great city represented a superpower of the extreme northern demon region. Although there wasn't any intense war between the 9 superpowers, no one was willing to submit to the other. There were many contradictions between them, and incidents of mutual attacks still occurred from time to time. The Scarlet Moon House was the place where cultivators and the children of influential families gathered in Crimson Moon City. In the eyes of other forces, they could know the movements in Crimson Moon City from here because this was a place where all kinds of information gathered. For such a place, it was a very normal practice to implement a strict identity control. After all, no one was willing to let their opponents know their real situation. Chu Tian suddenly turned around and left without a word. Not only were the 2 yellow-clothed young men guarding the door stunned, even Mr. Ning beside Chu Tian felt it was strange. Chu Tian's actions seemed a bit unusual. Mr. Ning quickly followed. People came and went on the street. Chu Tian quickly passed through the flow of people and then suddenly turned into an alley beside the street. Mr. Ning followed closely behind Chu Tian. He didn't dare to go far and he didn't dare to let Chu Tian out of his sight. This place was different from the Central Plains. This was the sphere of influence of the demonic path. The people of the demonic path wouldn't talk about benevolence and morality with you. Mr. Ning was responsible for protecting Chu Tian. Even in Crimson Moon City he didn't dare to relax. After turning left and right in the alley, Chu Tian came to a dead end. At this time he felt that there was a person in front of him with his back facing him. This figure seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Mr. Ning also felt the person in front of him and immediately became nervous. From his big sleeves, a powerful fluctuation of magic power immediately came out. As long as he felt anything strange, this Mr. Ning would directly attack the person in front of him. Chu Tian, long time no see. At this time the person in front of him turned around and looked indifferently at Chu Tian. He was not handsome, but there was a hint of resoluteness on his face. There was a faint smile on his face. You. When Chu Tian saw the appearance of this person he couldn't help but take a step back. He pointed at this person in surprise. There was actually some fear and panic in his expression. Gu Fei? At this moment Mr. Ning revealed the identity of this person. At the sight of Gu Fei, Mr. Ning became less nervous as he loosened his grip on his magic treasure. In Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, Gu Fei had defeated powerhouses of White Tigers and Rosefinch clans consecutively. Of course he had been known by others. Of course, Gu Fei's identity was also known by others. Why did you lead me here? Chu Tian soon recovered his composure. Although there were some misunderstandings between them, they were not enemies. However, when Chu Tian recalled how Gu Fei broke into his camp and killed his guards on the way to Dragon Emperor City, Chu Tian still remembered the bloody scene vividly. This was the reason why Chu Tian was unable to maintain his composure the moment he saw Gu Fei. The impression Gu Fei gave him that day was truly too deep, to the point that he couldn't forget it, nor could he forget it. This dead end was far away from the hustle and bustle of Red Moon City. It was very remote. Nobody noticed this place, which made Chu Tian a bit worried. Nothing, I just want to ask you for a favor. Gu Fei said with a smile. What's the favor? After hearing that Gu Fei wanted to ask him for a favor, Chu Tian became less worried. Not long after, Chu Tian walked out of the alley. However, other than Mr. Ning, there was an extra follower by his side. It was a short but sturdy young man. I've not imagined that you could change your look so well. This was Mr. Ning's comment on Gu Fei. Even Mr. Ning couldn't identify that this ugly, short and sturdy youth was the tall one just now. The short and sturdy follower of Chu Tian was Gu Fei. After changing his look, he put on a cyan robe and disguised as Chu Tian's follower. After the three of them walked out of the dead end, they walked straight to the Red Moon restaurant. When they arrived at the door, the two youths came to greet them again. However, at this time they couldn't recognize Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei's strength had been suppressed to between the 9th heavenly layer and the 1st heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm. The powerful aura that he emitted caused the two youths in yellow to look at him a few more times. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the extra follower beside Chu Tian. However, the short and sturdy youth that Gu Fei was disguised as seemed to be about to break through to the ascended mortality realm. At such a young age he already had such a cultivation. The two yellow-robed youths couldn't help but look at Gu Fei with jealousy. In fact, they looked down on Gu Fei because they themselves were at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the awakened mortality realm. Why would they put Gu Fei in their eyes? Within the extreme northern demon region, only the most powerful was supreme. To those whose cultivation was higher than theirs, even if it was a beggar, they would still be respectful. This time Chu Tian didn't wait for the two to speak. He took out a crystal-clear golden jade token. Then the three of them walked straight into the Red Moon restaurant. I want to see what kind of place this is. Even the gatekeepers are at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the awakened mortality realm. Gu Fei sneered in his heart. When they walked into the Red Moon restaurant, the few divine senses appeared again and probed them. Gu Fei pretended not to notice, and Chu Tian didn't feel anything strange either. Only Mr. Ning furrowed his brows. No one was willing to be spied on. Gu Fei knew that the few people who dared to release their divine senses were definitely at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm. Only such experts could release their divine senses when their primordial spirit had solidified. He didn't know if it was because the 500th birthday of the city lord's father was approaching, but the Red Moon restaurant seemed to be very lively. Moreover, the majority of the people were cultivators. Zhou Xian didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this place. He brought Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, and Mr. Ning directly to the 8th floor. A waiter greeted them and led them to a private room. Then he left. Not long after, a servant brought fragrant tea. Gu Fei sensed that most of the private rooms on the 8th floor had powerful auras leaking out. Obviously, the people in the private rooms not only had extraordinary identities, but also had extraordinary cultivation. And the 9th floor seemed to be blocked by some kind of power. He couldn't sense any auras at all. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Was the owner of the divine senses on the 9th floor? The person you're waiting for seems to be late. Gu Fei casually sat down opposite Zhou Xian. He picked up the tea on the table and swallowed it in one gulp. What a waste of God's gifts. Do you know that this is ice mist tea? Even in the Central Plains, only the relatives of the emperor can taste it? Mr. Ning couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Gu Fei drinking like an ox. Ice mist tea. Gu Fei was startled. Sure enough, he saw that the tea in front of Mr. Ning was surrounded by a layer of cloud-like gas. Icy cold, this name is quite appropriate. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Chapter 292. Someone actually looked down on the experts of the Central Plains. Gu Fei was immediately attracted by the arrogant words outside. He had already learned from Zhou Xian that many people from the Central Plains had come to the 500th birthday of the city lord of Red Moon City's father. Although the extreme northern demon region was the world of the demonic path, there was a problem that couldn't be ignored. In this endless wild land, there weren't many useful cultivation resources. Therefore, the merchant groups of the Central Plains became the guests of the 9 super forces of the northern demon region. Merchants pursued profits. In the eyes of the merchants, the northern demon region, which lacked resources, was undoubtedly a huge market. This was also the reason why Zhou Xian appeared here. However, the Rising Sun Commercial Group was not the only merchant who could do business in the northern demon region. Those who could enter the northern demon region were certainly not ordinary people. For example, Zhou Xian had Mr. Ning by his side. Mr. Ning was someone that even Gu Fei could not figure out. Therefore, there were many experts from the Central Plains who came to Red Moon City. Among them, there were many young experts who came out to gain experience. There is really no one in the Central Plains. It seems that the diabolism is going to prosper. Not bad, not bad. I heard that Dong Li Patian of the Monarch City defeated the so-called outstanding successors of the 3 major Daoist sects with a blood-dissipating saber a month ago. How satisfying. Dong Li Patian of the Monarch City, isn't he the successor of the 6 demonic palaces? Who else could it be? Is there a second Dong Li Patian in the Monarch City? Outside the private room, the young man by the window was talking and laughing contemptuously. What he said was all derogatory words about the practitioners of the Central Plains. Gu Fei felt that there was a powerful aura coming from the private rooms. It seemed that the words of the young men outside had already made some people unhappy. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but recall the people from the diabolism he met on the Yunmeng mountain when he left the mountain. Could those people be the outstanding successors of the 6 demonic palaces? The strength of those people seemed pretty good, but it would be an exaggeration to say that they were able to sweep away the outstanding successors of the younger generation of the 3 great Daoist sects. Those people outside seemed to be boasting to provoke the Central Plains cultivators upstairs. With just a thought, Gu Fei had already guessed these people's intentions. Dongli Patian doesn't seem to be the strongest of our Devil Dao's younger generation. Even he beat up the heirs of the 3 great Daoist sects. The Central Plains has really declined. That's right, The disciples of the aristocratic families in Hongyu City pointed their spears at the practitioners from the Central Plains. Their gazes kept sweeping across the private rooms. They seemed to have come here specifically to cause trouble. Humph. Who's farting? So stinky. In one of the private rooms, someone spoke like this. It was clear that someone couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to step out. What's wrong? Did we say something wrong? If you can't accept it, then come at us. Don't hide in there like a turtle. A disciple of an aristocratic family called out to the private room from which the voice had come. These youths were all disciples of the major Devil Dao families in Hongyu City. Not all of them were ignorant and incompetent. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these people were purposely trying to provoke the Central Plains cultivators upstairs. They were eager for someone to step out. Just as the disciple finished speaking, there was a swoosh. With a bang, the door of the private room was pulled open, and a young man strode out of the private room. Dongqi Duandao, please enlighten me. The young man who walked out of the private room waved his right hand forward, and a sharp blade aura immediately cut through the air, slashing towards the disciples of the aristocratic families in Hongyu City. Humph! A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? As he spoke, a descendant of an aristocratic family remained seated. He did not stand up. He merely waved his hand lightly. With a light wave of his hand, a dark light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced through the young man's head in an instant. In just an instant, the young man called Duandao fell to the ground. A black hole the size of a finger appeared on his forehead. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, as if he had been burned by fire, piercing through the head, destroying the spirit and dispersing the soul. This was the most thorough way to die. The people upstairs who saw the scene could not help but suck in a cold breath. However, those who could reach the 8th floor of the Red Moon brothel were not ordinary people. Seeing someone being killed, not only did no one leave, some people even watched with interest. The disciples of the aristocratic families were even more unbridled. The shopkeeper of the Red Moon brothel seemed to already know the identities of these people. He did not send anyone to ask. He only saw 2 waiters rush over and silently carry away the young man who had been killed. You overestimate yourself. Why did you come out if you don't have the ability? Aren't you looking to die? The young man called Zhao Mu said with a look of disdain. Then he continued to chat with his companions as if nothing had happened. Zhao Mu, your god-piercing finger has improved again. With such skills, I'm afraid you're not much weaker than Dongli Patian of the Monarch City. You should be able to sweep through the young experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wilderness. Those youths were talking cheerfully and wittily as if nothing had happened at all. Don't you think you were too ruthless? At this moment, from the private room that the Eastern Qi cultivator called Duandao had come out of, such words could be heard. He was the one who attacked first. This is something that everyone can see. You can't blame me. Zhao Mu shrugged and said in a relaxed manner. Killing a person was nothing to him. The law of survival of the diabolism was even crueler than that of the Central Plains. In the far north demon region, how many diabolism cultivators had not stained their hands with blood? Probably not even one. At this moment, a young man walked out of the private room. Behind the young man was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The young man who walked out of the private room was tanned and plump, but he was neither short nor tall. He gave off the impression that he was a kind fatty. Fatty Ling, so it's you. Zhao Mu was a little surprised when he saw the young man. It was obvious that he knew him. Someone from the Haotian trading group? The young men from the aristocratic families who sat at the same table with Zhao Mu were also surprised. Fatty Ling was famous for hiding a dagger behind his smile. Gu Fei heard everything that happened outside the private room. When he heard the words, Haotian trading group, he couldn't help but be startled. Haotian trading group surnamed Ling. Could it be that he was related to her? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Single Blade is a pretty good bodyguard. What a pity. The tanned and plump Fatty Ling shook his head. Zhao Mu, you've caused me to hire another bodyguard. Fatty Ling, if the so-called experts of the Central Plains are all like that bodyguard of yours, then there's no need to hire them. I'll just arrange for someone to protect you. Zhao Mu laughed wantonly. When the middle-aged man with a wooden expression behind Fatty Ling heard Zhao Mu's words, his eyes immediately emitted a cold glint that was as sharp as a blade's edge as he glanced at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu wasn't to be outdone. He met the middle-aged man's cold gaze with equal harshness. Let's go. Fatty Ling's face darkened even more, but he endured it in the end and led the middle-aged man downstairs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After all, this was the other party's territory. You might be able to dominate the Central Plains, but in Crimson Moon City, even if you're a dragon you'll have to coil up, and even if you're a tiger you'll have to lie down, Zhao Mu said arrogantly as he glanced at the closed private rooms. His words were meant for the people inside the private rooms to hear. Zhao Mu's words immediately caused the expressions of many people on the 8th floor to change. Naturally, There were also cultivators from the central plains outside the private rooms. They're too arrogant. They really think they're invincible. Inside the private room, Chu Tian looked at Gu Fei and said angrily. He was also a cultivator from the central plains. Being looked down upon and belittled like this, Chu Tian was also angry. However, he knew his own strength very well. He wasn't a match for those people outside. If he went out, his fate would definitely not be any better than that person called Lone Blade. Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. These people are indeed very strong. They can mess around, we don't have to pay attention to them. You can even tolerate this? Chu Tian asked. He really wanted Gu Fei to make a move. Those disciples from the influential families of Crimson Moon City mercilessly mocked and belittled the cultivators from the Central Plains. Intentionally or unintentionally, they sneered at the private rooms on the 8th floor. Their mockery and ridicule angered many people present, but they couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention that these people's cultivation was very high, just the forces behind them were not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. After all, this was their territory. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Most people had scruples and didn't want to offend these disciples from influential families. In my eyes, these people are just a bunch of ignorant and incompetent second generations. Gu Fei nonchalantly picked up the teapot and poured a cup. Then he imitated Mr. Ning and slowly tasted the tea. Bang! Someone outside slammed the table heavily. Then they heard Zhao Mu's loud voice. The person inside, come out. Who are you calling a second generation? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He put down the teacup in his hand. His voice was so soft, yet Zhao Mu heard it. This person really did have some ability. At the very least, his hearing was better than others. Hehe. Chu Tian looked at Gu Fei with interest. At this time, even Mr. Ning, who was leisurely sipping tea in the private room, put down the white jade teacup in his hand and looked at Gu Fei. Humph. Another guy who is as timid as a mouse. It seems that the Central Plains, the Southern Wasteland and other places have really declined. Zhao Mu's arrogant voice came from outside again. It has already come to this and you can still tolerate it? Chu Tian leaned on the chair and looked at Gu Fei meaningfully with a faint smile on his face. Sigh. I can't even keep a low profile. Gu Fei touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Then he stood up, opened the door of the private room and walked out. Chapter 293. After Gu Fei walked out of the private room, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Gu Fei's ordinariness shocked everyone. It was hard to believe that the person who dared to say that the young masters of the aristocratic families were spoiled brats was actually a short, stocky and unprepossessing young man. No one could tell that this was not Gu Fei's true appearance. This was because Gu Fei's technique of changing his appearance was too brilliant. He did not need to disguise himself. He could directly change the position of his flesh, blood, muscles and bones. In the eyes of others, this person looked like this. Humph. With a wave of Zhao Mu's hand, the table in front of him immediately flew up, heading straight for Gu Fei, who was walking out of the private room. Although it was just a wooden table, it emitted a strong wave of power and faintly emitted a layer of black light. Without a doubt, that wooden table contained Zhao Mu's power. If one was really hit by it, they would most likely end up with broken bones and tendons. Hey! Gu Fei chuckled and casually waved his sleeves forward as if nothing had happened. Without a sound, the wooden table that contained Zhao Mu's power turned into dust in an instant and drifted down. This scene not only caused Zhao Mu's expression to change, but also the expressions of everyone upstairs. Some people whispered, thinking that Zhao Mu and the other young masters of the aristocratic families had kicked an iron plate this time. Even those who were on good terms with Zhao Mu stood up with solemn expressions. They were well aware of Zhao Mu's strength. They could feel that this unprepossessing young man in front of them was not ordinary. Very good. Zhao Mu's expression was cold. He waved his right hand again. With a soft sound like an arrow piercing through the void, a black light shot towards Gu Fei like a deadly lightning bolt. Just now he had used this move to instantly kill the young cultivator from Eastern Qi called Single Blade. Now he wanted to use the same move to kill Gu Fei. This move is useless against me. Gu Fei strode forward and pointed his finger forward. A ball of golden light erupted from the tip of his finger. The golden finger directly met the black light that was shooting towards him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Mu's finger energy was shattered by a single finger. The golden light on top of Gu Fei's finger didn't disappear. After shattering Zhao Mu's finger energy, it became even stronger. Then with a chi sound, the golden light shot through the air. Gu Fei gave Zhao Mu a taste of his own medicine. The dazzling light from his finger shot towards Zhao Mu's forehead, as if he also wanted to poke a hole in Zhao Mu's forehead. Swoosh! Zhao Mu left an afterimage on the spot and avoided Gu Fei's finger energy. Then he appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. He opened his hand and a vast power surged out from his hand. A blood-colored domain shrouded Gu Fei. This terrifying domain completely sealed the void where Gu Fei was in. Zhao Mu's palm had already turned into a terrifying blood-colored vortex. The vortex produced a great suction force as if it wanted to swallow Gu Fei. The crowd seemed to hear the heart-palpitating wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. The blood-colored world under Zhao Mu's hand seemed to have countless blood shadows vanishing. The blood-colored vortex seemed to be connected to a terrifying blood-colored world. It was as if there were countless demons roaring and struggling. The crowd seemed to smell a faint scent of blood. It seemed that the blood-colored domain that Zhao Mu displayed was constructed from endless blood. That blood-red color was so demonic and evil that it made people's hearts tremble. However, none of these strange phenomena affected Gu Fei. He stood tall like a mountain under the shroud of the blood-colored domain. There was a faint smile on his ordinary face. When the blood-red domain emitted an endless evil aura, wanting to swallow him up, he directly punched out. His fist immediately turned into a ball of golden energy. The power of the metal element in the surroundings was immediately drawn and gathered towards his fist. It was as if a golden sun had risen in the blood-colored world. The dazzling golden light broke through the seal of the blood-colored domain and directly collided with the blood-colored vortex in Zhao Mu's hand. It actually blocked the source of the blood-colored domain's power. Bam! There was a violent tremor in the void. The incomparably evil blood-colored domain that enveloped the void was directly shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Zhao Mu suffered a great impact. Deng deng deng. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and smashed the wooden table behind him into pieces. Wood chips scattered all over the ground. The disciples of influential families behind him cried out in alarm and retreated. Zhao Mu, who was incomparably arrogant and regarded the cultivators of the Central Plains as nothing, was actually forced to retreat. The people who witnessed this scene upstairs were all shocked. In the private room, Chu Tian and Mr. Ning saw everything that happened outside through the open wooden door. They couldn't help but be shocked by Gu Fei's strength. Why did this Gu Fei hide his identity and appear in Hongyue City? Could it be that the people of the 3 great Daoist schools had infiltrated the city? Chu Tian thought of many things. However, the questions in his heart were destined to have no answer. He didn't know that Gu Fei was actually alone now. He had narrowly escaped death to return to Tinglong continent from the virtual sky world and had been separated from everyone. In the far north Devil's territory he had no allies. He only had enemies, and they were extremely powerful enemies. Mr. Ning, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. It was hard to tell what he was feeling from his expression. Hiding one's emotions was often a way to protect oneself. This place is too small. I can't fight freely. If you have the guts, let's fight outside the city. After Zhao Mu finished speaking, he flew out of the building in an instant. Very good. Gu Fei didn't say anything superfluous and rushed out of the building. Their body techniques were like the wind and lightning. Like 2 phantoms, they rushed out of Hongyue House, crossed the street and flitted past many houses. Soon they arrived at the city gate. They didn't rush out of the city gate. Instead, they directly crossed the tall and majestic city wall and arrived at a forest 5 kilometers away. Just as they rushed out of the Scarlet Moon House, a few figures rushed out from the 9th floor and chased after the 2 of them. Chu Tian and Mr. Ning also wanted to go and watch the excitement, but right at this time the person they were waiting for appeared. However, that person also seemed to be very interested in the battle between Zhao Mu and Gu Fei. Then, together with Chu Tian and the others, they chased in the direction where Gu Fei and Zhao Mu disappeared. Piercing God Finger. Zhao Mu launched an attack at Gu Fei immediately. His 10 fingers shot out 10 rays of black light. Like 10 divine arrows, they flew towards Gu Fei. The finger force was like an arrow, piercing through the void. The speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. Zhao Mu knew that he had met a strong opponent today. He attacked with all his strength without holding anything back. It was as if he wanted to kill Gu Fei in an instant. It was still the power of the metal element. Gu Fei's hand also shot out 10 rays of golden light. He wanted to use his finger force to break Zhao Mu's finger force. He wanted to let Zhao Mu know that he was no match for him in terms of finger force. Bam! 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 10 dull sounds came out. Finger force against finger force. The black light and the golden light collided violently in the void, exploding into balls of strong light. The destructive finger force spread out and the trees in the forest collapsed. Crimson Purgatory! Zhao Mu shouted. He stretched out his right hand and a crimson vortex appeared in his palm. It formed an extremely evil and terrifying crimson domain shrouding towards Gu Fei. This time it was different from the time in the Crimson Moon Tavern. Zhao Mu had no scruples and fully displayed the power of the Crimson Purgatory. A part of the world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood in an instant. The extremely cold and evil power sealed up a part of the world. What could be seen was a demonic crimson light. The crimson light was like a surging sea of blood, as if there were countless demons roaring and howling. Even though Gu Fei's mind was as firm as a rock, he felt his spirit shaking. It was as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be pulled out from his body by the huge crimson vortex. At this time, those who had been tracking him had also arrived nearby. They just saw Gu Fei's figure being shrouded by the crimson domain. Large areas of the forest collapsed under the crimson light. No one dared to go forward. Everyone watched the battle from afar. This guy is dead for sure. You should know that Zhao Mu has just broken through his cultivation bottleneck. He is already a demon master. A disciple of an aristocratic family who was on good terms with Zhao Mu said. Zhao Mu has already broken through to the demon master realm? Everyone who knew about Zhao Mu's background was shocked. The Zhao family of Crimson Moon City had produced a rare descendant. He had already broken through to the demon master realm at such a young age. This Zhao Mu's potential was limitless. Outstanding young experts had always been the focus of the major forces. For example, Dongli Padian of Monarch City was a leading figure of the younger generation in the demon path. A young expert with limitless potential, if he could truly grow up, would definitely become an all-powerful figure in the future. Just as Gu Fei and Zhao Mu were fighting in the forest outside the city, an uninvited guest came to the largest mansion in Crimson Moon City. Ha! Meng Lang, your old friend is here to see you. A wanton laughter resounded throughout the entire mansion. A tall figure surrounded by demonic qi stood in the sky outside the mansion. A powerful aura descended, causing the maids in the mansion to be filled with terror. Humph! A cold snort came from the mansion below. Then a demonic figure soared into the sky from the layers of houses. In an instant he arrived in front of the figure shrouded in demonic aura in the sky. Powerful aura surged from both of them. Flying in the air, standing in the air, these two were obviously void-controlling realm demonic generals. I don't think I sent you an invitation, 7 luminaries. The person who rushed out of the mansion said coldly. This was a middle-aged man with a face as red as cinnabar. Hee hee. The man called 7 luminaries let out a low chuckle before saying, You and I can be considered old friends for many years. How could I not come to your father's 500th birthday? When he said the word, old friend, his tone was clearly heavier. Chapter 294. 2 demonic shadows that exuded a powerful and terrifying aura rushed out of the city lord's mansion of Red Moon City and flew towards the outskirts of Red Moon City. In the city, the demonic cultivators with high cultivation bases immediately sensed the abnormality and were alarmed. Then they either stopped what they were doing or walked out of their secluded cultivation grounds. Very quickly, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the wilderness 1,000 miles away from Red Moon City. There the demonic aura was monstrous, as if there were 2 demon kings fighting, shaking the entire region. Even in Red Moon City, one could feel the fluctuations coming from that place. Swoosh. 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 Another few demonic shadows surrounded by demonic aura rushed out of Red Moon City and flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. In an instant they disappeared into the sky. Red Moon City was indeed not simple. In the city, 4 or 5 great demons of the void-controlling realm had appeared all at once. The terrifying aura that the demon generals emitted made all the low-level demonic cultivators in the city extremely terrified. On the contrary, the ordinary people in the city did not feel the terrifying aura that made their hearts palpitate. In a clinical room on the 9th floor of Red Moon Restaurant, a thin old man with blurred eyes was lying on the table. His red nose was emitting a loud snoring sound. In the old man's hand there was a white jade wine bottle. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. This wine fragrance was not strong, nor did it smell bad. On the contrary, this wine fragrance gave people a refreshing feeling as if they were in a field of flowers. What the hell are those bastards doing now? The snoring suddenly disappeared. The little old man impatiently opened his turbid old eyes and glanced in the direction of the terrifying fluctuation. Then the little old man brought the white jade wine bottle to his mouth and was about to drink, but he felt that the wine bottle was already empty. Only a few drops of jade-like wine had dripped out. It's gone so soon? He licked the bottle clean, then threw the white jade wine bottle and poured it back onto the table. After a while, the loud snoring sound rang out in the room again. At this time, many people felt the aura of the city lord of Red Moon City and another expert in the wilderness 1,000 miles away from Red Moon City. The news of the battle between the city lord of Red Moon City and the other expert immediately spread throughout Red Moon City. Many demonic cultivators received the news and immediately headed towards the wilderness where the terrifying fluctuation came from. A battle of this level could only be encountered by chance. It attracted everyone's attention and no one wanted to miss it. In comparison, the battle between Gu Fei and Zhao Mu was child's play. Gu Fei's hands shot out 2 beams of dazzling saber light, forcibly breaking through the seal of Zhao Mu's blood hell and rushed out. Then the powerful saber chi condensed from the sharp metal chi was like a heavenly saber, tearing through the void, making heart-palpitating whistling sounds as it slashed towards Zhao Mu. It was still a metal-type battle technique. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei would definitely not use other techniques. This was because he would be recognized by the people from the 6 Demonic Paths Palace. Damn it! Zhao Mu retreated. The place where he was originally standing was instantly enveloped by the dazzling saber light. The ground within a radius of 10 feet was instantly shattered by the saber light. Soil rose 7 or 8 feet high, covering Zhao Mu's figure. You are the successor of the Beitang family of the Central Plains? Zhao Mu's cold voice came out from the gray dust. His voice was calm and steady as if he was not surprised at all. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. Then his hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Among the golden waves, sabers and swords began to appear. When the young man who had agreed to meet Chu Tian at the Scarlet Moon restaurant saw Gu Fei use this ability, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this person really a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains? The black-robed young man's eyes were like cold stars. He stared at Gu Fei's waving arm with a strange light in his eyes. When Chu Tian, who was beside the black-robed young man, heard this, he could not help but be puzzled. This Gu Fei had really hidden himself well. Even he had misjudged him. Zhao Mu's words reminded Gu Fei that he could not let others see through his identity. Letting others think that he was the successor of the Beitang family was definitely the best way to hide his identity. Therefore, Gu Fei immediately began to imitate the techniques of the Beitang family. Gu Fei's techniques were close to the Tao. The source of a martial artist's strength came from the physical body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had already reached the stage where he could generate his own techniques. Imitating the Beitang family's 5 elements mystiques was not that difficult. As Gu Fei waved his hands, it was as if all the metal-type energy in the world was attracted to him. It gathered around him, forming a golden wave around him. Golden swords and sabers kept appearing around him. They were densely packed and seemed to be endless. They were not real swords and sabers, but were condensed from endless metal elemental power. Golden rays of light illuminated the world. Thousands of swords and sabers gathered together, forming a golden sea of swords and sabers. This shocking scene made the spectators in the distance dumbfounded. Especially those who were on good terms with Zhao Mu, they could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Zhao Mu. You really are a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains. At this time the dust dispersed and Zhao Mu's figure appeared. Come, let me see if the legendary 5 elements mystiques are really that powerful. Zhao Mu's expression was somewhat crazy. His right hand was swallowing and emitting a bloody light. The bloody vortex did not disappear. Evil and horrifying fluctuations surged out from his hand. However, Gu Fei found that there was also a strange fluctuation coming from Zhao Mu's left hand. Zhao Mu's left hand was enveloped by a ball of black demonic energy. A vortex formed from the demonic energy spun on his left hand, emitting a horrifying and eerie fluctuation. You are the first person to force me to use 2 domains at the same time. Even if you die in my hands, it will not be in vain. Zhao Mu said ferociously. His eyes were filled with the terrifying light of a wild beast. We still don't know who will die in whose hands. 5 elements mystiques, 1,000 blades and 10,000 swords. Gu Fei yelled. The metal-type energy was pushed to the peak by him. Then he decisively attacked. Of course, because he could suppress it, the cultivation that Gu Fei displayed right now was only at the first sky of the Ascended Realm. However, this kind of strength was more than enough to defeat Zhao Mu. Tens of thousands of swords and sabers shot towards Zhao Mu in an earth-shattering manner. The sabers and swords tore through the void and shrouded in all directions. Such a scene made even the spectators' hearts palpitate. Come at me. Zhao Mu roared angrily as his long hair danced in the air. Dark void, blood purgatory. Let's see how you can break through my dark void purgatory. Zhao Mu yelled crazily. As the blades and swords slashed towards him, his left and right hands suddenly clasped together and formed a strange hand seal. Under the guidance of this hand seal, the blood whirlpool and darkness whirlpool actually started to fuse. The terrifying power of the 2 domains increased exponentially. The power of the 2 domains reformed, forming a new domain. A terrifying black whirlpool with a bloody glow appeared in front of Zhao Mu's hand seal. In the blink of an eye, it had sealed the space in front of Zhao Mu. Thousands of golden blades and swords shot into this newly formed whirlpool, but they were like clay oxen entering the sea. They were swallowed by this strange whirlpool that emitted an endless evil aura. That terrifying whirlpool seemed to be connected to another world. The fusion of the 2 domains seemed to have opened a door to hell. Countless golden blades and swords were swallowed by the whirlpool. The newly formed domain was incomparably powerful. Seemed like all the golden blades and swords were being sucked in. The huge whirlpool shrouded a part of the world. It actually blocked the sea of blades and swords formed by the thousands of golden blades and swords. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Zhao Mu wasn't having a good time now. It was extremely strenuous for him. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured. The domain he could control had already reached the limit. The fusion of the 2 domains was too powerful. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by this power. At that time, he would be swallowed by his own domain. Zhao Mu was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Even if he wanted to stop now, it would be difficult. It had become a dead end. However, no one knew that Gu Fei's imitation of the Beitang clan's 5 elements divine ability and the mighty 1,000 blades myriad swords technique was just a pretense. Among the onlookers, no one noticed that among the thousands of blades and swords, there was a hazy golden sword shadow. Although this sword shadow was very similar to the thousands of blades and swords, there was something different about it. The thousands of swords and sabers were condensed from the endless power of metal, but the hazy sword shadow mixed in the thousands of swords and sabers was transformed from the metal sword essence of Gu Fei's new domain of 5 elements sword essence. Tens of thousands of golden swords and sabers drew golden scars in the void, and the whooshing sound of the sabers and swords piercing through the air was incessant. However, the terrifying and evil vortex in front of them was like a bottomless devil's nest, sucking all the sabers and swords into the vortex and sinking them into the pitch-black devil's nest. However, when the thousands of swords and sabers were about to be completely devoured, Gu Fei knew that it was time for him to make his move. The faint golden sword shadow that lingered around him among the swords and sabers shot out. This was not a sword shadow condensed purely from the power of metal. Instead, it was an indestructible sword intent. It was different from the golden blades and swords that had been swallowed. The faint sword shadow silently broke through the barrier of the terrifying domain in front of it. It directly penetrated the huge whirlpool and pierced through Zhao Mu's right chest. Zhao Mu only felt a chill on his right chest. Before he knew what had happened, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. The condensed power instantly collapsed. The huge whirlpool of death exploded. The violent power that erupted shook the heaven and earth. The area within a radius of several dozen feet was instantly razed to the ground. Chapter 295. No one saw how Zhao Mu was defeated, and he was defeated so abruptly. Perhaps even Zhao Mu himself only saw a faint golden light flash in front of his eyes for an instant, and then his right chest was pierced. The attention of the onlookers had already been attracted by the other great battle that was taking place in the wilderness thousands of miles away from Crimson Moon City. Aside from the few aristocratic family juniors who were on good terms with Zhao Mu, there were only Chu Tian, Mr. Ning, and Chu Tian's black-clothed friend who were watching the battle. The few youths who were on good terms with Zhao Mu didn't leave either. They were shocked to see Zhao Mu defeated in an instant. How could Zhao Mu, who was a devil master, be defeated? Was this practitioner from the Central Plains really so powerful? If even Zhao Mu was defeated, then wouldn't they be no match for this guy in front of them who was emitting a golden flame-like aura, like a golden god of war? At this time, the few aristocratic children realized that Gu Fei's strength was not weaker than Zhao Mu's. Moreover, he had defeated Zhao Mu, who could be called a cultivation genius among the younger generation of Crimson Moon City. Zhao Mu at such a young age had already broken through to the Devil Master realm. It could be said that he was an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Crimson Moon City. Except for Meng Hao, the son of the city lord, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Gu Fei defeated Zhao Mu. In other words, he had indirectly defeated all the younger generation of Devil Path practitioners in Crimson Moon City, except for Meng Hao. The domain power dissipated and the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. The forest was completely destroyed and the destruction was very thorough. Within a radius of several hundred feet, not even a single blade of grass was left, and all that was left was sand. Further away, rows of trees fell outwards. Broken trees and scattered leaves were everywhere. Could be seen how terrifying the scene just now was. The power of destruction destroyed everything, including the woodland. After a while, the aristocratic children recovered from the shock and rushed to the place where Zhao Mu fell. They didn't dare to attack Gu Fei. At this moment, they were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they had been in the Red Moon Tavern. When they passed by Gu Fei, they deliberately stayed away from Gu Fei. They were already afraid of Gu Fei. In front of the strong, the weak were nothing at all. The strong could control the life and death of the weak. In the extreme northern demon region, the cruel laws of survival made these people fear the strong, and they would bully and humiliate the weak. It had to be said that the law of the jungle was vividly displayed among demonic cultivators. Is this the power of the 5 elements? You really live up to your reputation. The black-clothed youth who was on good terms with Chu Tian laughed as he walked towards Gu Fei. Chu Tian and Mr. Ning glanced at each other and then followed. This person. As Gu Fei looked at the black-clothed youth walking towards him, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He saw that this person's hair was as black as ink, his eyebrows were long, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. Since Gu Fei entered the extreme northern demon region, this was the first time he had encountered such an outstanding character. However, what really surprised Gu Fei was that this person's cultivation seemed to be higher than Zhao Mu's. Even he couldn't see through this black-clothed youth's depths. Gu Fei didn't feel any hostility from this person. The golden light that lingered around his body gradually faded away. The powerful fluctuations of power also receded like a tide, converging into his body. Let me introduce the two of you. This is Li Shao, brother Li. Chu Tian introduced Gu Fei to the black-clothed youth. This was the agreement between him and Gu Fei. In front of outsiders, Gu Fei's name was Li Shao. The people of the 6 Demon Paths Palace already knew his name. Gu Fei didn't want to attract the experts of the 6 Demon Paths Palace, so he made up a temporary name. Li Shao. Aren't you a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains? The youth was a little surprised. In his opinion, Gu Fei was using the power of the 5 elements. Of course, this youth hadn't seen the true power of the Beitang family. He had only heard of the name of this cultivation method. The people of the Beitang family wouldn't casually enter the extreme northern demon region. After all, the extreme northern demon region was different from the Central Plains. There were no giant cities in the area. Besides being barren and cold, the demonic nature that came from the dark was everywhere. To people of the demonic path, this demonic nature was undoubtedly a treasure. It was the key to entering the supreme demonic path. It could allow them to cultivate the purest demonic true essence. But to cultivators who didn't follow the demonic path, this demonic nature could trigger their inner demons. If it was light, their cultivation would be damaged. If If it was heavy, their mind would be controlled by the inner demons and they would walk the demonic path. Unless they wore a magical item that could eliminate the demonic nature, people outside of the extreme northern demon region wouldn't easily set foot in the area. I hope Brother Meng doesn't take offense. This is the name Brotherly uses when he travels outside. Chu Tian explained. He then paused for a moment and introduced the person to Gu Fei. This Brother Meng is the person I was waiting for at the Red Moon House. My name is Meng Hao. I'm very happy to meet someone like Brotherly. The youth named Meng introduced himself before Chu Tian could finish. I'm also very happy to meet Brother Meng. Gu Fei said with a smile. There were plenty of people who didn't want to show their true faces before they made a name for themselves. Therefore Meng Hao didn't care about Gu Fei's concealment of his identity. This was because Gu Fei didn't deny that he was a member of the Beitang family. In Meng Hao's opinion, if a person like Gu Fei had no relationship with the Beitang family, he would definitely draw a clear line between himself and the Beitang family. However, this time Meng Hao was wrong. Gu Fei wanted to use the Beitang family's banner to hide his true identity. Moreover, he was prepared to make a few powerful enemies for the Beitang family. Let's go. We'll return to the Red Moon House. Today not only did we see that guy Xiaomu suffer, we also got to know Brotherly. We have to celebrate. Meng Hao seemed to be very happy. Okay. Gu Fei didn't refuse. They didn't seem to have any interest in the battle of experts that was happening 1,000 miles away. Instead, they left the forest on the outskirts of the city and headed straight for the Red Moon City Gate. At this time, Xiaomu was carried out of the dense forest by the disciples of the aristocratic families. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. On the right side of his chest, there was a bloody hole the size of a fist that was still oozing blood. Cough, cough. Suddenly Xiaomu coughed violently and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His breathing became rapid and his face flushed red as if he couldn't breathe. Gu Fei's sword had directly pierced through Xiaomu's right chest, piercing through his right lung. Blood continued to gush up his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. If anyone else had suffered such a serious injury, they would have long been on the verge of death. However, it has to be said that the life force of a Devil Master was very strong. It was so strong that even a fatal injury wouldn't endanger their lives. A Devil Master who had condensed a Devil Core in his body would gradually transform and become stronger under the effect of the Devil Core. His life force would be exuberant, and his injured body would quickly recover under the nourishment of the Devil Core. Of course, for a Devil Master who only cultivated the primordial spirit, condensed a Devil Core and then gave birth to a Devil Infant, the body was just a cauldron that had to be abandoned sooner or later. As a result, although the physical body of a Devil Master Devil Dao cultivator had undergone a transformation under the nourishment of the Devil Core and his physique had improved, it was still not as powerful as Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body, which used his physical body as the source of power. Actually, with Gu Fei's cultivation, if he wanted to kill Xiaomu, it could be said to be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he didn't want to do so. He didn't want to completely offend the Devil Dao forces in the Red Moon City. He had just arrived at the Red Moon City and didn't know what kind of background these disciples had. If he killed Xiaomu, it would attract the older generation experts to deal with him and he would be in a dangerous situation. Gu Fei had some misgivings and didn't kill Xiaomu. But even so, Xiaomu's vitality was greatly injured. Even if there were experts to nurse him back, he would still need a period of time to recover. At that time, perhaps Gu Fei would have already left the northern Devil region and returned to the Central Plains. The few youths who were on good terms with Xiaomu carried Xiaomu and flew back to the Red Moon City to find someone to treat Xiaomu's injuries. Of course, those people wouldn't let this matter rest. However, for a moment they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. The battle between Gu Fei and Xiaomu was just a battle between the younger generation. It was very ordinary, but the battle that took place in the desolate land 1,000 miles away from the Red Moon City was a battle between true experts. The desolate land 1,000 miles away became lively. 2 devil shadows fiercely fought in the surging devil chi. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the ground, and from the ground to the ground they rushed out of the ground and continued to fight. This area shook incessantly. The sky was shrouded by the surging devil chi, and this part of the world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The dark brown earth was covered with cracks and large pits, as if meteorites had fallen to the ground, were scattered all over the dark brown earth. There were people watching high up in the sky, but no one made a move to stop them. Instead, there were people who made a move to seal off the aura that was spreading out. Even further away, there were still devil masters rushing over from the direction of the Red Moon City. But they didn't dare to approach because in a battle of this level, if they were unlucky enough to be affected, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be annihilated in a puff of smoke and have their souls scattered. In the terrifying devil chi that shrouded the sky and earth, the two Devil Dao experts were moving as fast as lightning. To the experts of the Red Moon City, they were no strangers. It was a battle between two devil generals of the void-controlling realm. One of them was the Lord of the Red Moon City, Meng Lang. The Lord of the Red Moon City, Meng Lang, was a terrifying devil general. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of Devil General, and he was only a step away from becoming a sovereign king great devil. And the person fighting with him also had a great background. That person was not only one of the experts of the Devil Palace of the Six Paths from the Sovereign King City, but also the third son of the Devil Monarch of the Six Paths, 7 Luminaries. Chapter 296. The first son of the demonic monarch of Six Paths, Chu Gu, had invited 7 luminaries. With the help of the void-controlling realm 7 luminaries, Chu Gu believed that Gu Fei, who was only at the transcending mortality realm, would not be able to escape from 7 luminaries' grasp. 7 luminaries had also arrived at Crimson Moon City. He had battled with the demonic dragon in the Lost Forest for a day and a night. If he hadn't been fighting with the demonic dragon, he would have rushed over to capture Gu Fei when the people from the demonic Six Paths intercepted Gu Fei in a town. However, 7 luminaries, who was also known as the War Demon, did not seem to be satisfied with the demonic dragon. The moment he arrived at Crimson Moon City, he immediately went to find the city lord, Meng Lang. Crimson Moon City and the demonic Six Paths demonic palace in the Monarch City had been fighting for many years. Meng Lang and 7 luminaries had fought dozens of times. However, the city lord's cultivation was clearly higher than 7 luminaries. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th heaven, Meng Lang was able to defeat 7 luminaries every time they fought. Whenever Meng Lang attacked, 7 luminaries would always find a way to retreat. This made Meng Lang very angry. Of course, 7 luminaries was the third son of the demonic monarch of Six Paths, so Meng Lang did not really want to kill 7 luminaries. Meng Lang was not afraid of the demonic monarch of Six Paths. Although the demonic monarch of Six Paths was a monarch-level great demon, his cultivation had reached the terrifying half-demon realm. However, Crimson Moon City also had a trump card, which made the demonic monarch of Six Paths fearful of starting a war. If the two superpowers were to start a war, it would only benefit the other 7 superpowers. This was something that neither Crimson Moon City nor the demonic monarch of Six Paths wanted to see. However, although the superpowers appeared to be at peace on the surface, they were still fighting fiercely in the dark. 7 luminaries finding Meng Lang was an open provocation. If Meng Lang did not accept the challenge, outsiders would think that Crimson Moon City was afraid of the Monarch City. If Meng Lang were to be a coward, the Meng clan of Crimson Moon City would lose all face. The 7 luminaries forced Meng Lang to accept the challenge. Hence, an unavoidable battle occurred. However, this wasn't a battle of life and death. It was a battle to prove who was stronger. The two demonic path powerhouses battled endlessly. Demonic clouds blotted out the skies, shaking the world. Origin energy violently surged, turning the battlefield into a battlefield of destruction. No one dared to approach. Even the devil generals of the same level were watching the battle from afar. No one dared to stop them. No one was willing to provoke these two terrifying experts. 9 nether emptiness, devour heaven and earth. Meng Lang shouted loudly, and the terrifying sound waves even scattered a few gloomy clouds drifting in the sky. The figures that were exuding powerful presences that were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated. Even further away, the Mo path Xianxia below the level of Mo masters that were watching the battle on the ground immediately became restless. Those with low cultivation were directly knocked unconscious. Those who weren't knocked unconscious by the terrifying sound wave also fled far away with pale faces. Then, everyone saw that the surging demonic clouds in the sky rapidly gathered, forming 9 huge black vortex black holes that shrouded the tall demonic figure below. Every black vortex was formed from an endless amount of demonic chi. Rumble. Every vortex emitted a terrifying power that shook the void. It was as if 9 incomparably huge emptiness spaces had appeared between heaven and earth. They swallowed everything between heaven and earth, both tangible and intangible. Even the void seemed to collapse. Behind the 9 large vortexes, there seemed to be a terrifying 9 nether emptiness space that emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. Up until now, the Lord of Crimson Moon City, Meng Lang, had finally displayed the terrifying strength of a peak 9th heaven demon general. Good. Under the 9 large black vortexes, 7 luminaries stood proudly. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. Facing the 9 large vortexes that shrouded him, not only did he not show any fear, 2 rays of crazed light shot out from his eyes. 7 luminaries' tall figure under the shroud of the 9 nether emptiness seemed so tiny. However, it was this tiny demonic figure that erupted with a monstrous energy wave. Then 7 luminaries roared madly. 7 rays of blood-red light shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the demonic clouds that shrouded heaven and earth, and shot into the dark gray sky. In the dark gray sky, 7 large holes appeared. Through the holes one could see the rare stars in the sky. Stars appearing in the daytime, reversing heaven and earth. What was 7 luminaries doing? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Some people had already vaguely guessed 7 luminaries' intentions. The 7 rays of blood-red light shot into the sky, as if they had triggered 7 terrifying forces. 7 brilliant rays of light shot down from the sky. It was the radiance of the stars. 7 luminaries was displaying a terrifying demonic art, causing the stars to appear in the daytime. Then he used the power of the stars for his own use. This was definitely a terrifying divine art of the demonic path. The 7 brilliant rays of light came from 7 bright demonic stars in the sky. As the demonic stars shone in the sky, the 7 rays of light were of different colors. Blood red, dark black, bright yellow, greenish purple. They descended from the sky and entered 7 luminaries' body. All of this happened in an instant. Before the 9 nether emptiness vortexes could devour 7 luminaries, the 7 rays of light had already entered 7 luminaries' demonic body. Roar. 7 luminaries roared madly, his voice shaking heaven and earth. His body seemed to have been injected with an endless amount of demonic energy. His eyes shot out 7-colored demonic light, making him look extremely ferocious. 7 demon stars appear. 7 luminaries roared at the sky. 7 rays of light immediately rushed out from his body. Each ray of light was as bright as the stars, flickering with 7 different kinds of demonic light. It was as if the 7 balls of demonic nature in the sky had been drawn over by the 7 luminaries. The 7 balls of starlight circled around the 7 luminaries, and a hazy starry sky seemed to appear around the 7 luminaries. The starry sky of the demon domain. Kill. 7 luminaries' battle intent was like a rainbow. Like a crazy demon, the 7 rays of light circling around his body rushed towards the 9 nether emptiness vortexes that shrouded the area. Rumble. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Heaven and earth were collapsing. The vast and terrifying fluctuations made even the void-controlling realm demon generals who were watching the battle from afar feel shocked and had no choice but to retreat to a place further away. 2 terrifying forces collided violently. The 9 nether emptiness vortexes were blocked and stopped in the void. However, the devil starry sky formed by communicating with the 7 devil stars in the sky and drawing down the power of the 7 devil stars did not gain the upper hand. The 2 powerhouses were in a deadlock. The shockwaves that swept down from the sky caused the dark brown earth to tremble. The hard dark brown earth constantly cracked, revealing hideous cracks. The cultivators watching from afar retreated again and again. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying scene that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. A demon general powerhouse didn't make a move, but once they did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This was a demon general, a terrifying demon general. If a half-demon didn't appear, a demon general would already be a peak powerhouse in the northern demon domain. 9 giant 9 nether emptiness vortexes emitted terrifying energy fluctuations that shook the heavens and earth. Behind the 9 nether emptiness vortexes was a giant demon phantom. Terrifying demonic roars came from this demon phantom. Within the pitch-black demon chi, it was as if a horde of demons were dancing. The power of the demon domain starry sky blocked the 9 nether emptiness vortexes, locked in a stalemate. With the power of the 7 demon stars supporting his body, 7 luminaries seemed to transform into a terrifying demon god. A few beams of boundless starlight poured down from the 7 huge holes in the sky. The 7 great demonic stars hung high in the sky, illuminating the sky. In the demon domain starry sky around 7 luminaries, there seemed to be endless stars twinkling, disappearing and vanishing. Where the 2 terrifying forces collided, black cracks appeared. These were the void being torn apart, the cracks in space. 2 extremely formidable forces collided with each other, canceling out each other. The terrifying strength that leaked out caused cracks to appear in the void. However, in the end, the Scarlet Moon City Lord's skill was superior. The strength of a peak 9th heavenly layer demon general shook the heavens and earth. The 9 nether emptiness vortexes trembled again and again before they began to fall down once more. The demon domain starry sky around 7 luminaries began to collapse. Damn it! 7 luminaries roared in indignation, desperately drawing the power of the 7 demon stars in the sky to his body. However, as the power of the 7 demon stars in the sky increased and became stronger, 7 luminaries' demonic body gradually could not withstand it. He desperately urged the power in his body, causing the muscles on 7 luminaries' body to swell. Veins that resembled dragons surfaced on his skin. The endurance of his body had reached its limit. 7 luminaries lose. Meng Lang's mighty voice came from the 9 nether emptiness vortexes, spreading to the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The 9 nether emptiness vortexes, like a bottomless abyss, swallowed 7 luminaries. The heavens and earth shook, and the demon domain starry sky around 7 luminaries immediately dimmed. The illusory stars were continuously destroyed. I've been in seclusion for 100 years, painstakingly practicing my divine ability, but I'm still not Meng Lang's opponent. I'm not willing to accept this. 7 luminaries seemed to have gone mad. He decisively cut off the power of the 7 demon stars that were descending from the sky. Although 7 luminaries was known as the war demon, he was not a guy with a big head and no brain. Since he knew that he was no match for Meng Lang, he retreated as expected. After cutting off the connection with the 7 demon stars in the sky, 7 luminaries bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then his body turned into a bloody light as he executed the heavenly demon blood flight escape technique and rushed out of the demon domain starry sky. Meng Lang. The next time we fight, I'll definitely trample you under my feet. 7 luminaries who had turned into a bloody light instantly went far away. It was impossible to stop him. At this moment, the demon domain starry sky that was shrouded by the 9 nether emptiness vortexes suddenly exploded. Violent energy surged out in all directions like a raging sea. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged far away. The 9 nether emptiness vortexes that shrouded the heavens and earth were also nearly shattered by the terrifying energy that erupted from the sudden collapse of the starry sky. Chapter 297. 1,000 miles away from Crimson Moon City, a great battle had ended in a desolate area. The result was as everyone had expected. The 3rd son of the Devil Monarch of 6 Paths, 7 luminaries, had been defeated and fled. The 9 black holes that covered the sky gradually dissipated. The terrifying energy fluctuations retreated like the tide, and the surging demon chi was absorbed into the frightening demon shadow in the sky. The Lord of Crimson Moon City, Meng Lang, had defeated the 3rd son of the Devil Monarch of 6 Paths, 7 luminaries. This was no small matter. Soon, all the major powers in Crimson Moon City knew about the battle. Meng Lang stood high in the sky, looking in the direction that 7 luminaries had retreated. His eyes were deep, and his face was so red that it seemed as if it would drip blood. The Lord of Crimson Moon City, Meng Lang's red face, was his trademark. This was not because he cultivated in demonic Dao magic, but because he was born with a red face. Meng Lang stared in the direction that 7 luminaries had disappeared for a moment, then looked in a few other directions. With a cold snort, he turned into a jet-black demon chi and flew back to Crimson Moon City. Obviously, Meng Lang had already noticed the experts who were hiding in the sky and watching the battle. However, Meng Lang did not say anything and instead returned to Crimson Moon City. The demonic Dao experts who were hiding in the sky also retreated. They were not afraid of Meng Lang. Those who dared to hide in the sky to watch the battle were not weaklings. 1,000 miles away from Crimson Moon City, the battle between the demon generals had ended with 7 luminaries' defeat. In a private room on the 8th floor of the Crimson Moon House, Gu Fei and the black-clothed young man Meng Hao were sitting opposite each other. Chu Tian and Mr. Ning seemed to have become the background. "Brother Li, do you want to reconsider my proposal?" Meng Hao asked. After Gu Fei had changed his appearance, he had casually given himself a name. This name was Li Xiao. Meng Hao thought that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Beitang clan of the Central Plains, so he wanted to recruit Gu Fei. Meng Hao's offer was very tempting. After all, he was the son of the city lord of Red Moon City, and the offer from the son of a city lord couldn't possibly be bad. As for Chu Tian, the more he listened, the more excited he became. However, Gu Fei was not Chu Tian. Even if Meng Hao offered better conditions, Gu Fei wouldn't be interested. "There's no need to think about it," Gu Fei said expressionlessly. "What a pity," said Meng Hao, a look of disappointment on his face. "Although you don't want to stay and help me, to be able to make a friend like you is a great thing." It went without saying that Meng Hao was no ordinary person. He had the ability to win over people's hearts, and if it were anyone else they would most likely have been recruited. However, his opponent was Gu Fei. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard outside the private room. Soon someone had arrived. Meng Hao frowned and was about to say something when the person outside spoke first. "Young master, master requests that you return to the mansion immediately." Meng Hao stared blankly for a moment, then seemed to think of something. His face grew serious and he said to Gu Fei, "Brother Li, I'll take my leave first." With that, Meng Hao stood up. "Brother Chu," Meng Hao said to Chu Tian, "how about we talk about that another day?" Of course. "Brother Meng, whenever you have time we can talk about it," Chu Tian said quickly. Meng Hao was the son of the city lord of Red Moon City, so he was flattered. Then Meng Hao clasped his hands to Gu Fei and Chu Tian, then opened the door and walked out. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in green robes with white hair. He looked like a servant. When the white-haired man saw Meng Hao walk out of the private room, he quickly moved to the side. Meng Hao and the white-haired man walked down the stairs. As they walked, the middle-aged man whispered something into Meng Hao's ear. After closing the door, Gu Fei, Chu Tian and Mr. Ning, who rarely spoke, sat down again. Chu Tian laughed and said, "Why didn't you agree to Meng Hao's offer? Even I would be tempted by his offer." "Haha. Then why didn't you join Meng Hao?" Gu Fei asked. "Me? Don't joke around. Even if I was willing, he wouldn't need me." Chu Tian shook his head. "Alright, let's go," Gu Fei said. "Where to?" Chu Tian asked, a bit surprised. "Wherever you're staying, that's where we'll go." Gu Fei smiled. For the time being, he planned to stay with Chu Tian. That way, no one would be able to discover his true identity. Gu Fei planned to stir up some trouble in the Crimson Moon City, then leave after patting his butt. "Don't joke around. You must be in trouble. If people find out that you're with me, I'll be in trouble too." Chu Tian heard this and quickly shook his head. As the young master of the Rising Sun Commercial Group, Chu Tian had traveled extensively and was very experienced. Up until now, how could he not see Gu Fei's current situation? Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have changed his appearance. "You have no choice. Of course, if you want to be in trouble now." Gu Fei looked at Chu Tian with a teasing look. He clearly wanted to eat Chu Tian up. "Mr. Ning, you see." Chu Tian saw that Gu Fei didn't seem to be joking. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy and said to Mr. Ning, "Just do as he says." Mr. Ning said. Mr. Ning's words not only stunned Chu Tian, but also surprised Gu Fei. This Mr. Ning didn't reveal anything and gave people a feeling of detachment. This Mr. Ning made Gu Fei unable to see through him. Chu Tian had no choice but to agree. Thus the three of them paid the bill, left Red Moon Restaurant, and went to the inn where Chu Tian and the others were staying. In Hongyu City there was the best restaurant and the largest inn. Chu Tian was rich and overbearing, so he booked the best and largest courtyard in the back of the inn. This courtyard had a garden-like structure, a small bridge, flowing water, rockery and strange stones. Everything that should be in a garden was here. How was this like an inn? It was simply a courtyard with beautiful scenery. The courtyard occupied a large area. After Chu Tian booked it, it became a bit deserted. There were more than 10 people escorting Chu Tian into the northern demon region. Each of them was skilled and not weak. Only in this way could Chu Tian's life be protected in the northern demon region. However, these people usually stayed in the house and didn't go out of their rooms. After returning to where Chu Tian and the others were staying, Chu Tian ran away from Gu Fei like he was hiding from the plague. Mr. Ning, who never left Chu Tian's side, of course followed Chu Tian. It was unknown where he ran off to. Gu Fei didn't care. He was too lazy to care about Chu Tian. He believed that Chu Tian absolutely wouldn't dare to reveal his true identity. Chu Tian was very clear on the terrifying consequences of doing so. After walking around the courtyard, Gu Fei discovered that there were energy fluctuations coming from the pavilions hidden in the flowers and plants. Moreover, there wasn't just one. In the courtyard there were more than 10 auras coming from the pavilions. They weren't that strong. It was obvious that the people in the pavilions were Chu Tian's subordinates. When Gu Fei walked into a pavilion beside a pond in the courtyard, shwa, shwa, 2 figures leaped into the courtyard and blocked Gu Fei in the pavilion one after the other. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He felt a strong energy fluctuation from these 2 people. These 2 people were experts. Moreover, they were experts in the transcending mortality realm. "You're the one who injured Zhao Mu?" The middle-aged man in front asked coldly. "You're from the Zhao clan?" Gu Fei already knew about Zhao Mu's background from Chu Tian. Gu Fei also knew that Zhao Mu, who was defeated by him, wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Gu Fei didn't expect that the Zhao clan would actually come knocking on his door so quickly. The 2 people didn't speak anymore. However, 2 cold murderous auras surged from their bodies. The middle-aged man in front emitted a gray mist-like demonic light. 2 cold rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the demonic light and staring coldly at Gu Fei. A strong energy fluctuation came from behind. That person's body was covered in black demonic energy. These 2 experts had the intention to kill Gu Fei. They trapped Gu Fei in the pavilion. "What is the meaning of this?" Gu Fei said coldly. An obscure energy fluctuation emitted from his body. On his bronze-colored skin, rays of golden light flowed. "I don't mean anything, I just want you to die," the middle-aged man who was shrouded in black and gray demonic light said. At the same time, a great pressure enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei turned pale with fright. This was a very terrifying aura. An unfathomable power sealed the entire space. This was similar to a domain. A kind of divine ability, heaven and earth imprisonment. Gu Fei was shocked to feel that his body was bound. His movements were hindered. He was trapped in a domain. Cold sweat dripped down. Gu Fei knew that he had met an expert. These 2 people were not ordinary. Under their joint efforts, they actually sealed a part of the void. Swish. The black-gray demonic figure instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. A deathly demonic light shot out from that person's hand and swept towards Gu Fei. Like a bolt of lightning, before Gu Fei could do anything, the death demonic light ruthlessly swept him away. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured in just one attack. It was obvious that the cultivation of these 2 people from the Zhao family was definitely above the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sweep Gu Fei away with such an overwhelming advantage. When Gu Fei was sent flying by the gray figure, the black figure behind him also made a move. A demonic hand emitting terrifying energy shot towards Gu Fei. Both of Gu Fei's hands moved and a golden light shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The black demonic hand slammed against the golden light shield in front of Gu Fei. Without any suspense, the golden shield shattered and Gu Fei was sent flying 20 zhang away like a meteor. With a boom, he smashed a fake mountain into pieces. Chapter 298. Swoosh. A figure shrouded in a dark gray deathly aura instantly appeared before Gu Fei. Chi. A dark gray deathly light shot towards Gu Fei, who was rolling among the rubble. From the moment Gu Fei was sent flying to crashing into a rockery, it happened in an instant. However, the 2 middle-aged men were too powerful, and their cultivation was also terrifying. They seemed to have completely suppressed Gu Fei, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation in an instant. The unknown domain power enveloped Gu Fei the moment the dark gray figure approached. Gu Fei only felt that there was an unfathomable power surging from all directions in the void around him, trying to completely imprison him. Roar. Gu Fei let out an enraged roar as his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A powerful force burst out from his body, which forcibly broke the seal on his body. In the nick of time he rolled to the side, allowing the deathly ray to brush past his body and land on the ground. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the ground. Gu Fei was almost pierced by that dark gray deathly light. "You're just struggling on your deathbed," the middle-aged man hidden in the thick demonic aura said disdainfully. He then took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was just getting up from the ground. Bang! That person moved forward like a ghost and kicked fiercely at Gu Fei's chest. The unfathomable domain power imprisoned a part of the world. Although it didn't completely imprison Gu Fei, the power that pressed down on Gu Fei from all directions still trapped Gu Fei like a swamp, making it difficult for him to escape. The gap between the two sides was really too big. The cultivation of the older generation was really terrifying. The people of the demonic path acted without scruples. The people of the Zhou family wanted to strangle Gu Fei in the bud. Of course, they didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't a member of the Beitang clan of the Central Plains. As if hearing the sound of his sternum breaking, Gu Fei was kicked into the air by that person. While he was still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Drops of blood sprinkled down from the sky. Gu Fei knew that these two demonic cultivators were too powerful. They were at least in the 7th or 8th heavenly stage of the transcending mortality realm. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. In the world of cultivation there were indeed geniuses. However, even if Gu Fei could dominate his peers, there was still a huge gap between him and the experts of the older generation. If it wasn't for the experts of the older generation, even if there were peerless geniuses among the younger generation, they wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. Two mysterious experts from the Zhou family of Red Moon City had put Gu Fei in a life-and-death situation. Feeling the threat of death, Gu Fei's heart was filled with anger. The reason why he lost was because of the gap in cultivation time. It was because the other party was an expert of the older generation and their cultivation years far surpassed his. If he was given time, he would have surpassed these people and stepped on them. Gu Fei was unwilling to lose, but this was reality. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the two experts of the Zhou family. At least it wasn't a gap that he could cross right now. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. The king of the younger generation didn't necessarily have the ability to challenge the experts of the older generation. These two people from the older generation of the Zhou family were much stronger than Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who was at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, could fight against other cultivators at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. However, the experts at the 7th and 8th sky of the Ascended Realm had their Yuanshan completely condensed and merged with the demon core to create unfathomable spells and abilities. These experts were terrifying. They had already come in contact with Dao, and had unfathomable spells and abilities. The current Gu Fei didn't have the ability to fight against them. The gap between the two was huge, so big that these people could easily kill Gu Fei. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei, who had been kicked away, turned around and ran the moment he landed on the ground. "Want to run? Stay here." The middle-aged man, who was surrounded by a dark gray aura of death, pressed his hand forward and the space in front of his palm seemed to solidify. An unfathomable domain power enveloped towards Gu Fei. Right now Gu Fei couldn't care less. Swish. He used the 8 desolate steps, leaving behind an afterimage. In the next instant he was already 300 to 400 feet away. His extreme speed allowed him to rush out before the domain's power could envelop him. The two experts of the Zhou family were somewhat surprised. They didn't expect Gu Fei to have such a swift movement skill that allowed him to escape from their encirclement in an instant. Chase. The two middle-aged men's figures flashed and they chased after Gu Fei like the wind and lightning. This ordinary-looking youth could defeat Zhao Mu and had the ability to escape from the two of them. His potential was limitless. If such a person grew up, he would be a disaster for the Zhao family. It was because of this that the Zhao family sent out 2 experts at the 7th and 8th sky of the Ascended Realm to kill Gu Fei. This was the extreme North Demon region and it was their own territory. The people from the Zhao family didn't have any scruples. They weren't afraid that the Beitang family from the Central Plains would come to Hongyu City to punish them. Soon Gu Fei and the 2 mysterious experts from the Zhao family rushed out of the independent courtyard, out of the inn and into the city. The fight in the courtyard had already alarmed the people in the courtyard. However, no one dared to walk out of the door because the powerful aura emitted by the two experts of the Zhou family's older generation had already intimidated the people in the room. On the contrary, there were a few experts in the other independent courtyards in the inn who were alarmed and came to check. On a small building in the courtyard, 3 people stood by the window. 2 were young men and 1 was a middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar was waving a feather fan in his hand. The scene that just happened fell into the eyes of the 3 people on the small building in the distance. Brother Meng, how did you know that the people from the Zhou family would come to cause trouble for Li Xiao? An ordinary-looking young man asked the black-clothed young man beside him. The black-clothed young man had sword-like eyebrows and eyes like cold stars. He was the son of the city lord of Hongyu City, Meng Hao. Meng Hao smiled and said, "What's so difficult about it? Did you forget that Hongyu City belongs to someone else? In Hongyu City, there is nothing that can be hidden from the Meng family." Meng Hao was very confident because he had the capital to be so. Hee, that's true. Chu Tian laughed. That Li Xiao is quite a character. He could actually escape from the hands of an expert from the older generation. It's a pity that such a person can't be used by me. Meng Hao shook his head. Chu Tian didn't tell Meng Hao about Gu Fei's true identity because Chu Tian and Meng Hao were just people who had come together because of their own interests. Chu Tian was a businessman, so he could cooperate with Meng Hao for his own interests. However, he could also cooperate with other demonic cultivators for his own interests. However, this kind of cooperation was limited to the northern demon region. Chu Tian and Meng Hao both knew that once they left the northern demon region, it would be impossible for them to cooperate again. The two of them used each other, but on the surface they were not. Chu Tian thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Meng, do you think that Li Xiao will be able to escape from the pursuit of those 2 experts?" Meng Hao looked in the direction that Gu Fei had disappeared and his eyes became deep. After a while he said, "I can't see through this Li Xiao, but I'm sure that even if he can't escape from those 2 guys from the Zhou family, it will be very difficult for them to kill him." "Don't tell me. Brother Meng, you don't plan on doing anything?" Chu Tian looked at Meng Hao meaningfully. His words seemed to imply something. Hearing this, Meng Hao's face changed. Then he said coldly, "Li Xiao's life or death has nothing to do with me." Without waiting for Chu Tian to say anything else, he turned and left the building. "Gu Fei, you better pray for your own good." Chu Tian looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. It was already evening and a blurry sun hung on the horizon. The sky of the northern demon region was the same as usual, as if it was covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see the true sky. How could Meng Hao not hear Chu Tian's hidden meaning? However, he didn't want to do anything because Gu Fei wasn't one of his people. To offend the Zhou family for someone who had nothing to do with him was a stupid thing to do. Although Meng Hao was the son of the city lord, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. The 2 older experts of the Zhou family thought that they could easily kill Gu Fei, but it seemed they were wrong. Gu Fei's movements were too fast and they couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. The houses in the city were arranged in a row and the streets and alleys crisscrossed. If they hadn't already locked onto Gu Fei's aura, he would have escaped long ago. "Zhou family." Gu Fei stopped in an alleyway and spat out these 2 words. "If that's the case, then I'll make Red Moon City a bit livelier." Gu Fei's eyes shone with a cold light. At this time the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Someone was rapidly approaching. "They're catching up so quickly?" Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the desolate steps and rushed out of the alleyway. Like a phantom, he rushed into a house on the opposite side of the alleyway. Shua! Shua! 2 demonic shadows, like ghosts, silently chased after Gu Fei. As the chase continued, Gu Fei and the 2 older experts of the Zhou family played hide and seek in the city. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed. When night fell, the 2 experts of the Zhou family still hadn't caught up to Gu Fei. Moreover, when Gu Fei's figure once again disappeared into the shadows between the houses, the 2 experts of the Zhou family who had been chasing Gu Fei like dog skin plasters suddenly realized that Gu Fei's aura had suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? The 2 experts of the Zhou family stopped on a roof, and their eyes swept around like lightning. They faintly felt a trace of unease. Gu Fei's aura had already been locked onto by them. It was absolutely impossible for him to suddenly disappear from their senses. Chapter 299. Demonic cultivators at the 7th and 8th heavens of the ascended mortality realm had extremely powerful primordial spirits. As long as they locked onto a person's aura, as long as that person was still within their sensing range, it was impossible for that person to disappear just like that. If this person's aura was truly gone, then there were only two possibilities. One was that this person had suddenly died. The second was that this person had used a magic treasure that could isolate aura, or an extremely powerful concealment technique to block the aura that was leaking out of his body. However, in the eyes of the two mysterious experts of the Zhao clan, Gu Fei was a disciple of the Beitang clan of the Central Plains. Since he was able to defeat Zhao Mu, the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao clan, even if he was injured during the fight, he would not die suddenly. Could it be that the Beitang family of the Central Plains had an extremely powerful concealment technique other than the 5 elements' divine ability? In the dark night, most of the houses in front of them were emitting light. Even in the Crimson Moon City, there were very few people walking around after nightfall. After nightfall, most of the people who walked around in the Crimson Moon City were demonic cultivators with cultivation. Ordinary people would usually stay in their houses. The streets were very deserted. Occasionally there would be some figures in black rushing past. It was completely different from the lively atmosphere during the day. There was no other way. Even in the Crimson Moon City, there was still danger after nightfall. Ordinary people were too weak for demonic cultivators. Of course, the demonic cultivators in the city would not go too far. After all, those demonic cultivators still needed to recruit disciples from the ordinary people in the city. The people in the city were the resources of the major forces in the city. It was also the biggest capital for these families to pass on their inheritance. No one would start a massacre in the city. Where the hell is that guy hiding? A figure shrouded in a dark gray death chi said in a low voice as he stood on the tallest building in the building. Beside him stood a hazy figure shrouded in demonic chi. He must still be in this area. He must be hiding in a corner. The hazy figure shrouded in demonic chi said coldly. Search again. The figure with a heart-palpitating deathly aura said. Then the two figures separated and rushed into the houses and pavilions below. The two figures quickly moved through the streets and alleys. The aura of death and the terrifying demonic chi caused the residents of this region to tremble in fear. The two experts of the Zhao clan didn't even bother to conceal their powerful auras. In the distance, someone was secretly spying on what was happening here. The Zhao family had sent out 2 great experts to hunt down Gu Fei, which had already been noticed by several major forces in the city. Outrageous. Where the hell is that guy hiding? The figure shrouded in death chi walked out of an alley. Another figure surging with ink-like demon chi rushed out of the houses and returned to the highest pavilion. 2 terrifying divine lights shot out from the demonic aura, sweeping in all directions. However, he still didn't find anything. The young expert from the Beitang clan seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He was shocked to find that he couldn't sense any aura in the void. However, at this moment an unforeseen event occurred. The figure shrouded in death aura outside the alley did not notice at all that a hand had reached out from the darkness behind him. A dim golden sword shadow silently appeared from the hand that had reached out from the darkness. Then in an instant, it shot towards the figure shrouded in death chi at the entrance of the alley. There were no energy fluctuations or auras. It was as if the blurry golden sword shadow was traversing through another world. The expert from the Zhao clan didn't notice anything strange behind him at all. He wanted to meet up with his companion on the pavilion. However, at this moment, the golden sword shadow silently pierced through the layer of death chi outside his body. That master instantly became alert, but it was already too late. The golden sword shadow was as fast as lightning, piercing through the deathly aura around his body. Only then did he realize that at such a close distance, it was impossible for this master to dodge. The expert of the Zhao family was scared out of his wits in that instant. Before he could do anything, that blurry, faint golden sword shadow pierced through his abdomen with a puff sound. How is this possible? Behind me, in the alley, there's no one. The moment the expert from the Zhao clan was pierced through his abdomen, the light in his eyes disappeared. It was as if all the strength in his body was pouring out from the bloody hole in his abdomen. The person who had sneakily attacked him from behind was clearly aware of the weakness of the Devil Dao cultivators. When the illusory golden sword shadow pierced through the Zhao clan expert's abdomen, it also shattered the devil core in his body. Devil Dao cultivators were the same as Taoist cultivators. The Devil core was condensed in the Dantian of Devil Dao cultivators, while the Taoist core was condensed in the body of Taoist cultivators. There was no difference between the two. They walked the same path. The only difference was the nature of the power. One cultivated righteousness, while the other cultivated the most evil and evil power to kill all living beings. The expert from the Zhou clan didn't die. Instead he staggered forward. The person behind him walked out of the dark alley and was about to give him a fatal blow. However, at this moment the other expert from the Zhou clan who was standing at the top of the pavilion had already noticed something strange. He immediately rushed over like a cloud of black smoke. The person who walked out of the alley quickly retreated back into the alley. Swoosh. A figure shrouded in devil chi instantly appeared at the entrance of the alley. He reached out to support the middle-aged man who was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had his abdomen pierced and his devil core destroyed, the layer of heart-palpitating death chi around him had already dissipated. "What's wrong with you?" The devil chi surged. The devil shadow in the devil chi emitted a strong energy fluctuation. Two beams of divine light shot out from the illusory figure and scanned the surroundings. Be careful, he's nearby." The seriously injured expert from the Zhou clan said in a trembling voice. His strength seemed to have been completely drained. His originally black hair gradually turned snow white. Just a moment ago he was a Devil Dao cultivator with profound cultivation. Now he had turned into a white-haired old man. His skin also quickly lost its luster, lost its elasticity and wrinkled. After the Devil Dao expert from the Zhou clan had his devil core destroyed, he rapidly aged as if he had been deprived of endless vitality. He became a weak old man. "He's nearby? Did he hurt you? How is this possible?" The expert from the Zhou clan who was supporting the old man was shocked. At the same time he couldn't believe it. His sharp gaze swept around but he couldn't find any trace of Gu Fei's aura. In the void, there were no residual fluctuations of the power of metal. I didn't see wrong. That's a golden sword shadow." The old man said in a trembling voice. He was weak. The current him no longer had the prestige he had when he was chasing after Gu Fei. The devil core had been destroyed by Gu Fei's sword. He had already changed from a high and mighty expert to a white-haired old man who was inferior to ordinary people. He was already crippled. Roar. The black shadow shrouded in devil chi roared towards the sky. His voice shook the sky. He was angry. This time they had miscalculated. They thought that killing Gu Fei would be an incomparably easy matter. Who would have thought that not only did they not kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei had also crippled the cultivation of an older expert. The residents of this area under the roar of the devil shadow were terrified. "Let's go back first." The devil shadow roared fiercely on the deserted street. Then he grabbed the arm of his companion who had already turned into an old man, soared into the sky and quickly left the area. The enemy was in the dark, they were in the open, and one of them had already been crippled. The current situation was very disadvantageous for the two older experts of the Zhou clan. They decisively retreated. And after Gu Fei's attack succeeded, he immediately fled. A silhouette silently traversed through the layers of houses. An unfathomable power isolated this person's aura, as if he had jumped out of this part of the world. It had to be said that the Red Moon City was an incomparably huge city. From the west of the city, Gu Fei passed through countless streets and alleys. With his speed, it took him an hour to arrive at the east of the city. He leaped into an abandoned house. The location of this house was very remote and there were very few people around. The abandoned courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The broken doors and windows swayed in the wind, making creaking sounds. Creak. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that it made people feel a sense of oppression. Gu Fei did not enter the house. Instead, he sat down under a withered tree in the courtyard in front of the house. The brief exchange with the two experts of the Zhou clan made him feel the threat of death. Under the internal inspection, Gu Fei discovered that his sternum, which was glowing with a faint multicolored glow, was not only covered with cracks, but even his internal organs were injured by the kick of the Zhou clan expert. Withdrawing his divine sense from his body, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Then he took out a vermilion spirit herb from his storage bag and chewed it and swallowed it. Gu Fei only felt a warm current flowing down from his throat. between his chest and abdomen, he suddenly felt warm as if he was soaked in warmth and the pain was greatly reduced. Gu Fei immediately operated his mysterious technique, guiding the medicinal power to the injured parts of his body. At the same time, the huge life force contained in his body was also released in the vibration of his muscles, bones and flesh. The cracks on his sternum were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The clotted blood in his internal organs was also forced out of his pores by the cleansing of life force. From the beginning to the end, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows had been gently vibrating, releasing a vast amount of inner space energy that enveloped Gu Fei's body, isolating him from all the strange fluctuations that were produced when he circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Chapter 300. In an abandoned courtyard in the east of Hongyu City, Gu Fei sat cross-legged under a withered tree as he circulated his Xianxia to heal his injured body. With his cultivation at the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm, he had trained his bones to the point that they were as tough as steel. He was strong enough to fight against magic treasures of cultivators at the same level as him. However, demonic cultivators at the 7th and 8th sky of the Ascended Realm were extremely powerful. They were at least 4 or 5 heavens higher than him. The current Gu Fei still couldn't fight against such a powerful opponent. The kick from the Zhao clan's older generation expert was so powerful that not only did it shatter his sternum, but it also penetrated his internal organs, causing his internal organs to be shaken violently. Under the tree, rays of spiritual light flowed on the surface of Gu Fei's body. This was the origin energy of a cultivator. It originated from the flesh and flowed out. The 5 elements resonated with each other. Gu Fei seemed to have escaped into the world around him. He didn't dare to connect with the world and use the power of the 5 elements to heal his injured body. This was because if he did, it would be easy for the experts in the city to sense the ripples of energy between heaven and earth. There was no lack of experts in Hongyu City. Those true experts could even sense the slightest ripple of energy in the air and find the source by following the ripple. This was also the reason why Gu Fei had to consume a spiritual herb. The purple mark between his eyebrows appeared, and the space energy within the inner space spread out like ripples of water from the vertical mark between his eyebrows. Under the cover of the power of the inner space, Gu Fei seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms. Although he didn't enter the inner space, it was as if he was inside it. His aura and energy fluctuations were completely isolated, sealed in the void around him, unable to benefit in the slightest. Just now he had used this ability to successfully ambush the elder from the Zhao family. Under the cover of the inner space, not to mention cultivators at the Ascended Realm, even those at the void-controlling realm who had a basic understanding of Dao, wouldn't be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. This skill that came from Gu Fei's inner space was more useful and powerful than any concealment technique. This was a skill that only those who had opened up their own inner space could have. Gu Fei was not the kind of great divine ability that could open up an inner world. It had to be said that the fact that he could possess such a technique was a complete exception. Perhaps he was unique, an exception that had never been seen before or since. One had to say that Gu Fei's physique had reached an unbelievable level. 4 hours later, Gu Fei's cracked ribs had already healed. His internal injuries were all healed as well. Wave after wave of powerful energy washed through his flesh, blood, tendons and bones, causing Gu Fei to feel as if he was cast from steel, giving off a powerful pressure. The medicinal power of the spirit grass was completely absorbed by his body and transformed into a huge amount of energy that was stored in his body. Looking inside himself, he could see that every inch of his flesh and blood, every piece of his muscles and bones, was emitting a faint 5-colored glow. His cultivation seemed to be purer than before he was injured. However, his cultivation didn't break through because of this. He was still at the peak of the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. When can I break through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm? Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from under the tree. He habitually lifted his head to look at the sky, only to find that there was no starlight in the dark sky. He couldn't tell the time at all. If it was in the central plains, he could use the strength of the starlight and the position of the moon to tell the approximate time. However, in the extreme northern demon region, this method didn't work. In the extreme northern demon region, seeing the stars and the moon was a luxury. It's time to find some trouble for the Zhao family. Gu Fei muttered to himself. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and the entire deserted courtyard suddenly lit up. Then Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the darkness. The deserted courtyard seemed so quiet and desolate in the darkness. The night wind blew and the broken doors and windows made creaking sounds. In this dark night it was especially creepy. After daybreak, the various demon sects in Hongyu City were in an uproar. Some people found high-leveled cultivators lying on the streets or dead in their residences. A demon master of the ascended realm from the Zhou family was killed in his residence. When his servant woke up in the morning, he found that the bedroom door was unlocked. The servant didn't dare to disturb the demon master and waited outside for half a day. However, the bedroom was very quiet. There was no sound at all, so the servant carefully walked into the bedroom. The scene in the bedroom almost made the servant faint. The demon master died a horrible death. His chest and abdomen were pierced through. His head was smashed by something and the blood that splattered had already dried up. The experts of the Zhou family who received the news rushed over. After seeing the demon master's corpse, their faces became extremely ugly. They seemed to have seen something but they didn't say anything. In the Meng family of Hongyu City, a demon master's corpse was lying on the street. There were only 2 wounds on his body and they seemed to be caused by the finger force. One was on his forehead. His brain was shattered and his head was pierced. The other was on his abdomen. Even the demon core in his abdomen was broken into thousands of pieces. The 2 wounds looked like they were burnt. There was not a drop of blood on the corpse or the ground. This overbearing finger force was very similar to the divine piercing finger force of the Zhou family. In Hongyu City, besides the Meng family, experts from other forces were also killed. There were only 2 wounds on their bodies. One was on their forehead and the other on their dantian. This is a conspiracy. Someone is framing my Zhou family. Zhao Shintong, the head of the Zhou family, roared in front of the higher-ups of the major forces who came to question him. Because even someone from the Meng family was suspected to have died under the divine piercing finger of the Zhou family, and the city lord of Hongyu City, Meng Lang, had personally come to the Zhou family to denounce them. In an instant, all the spearheads were pointed at the Zhou family. In Hongyu City, the Zhou family was a major demonic force second only to the Meng family. Not only was the Meng family afraid of the Zhou family, but the other demonic forces were also eager to take this opportunity to attack the Zhou family. There were even people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to bring down the Zhou family. The atmosphere in Hongyu City suddenly became tense. Even if the other forces in Hongyu City knew that someone was framing the Zhou family, they didn't plan to let the Zhou family go. This was especially true for the Meng family. The strength of the Zhou family threatened the Meng family's rule over Hongyu City. If the Meng family didn't have a super expert holding down the fort, the Zhou family would have taken action long ago. Even so, in the past few years the Zhou family had gradually become restless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Zhou family was eyeing the position of city lord of Hongyu City covetously. At this time, Gu Fei had changed his appearance again. He mingled in the city and observed the movements in the city. He knew that the Zhou family had to deal with the pressure from all sides and still couldn't send people to kill him. The city lord's mansion was the largest and most imposing building in Hongyu City. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Hongyu City. It was like a city within a city, and it was formed by a group of magnificent buildings. In an inconspicuous courtyard in the city lord's mansion lived the most powerful person in the entire Hongyu City. However, this person wasn't the city lord of Hongyu City, Meng Lang. At this time there were disputes everywhere in the city. However, the several major forces had been causing trouble in the Zhou family for an entire day, but no intense conflict had broken out. The major forces had vaguely formed a common front against the Zhou family. However, these people were loud like thunder, but there was no rain. To be able to survive in Hongyu City, the upper echelons of these forces were all shrewd. No one was willing to stand out. They all waved the flag and shouted, then watched from the side. The situation didn't develop as Gu Fei had expected. It was dusk again. The sun shone through the dusky sky, but it wasn't able to penetrate the dark sky and shine into the northern demon region. No one knew what caused such an abnormal phenomenon to appear in the northern demon region. Some people said that in order to understand why the northern demon region didn't see the light of day, they would have to trace it all the way back to when the northern demon region was formed. However, no one knew how the northern demon region was formed, and no one knew when the northern demon region had appeared. From the beginning of the written records, the northern demon region had already existed. No one knew what had happened in the distant ancient times. In the ordinary courtyard of the city lord's mansion of Hongyu City, an old man was lying on a rattan chair under a tree. He held a white jade wine pot in his hand, leisurely tasting the wine. The fragrance of the wine could be smelled from far away. This old man was thin and wore a purple robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. The bright red nose on his face was extremely conspicuous. This unprepossessing and somewhat wretched-looking old man was the old man who had gotten drunk on the 9th floor of the Red Moon restaurant yesterday. Just as the old man's eyes were slightly closed and he was gently rocking the rattan chair, enjoying the leisurely time, a red-faced man wearing a black robe and a purple crown on his head hurriedly walked in from outside. "What matter has made you so impatient?" The red-faced man walked closer. The old man's eyes were still slightly closed, but he had already opened his mouth to speak. There seemed to be a hint of reproach in his tone. "Father, I'm afraid you'll have to take action this time." The red-faced man wearing a purple gold crown stood respectfully beside the old man as he spoke. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. The middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and a face that seemed to be smeared with a layer of cinnabar was none other than the city lord of Hongyu City, Meng Lang. It was obvious who Meng Lang called his father. This somewhat wretched-looking old man who loved wine as much as his life was Meng Lang's father, the true ruler of Hongyu City, Meng Chongkong. Chapter 301. In another half a month, it would be the 500th birthday of the city lord's father, Meng Chongkong. It was precisely because of Meng Lang's father's existence that his position as the city lord was stable. Otherwise, how could Meng Lang, who was at the 9th layer of the void-controlling realm, suppress the other major forces in the city? "You want to make a move against the Zhao family?" Meng Chongkong was still as calm as ever. "Father, as long as you are willing to make a move." Meng Lang hesitated. "It is still not the time to make a move against the Zhao family. Let them cause trouble first. We will wait and see." Meng Chongkong seemed to be living a leisurely and carefree life in seclusion. However, he still knew everything that happened in the city like the back of his hand. Yes. Although Meng Lang was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept Meng Chongkong's decision. Meng Chongkong was his father, so Meng Lang could not object to Meng Chongkong's decision. "All right, you may leave," Meng Chongkong said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, Meng Chongkong's eyes had never truly opened. It was as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, every word and every decision he made could cause earth-shattering changes in the city. If Meng Chongkong supported Meng Lang, the Devil Dao forces in the city would immediately be reshuffled. Meng Lang left the most inconspicuous courtyard in the city lord's mansion. No one knew that someone had just decided the fate of the Zhao family in this courtyard. As long as you were strong enough, you could control everything. You could control the life and death of those weaker than you and even the destruction of a family. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Cause trouble, cause trouble. It seems like the city of the Red Moon hasn't been this lively in a long time. The little old man sitting on a rattan chair with his eyes closed gently rocked the chair as he murmured. The little old man looked somewhat wretched and had a rosacea nose. From his appearance he looked like an ordinary old drunkard. No one would have thought that this little old man was the true ruler of the city of the Red Moon. As night fell, darkness once again enveloped the world. The night in the northern Devil region was even darker than the other places in the Tinglong continent. This referred to the darkness in the light because there were no stars or moon in the sky, only cold and desolate. Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, did not look for Chu Tian again because at this time, there was definitely someone watching Chu Tian's every move. Last night, after he had fully recovered from his injuries, he killed a few transcending mortality stage demon cultivators. He even killed someone from the Meng clan. The hands of these demonic path cultivators were stained with endless blood. They had stepped over the corpses of others in order to reach their current cultivation and achievements. Gu Fei would not be lenient towards these demonic cultivators who exuded an incomparably intense killing intent and an incomparably evil aura. Exterminating them was the same as eliminating a scourge for the common people. Demons had always been the greatest enemy of the world. After nightfall, Gu Fei went to an ordinary restaurant in the east of the city. He ordered a few dishes and drank by himself while listening to the customers in the lobby talking loudly. What happened last night did not affect the lives of the ordinary people in the city at all. It was as if the matters of the city's cultivation world had nothing to do with these ordinary people. Gu Fei realized that the residents of Hongyu City were no different from the people of other places in the Tinglong continent. Cultivators and ordinary people were simply people of two different worlds. Gu Fei had already completely concealed his aura and completely suppressed the power in his body. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just an ordinary person. Changing his appearance was just another adjustment of his muscles, bones, and flesh. With his current cultivation, as long as he wanted to, he could change into any appearance. Moreover, this was not a disguise technique, nor was it an appearance created by magic. It was the movement of muscles and no one could see through it. In this kind of small restaurant, it was impossible to find out anything about the cultivation world because this was the circle of ordinary people. Even though there were cultivators around, the world of cultivators was too foreign to ordinary people. In front of powerful cultivators, ordinary people were too weak. They were not much stronger than ants. Cultivators did not need to pay attention to these ants. There was an insurmountable distance between them. However, compared to the cruelty of the cultivation world, the world of ordinary people made Gu Fei feel peaceful. It made him temporarily forget the bloodshed in the cultivation world. Gu Fei realized that he seemed to enjoy this temporary peace. This peace was rare and it made Gu Fei's state of mind calm. The peaceful time was very short. As time passed, the lively small restaurant began to quiet down. When it was late at night, there was basically no one drinking or chatting in the restaurant. When the last few men who were swaying from drinking and could barely walked out of the restaurant holding each other's arms, Gu Fei knew that it was time to make a move. On the counter of the restaurant, a young waiter was lying on the counter looking at Gu Fei, who was still pouring and drinking by himself. The shopkeeper was tapping on the abacus, calculating the day's income. When the young waiter took a nap and raised his head, the last customer had disappeared. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Where did that guy go? The young waiter was taken aback. He had been staring at that customer for a long time, but when he was not paying attention, he did not know where that person had gone. That guy did not pay for the food and drinks. The young waiter wailed. That guy actually dared to eat and dash. My salary for this month is gone. That bastard, I'm so screwed over by you. Sure enough, the shopkeeper next to him stopped and scolded the young waiter. Kid, what are your eyes doing? You can't even look at a living person. That guy ate all night. I was afraid that he dared to eat and dash. Look, deduct the money for that guy's food and drinks from your salary. Boss, please don't. If you deduct it, I won't have money to eat next month. I have parents and a wife at home. A lot of people are waiting for my salary to eat. The waiter begged with tears and snot on his face. Go to hell, don't cry here. The shopkeeper kicked the young waiter out of the counter. Hurry up and clean up the dishes. Do you believe that I won't even deduct your salary for next month? The young waiter dejectedly walked towards the table where Gu Fei had just sat. When he approached, the young waiter suddenly noticed that other than the leftover food and drinks, there was also a piece of yellow paper on the table. He walked forward and took a look. How was this yellow paper? It was a gold note. Moreover, it was a gold note with a face value of 100 yuan. The young waiter's heart suddenly beat wildly. Gold note. The young waiter carefully turned his head to look at the shopkeeper behind the counter. Stinking brat, do you have nothing to do with this? Hurry up and clean up that table. What are you still dilly-dallying for? The shopkeeper yelled at him again. After yelling, the shopkeeper went back to calculating his accounts. This guy was simply Zhou Peipi. The young waiter cursed in his heart. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the shopkeeper surnamed Zhou wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the 100 gold note on the table with lightning speed and put it into his sleeve. Deduct it. Not to mention a month, even if you deduct my salary for a year, it doesn't matter. The young waiter was ecstatic. He was so nervous that his whole body trembled. A 100 gold note was definitely a windfall for him. Damn, you're like a woman. Just a few words and you're pissing your pants. At this time, shopkeeper Zhou raised his head and saw the young waiter slightly twitching back. He thought that the young waiter was crying because of his scolding. There weren't many people on the street. Occasionally he would see someone, but those people would just pass by in a hurry. Lanterns hung on both sides of the street. The dim yellow light illuminated the street. As Gu Fei walked on the street, he only felt the cool and cold wind constantly brushing against his face, making him feel refreshed. Since the fire isn't strong enough, then let it burn a bit more. Gu Fei murmured. Then with a schwa sound he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the deserted street. He wanted to fan the flames and cause complete chaos in Crimson Moon City. Crimson Moon City's Zhou family, in a manor in the east of the city, was still brightly lit. From time to time, one could see that in the dark corners of the flowers and trees in the manor, there were figures silently passing by. This place was heavily guarded as if facing a great enemy. Although Zhou was a direct descendant of the Zhou family, because he had been unable to break through to the Demon Master realm, he had never been valued by the family. It wasn't until his cultivation had recently broken through to the Demon Master realm that he once again entered the eyes of the family's upper echelons. He was sent to the east of the city to be in charge of the family's business. The east of the city wasn't the Zhou family's sphere of influence. Because of the assassination that shocked the entire cultivation world of Crimson Moon City last night, all the major forces in the city were pointing their spears at the Zhou family. This made Zhou, who was on the periphery of the Zhou family's power, very uneasy. Zhou transferred all the manpower that could be mobilized to the manor to protect himself. He also invited his uncle, a demon master of the sixth heaven, to sit in the manor. He arranged for his uncle to stay next to him. Zhou was undoubtedly very afraid of death. It wasn't easy for him to have the day to make a name for himself. He hadn't had the chance to show off his skills and realize his ambitions. Of course he didn't want to die. With a demon master of the sixth heaven, Zhou was relieved. However, he never thought that even though his manor was heavily guarded, and there was a demon master of the sixth heaven next door, someone would still silently appear outside his door. The intruder was like a ghost, suddenly appearing outside his door. Without a sound, he directly broke open his door and strode in. Who is so bold as to dare break into the Zhou family's place? At the moment when the person smashed the door, an angry shout came from the next room. Then with a bang, someone directly smashed the door and rushed out of the next room. Chapter 302. A hazy demonic shadow silently broke into a manor of the Zhou family in the east of the city. All the sentries in the manor were useless. No one noticed the figure shrouded in thick demonic qi. That person appeared directly outside the door of the manor's owner, Zhao Hai's room. Suddenly he smashed the door and strode in. Just as that person broke into Zhao Hai's room, the room next to Zhao Hai's room suddenly erupted with a terrifying and evil aura. A person rushed out with a roar. Die! The expert that rushed out of the room directly attacked the person that broke into Zhao Hai's room. The expert raised his hand as a demon dragon rushed out. Then the demon dragon charged towards Zhao Hai, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was no superfluous words. In this critical period, anyone who broke in must be killed. Humph. That person sneered. He didn't turn around but waved his hand behind him. A mass of demonic qi immediately rushed out to meet the demonic dragon. Within the demonic qi, there was a powerful fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Vaguely, one could see a fist-sized demonic stone smashing into the dragon's ferocious head. Peng! The demonic stone directly smashed the dragon's head, turning it into a mass of demonic qi and dissipating into the void. Moreover, the demonic stone didn't stop. The dragon's head exploded, and the dragon's body was smashed into a mass of turbulent demonic qi. The expert of the Zhao clan who was at the sixth layer of the Devil Master was shocked. The fist-sized devil stone seemed to possess an unstoppable power. After destroying the demonic dragon, it was still like an ancient demonic mountain, emitting endless demonic energy as it flew towards him. He felt danger. Without any hesitation, he turned into a demonic shadow and quickly retreated. At this time in Zhao Hai's room, there was a scream of despair and unwillingness. Then with a bang, the whole room suddenly exploded. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Dust flew high into the sky. The incomparably hard bricks melted like ice and snow, turning into dust and floating in the void. The mighty energy directly destroyed everything within a radius of 20 feet. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The Zhao family members in the manor cried out in alarm and scattered to avoid the flying bricks and tiles. Those unlucky Zhao family members couldn't dodge in time and were directly pierced by the flying bricks and tiles, dying on the spot. Those who hadn't broken into the Demon Master realm didn't have a demonic core condensed from demonic energy. Although they were stronger than ordinary people, if they were fatally injured they would still die. Zhao Hai. The sixth heavenly layer demon master roared. Even with his cultivation, he was sent flying dozens of feet away by this sudden burst of violent energy. His clothes were torn and tattered and he looked like a beggar. He was in a sorry state. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Hai's demonic core had been broken by someone. Moreover, that person not only broke Zhao Hai's demonic core, but also drew out the power of the demonic core, causing it to explode. An expert, definitely an expert. While Zhao Hai's uncle was pained by Zhao Hai's death, he was also secretly shocked. The opponent's cultivation seemed to be higher than his own. However, after killing Zhao Hai, that person took back the magic stone and disappeared into the night. That person seemed to have come to kill Zhao Hai. That magic stone, could it be him? After Zhao Hai's uncle calmed down, he seemed to think of something. His face immediately turned gloomy. Among the demon masters, there was only one person who used a magic stone as a weapon. It was the stone demon of the Hexagon Demon Palace. All of this, could it be a plot by the Hexagon Demon Palace? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's uncle couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Then he hurriedly left. He had to immediately report this important discovery to the upper echelons of the family. From all the signs, it seemed that the Hexagon Demon Palace really was behind this, sowing dissension and causing conflict between the major powers of Crimson Moon City. This was a method to weaken Crimson Moon City's strength. Several powerful divine senses swept over the manor in the east of the city. The experts in the city had already noticed that something was wrong. Soon several figures appeared in the sky above the manor. However, the terrifying figures standing in the void did not linger for long. Soon after, they left in different directions. No one knew that there was a wretched red-nosed old man in a dark cloud high up in the sky. He had seen everything from start to finish. Even the powerful demon Dao cultivators who appeared in the sky above the manor didn't notice anything strange in the sky. Interesting. Why did that kid want to kill a demon master from the Zhao family who had just entered the demon master realm? The wretched red-nosed old man muttered to himself. Then, as if he had teleported, he suddenly disappeared in the sky. After killing Zhao Hai, Gu Fei had wanted to kill the demon master at the sixth heaven as well. However, after killing Zhao Hai, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. What he didn't know was that no matter how well he hid it, even if he only used the demon Dao treasures he had obtained from the demon Dao cultivators he had killed, he was still being watched. Gu Fei didn't stop. He wanted to burn this fire in Crimson Moon City. Therefore, he decisively moved on to his next target. During the day, he had already locked on to the people he wanted to deal with. Zhao Hai, who was in the east of the city, was one. His next target was in the west of Crimson Moon City. Crimson Moon City Heaven Desire Palace was a place like the palace of an emperor. There were many palaces and it was brightly lit 24 hours a day. This was a gentle place with the most beautiful women in Crimson Moon City. This was a money-squandering den. In order to get intimate with a woman, one would spend 1,000 gold. This place had the most fragrant wine and the most delicious delicacies. As long as you have a large amount of money, you can do whatever you want in this free and unfettered land, happy and unfettered. Gu Fei quietly stood on top of a magnificent palace, coldly scanning the richly ornamented pavilion in front of him. Inside the pavilion, the lights were brightly lit. There was light singing and dancing inside, and the melodious sound of bamboo and string instruments could be heard. Above was the dark night sky that made one's heart palpitate, and below was the mortal world of material desires. Gu Fei's heart was calm. His body was in the mortal world, but his heart was incomparably empty. On the path of martial arts, one not only had to train the body but also the mind. Great power needed to be controlled by the corresponding state of mind. In the mortal world, sometimes one had to do as one pleased, and ignore all obstacles and restraints. Sometimes one had to coldly look at all things in the world and observe the various states of life. Come out of the world, enter the world, train the body, cultivate the mind, advance bravely and advance courageously. Gu Fei had already adjusted the strength of his body to its peak state. Shua. He took a step forward, leaving behind an afterimage in the night sky. Without a sound, he stepped into the opposite pavilion. A thick devil chi enveloped Gu Fei's body, causing his figure to become blurry. The devil chi originated from a devil core, which was taken from the owner of the devil stone. The power contained within the devil core was guided out by Gu Fei, completely concealing his aura. Without any hesitation he strode forward. Stop! A low shout came from the pavilion and the melodious music immediately stopped. The beautiful women who were singing and dancing in the pavilion also stopped their graceful dance. At this moment, Wuxia had unbuttoned his shirt and was drinking wine by himself with one arm around a beautiful woman. His bronze-colored, robust body seemed to be coiled by numerous dragons. He was strong and powerful, filled with explosive power. His skin seemed to be flowing with a layer of precious splendor. This was a wild young man with a pair of beast-like eyes that flickered with a light that made people's hearts palpitate. He glanced outside the hall and said in a deep voice, "Who is it? Since you are here, come in." Gu Fei pushed the door open and entered, calmly walking to the center of the hall. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, directly piercing through the thick devil qi and staring straight at Wuxia. "Gu family, Gu sixth," Gu Fei said coldly. This wild young man in front of him was Gu Fei's second target. Wuxia, he was ranked 6th in the family, but he hated it when people called him 6th Gu because it was a look of contempt for him. Gu 6th glanced coldly at Gu Fei, and the temperature in the pavilion began to plummet. The beautiful women in the pavilion were so frightened that they couldn't stop shivering. Gu Laolu pushed away the glamorous woman next to him, stood up and looked down at Gu Fei as he said, "What a sneaky guy. You were the one who killed those trash last night, weren't you?" Wuxia immediately thought of what had happened last night. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Gu Fei said in a low voice. Haha. Gu Sixth was so angry that he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then his expression turned cold. "Even Meng Hao wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Is that so?" Gu Fei laughed coldly, his words revealing deep disdain for Gu Sixth. Preposterous. Gu Sixth was enraged, and an incomparably powerful wave of energy suddenly exploded from his body. He looked disdainfully at the world and disdainfully at the same level as him. "Go to hell." Gu Fei said no more and directly punched forward. Terrifying demonic qi surged forward like a black wave, and the floor under his feet immediately burst open. The wild Gualalio's temperament was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind as a terrifying battle intent erupted in an instant. "Good," he said coldly, "killing an opponent like you is not a disgrace to my fists." Having said that, he kicked away the long table in front of him, took a step forward and directly punched forward. He spoke with his strength. At this time, the beautiful women in the pavilion had already sensed that something was wrong and they dodged. In the huge hall, only Gu Fei and Gu Sixth were left. Boom. Two surging demonic qi instantly collided. Two fists surrounded by demonic qi collided violently in the midst of the demonic qi, and the entire pavilion immediately shook violently. The two demonic shadows quickly separated like black lightning, and then instantly collided again. Boom. The entire pavilion suddenly exploded, and the rubble scattered in all directions. Amidst the flying rubble and debris, two figures soared into the sky. Chapter 303. Bam. Bang. Boom. Two demonic shadows moved swiftly in the air like two bolts of black lightning, colliding and clashing. The two hadn't even used any magical powers yet. It was a pure clash of brute force. Roar. Roar. Gu Fei, Guqin and Old Sixth of the Gu family roared at the same time. Gu Fei's fist landed on Old Sixth Gu's shoulder, while Old Sixth Gu's palm was aimed at Gu Fei's lower abdomen. However, Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on Old Sixth Gu, while Old Sixth Gu's palm was met by Gu Fei's knee. Bam. Bang. The sound of fist colliding with flesh and the explosive sound of the knee and palm colliding rang out at almost the same time. The two figures were sent flying backward in the air. Gu Fei landed on top of a pavilion. His cold gaze pierced through the thick pitch-black demonic aura and swept over Guqin, who was sent flying backward. He saw that Old Sixth Gu was sent flying 300 feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He crashed into a pavilion before he could stop himself from flying backward. Both of them were equally powerful and could exchange blows in the air for a short period of time. However, it was obvious that Old Sixth Gu was no match for Gu Fei in a physical confrontation with Gu Fei. Damn it, I misjudged. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that something was amiss. Gualalio's cultivation was not weak, and his physique was also extremely tough. Ending the battle quickly, Gu Fei pushed off with both feet, and the pavilion beneath his feet immediately exploded. Then Gu Fei took a step forward in the air. With just one step he appeared above old Sixth Guo's head as if he had teleported. Amidst the roiling demonic aura, a pitch-black foot stomped down on old Sixth Guo. A terrifying force field sealed off the space beneath its feet. As the foot landed, the space beneath it immediately trembled. Damn it! Endless pressure descended from the sky, acting on old Sixth Guo's body. With a crack, the ground beneath his feet exploded. The foot above his head was like a primordial demonic mountain crushing down on him. At this moment, old Sixth Guo could no longer remain calm. Roar! Old Sixth Guo roared at the sky. His eldest son was incomparably ferocious. In an instant his eyes turned pitch black, emitting two frightening rays of black light. A monstrous evil aura erupted from old Sixth Guo's body, as if a terrible demon had awakened within him. Then a huge, illusory figure emerged from Guo Laoyou's body. The demonic figure was indomitable. Although it wasn't a real person made of flesh and blood, the aura of a powerhouse that looked down on the world was not fake. Old Sixth Guo's right fist blasted toward the foot that was descending. The giant's demonic figure moved in unison and pun off its fist upward. Boom! The illusory giant fist collided with the mighty force of the unparalleled leg. A terrifying force erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The giant demonic figure that emerged from old Sixth Guo's body seemed to be howling and roaring, but it didn't make any sound. The demonic figure collapsed and old Sixth Guo was half buried in the ground. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and the ground beneath his feet was shaken into dust. Gu Fei didn't fare well either. He was punched into the air by the giant demonic figure that emerged from Guo Chen's body, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei was stronger than Guo Chen and could suppress him, but it would not be easy for him to kill the sixth son of the Guo family. Gu Fei could already tell that the terrifying demonic figure was very similar to the demonic soul released by the demon master he killed outside Crimson Moon City. Could it be that the demon master he killed in the forest outside Crimson Moon City had something to do with the Guo family? At this time, the confrontation between Gu Fei and Old Sixth Guo had alarmed many people. Several incomparably powerful divine wills emerged from all over the western part of the city, sweeping toward Heaven Desire Palace. Gu Fei knew that if his attack didn't succeed he wouldn't have time to launch another attack, because the experts in the city would arrive soon. Gu Fei had no choice but to stride in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void as he pounced towards the densely packed houses below. Hiding in the dark corners of the streets and alleys, no one could find Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei left, a person shrouded in demonic aura appeared in the sky above Heaven Desire Palace. His powerful divine wills spread out, covering a radius of more than 10 kilometers in an instant. This was a demonic cultivator of the void-controlling realm at the level of a demon general. How is this possible? A shocked voice came from within the demonic aura. This was because the demon general realized that within the range of his divine wills, he couldn't find any trace of the person who had just fought with Old Sixth Guo. At this time, a few more demonic figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Heaven Desire Palace. The few demon generals flying in the void also couldn't find any trace of Gu Fei. Guo Laolu crawled up from the ground. He realized that he had been defeated by that mysterious person. This made Guo Laolu go mad with anger. In fact, the number one expert among the younger generation of Crimson Moon City was not the son of the city lord, but Guo Old Sixth Guo of the Guo family. The Guo family's soul refining technique could be said to be a strange demonic cultivation method. It could be used to summon a powerful demonic soul and quickly increase one's strength. However, even after summoning the demonic soul, Old Sixth Guo still couldn't fight against Gu Fei. Old Guo Lu roared in the air, but reality was reality. His defeat was his defeat. A faint, illusory demonic shadow appeared from his body once more. The demon generals in the sky above Heaven Desire Palace whispered to each other, then flew in different directions. They didn't believe that person could escape from under their noses. As long as they found that person, they would know who was behind this. At this time, the spatial energy of Gu Fei's inner space blocked the aura on his body. He did not go far but sat cross-legged in a dark corner. The devil core in his hand had already become dim. When he fought with Old Sixth Guo just now, he had drawn out a large amount of demonic energy. Almost half of the demonic energy in the devil core had been consumed. Because the owner of the devil core had been killed by Gu Fei, The demonic energy in the devil core could not be replenished after it was used up. If this went on after using it a few more times, the magic energy contained in this devil core would be exhausted. After putting away the devil core, Gu Fei channeled the power of space with all his might. He wanted to enter the inner space to lie low until the wind blew over. He didn't expect that the dissipated old sixth Guo was actually a hidden expert. He had miscalculated. No matter when or under any circumstances, he couldn't underestimate his opponent. Gu Fei couldn't kill old sixth Guo with overwhelming strength and almost put himself in danger. The power of the inner space continued to flow out from the vertical purple mark on Gu Fei's forehead. Soon, Gu Fei's figure completely disappeared in the void. He had entered the inner space that he had opened up. As his cultivation continued to increase, Gu Fei's inner space continued to expand. The diameter of the inner space was now about 1 or 2 meters. Moreover, the yellow sand under his feet was gradually turning into soil, becoming suitable for the growth of plants. If Gu Fei was able to find a spiritual spring and move it into the inner space, this place would definitely be filled with greenery and be suitable for the growth of plants and animals. It would become a rare abode. Just as Gu Fei disappeared in the void and entered the inner space, in an inconspicuous courtyard in the city lord's mansion, the red-nosed old man who was lying on a rattan chair under a tree suddenly opened his eyes. Disappeared? How is this possible? Could it be that those old farts secretly made a move? Otherwise, why would he suddenly disappear? The wretched red-nosed old man was also a little nervous at this moment. He had planted a trace of a spiritual mark on Gu Fei's body. As long as Gu Fei was still in the Red Moon City, or even in this world, he wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. However, Gu Fei had disappeared. His disappearance was so abrupt and without any warning. The wretched red-nosed old man was the father of the Red Moon City's city lord, Meng Chongkong. When Gu Fei killed Zhao Hai, Meng Chongkong had secretly left a spiritual mark on Gu Fei's body. Then this Meng Chongkong had returned to the city lord's mansion. A spiritual mark was a peculiar existence. Whether it was thousands of miles away or within an aura-isolating formation, as long as the person was still in this world, the person who left the spiritual mark would be able to sense it. However, Gu Fei had entered his own inner space, which was equivalent to entering another world. No matter how high Meng Chongkong's cultivation was, he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the spiritual mark that he had left on Gu Fei's body. If those old farts really come to the Red Moon City, then it will be troublesome. Meng Chongkong's expression became incomparably solemn. Then he suddenly soared into the sky and arrived above the Red Moon City in an instant. His powerful divine sense spread out in all directions. Soon the entire Red Moon City was enveloped by Meng Chongkong's divine sense. At this moment, all the demonic cultivators in the city who were above the void-controlling realm felt an extremely powerful pressure from the void. It was as if there was a pair of terrifying eyes staring at them from the void. All the demonic cultivators in the Red Moon City who had the cultivation of a demonic general felt a dangerous aura at this moment, causing them to tremble with fear. They knew that there was a peerless demonic figure using his divine sense to scan the entire Red Moon City. Such a peerless expert was in existence that they could only look up to. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Meng Chongkong muttered to himself as he retracted his terrifying divine sense. He didn't sense the aura of an expert at the same level as him in the Red Moon City. This made Meng Chongkong secretly heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Meng Chongkong's petite figure disappeared high up in the sky. What Gu Fei didn't know was that his sudden disappearance had startled the true ruler of the Red Moon City, causing him to think that a peerless expert was going against him. Let me recommend my friend's books, Indestructible Golden Body, and Legend Equal to the Heavens. Those who like fantasy should go and take a look. Chapter 304. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the inner space and used his heart to feel the pulse of this space. He had a strange feeling as if he had melted into this space and become a part of it. His mind spread throughout the entire space. He did not need to see with his naked eyes to clearly sense everything in this space. A grain of sand, a speck of dust, and even the air in the void that could not be seen with the naked eye, could be clearly seen by him. It was as if he had become a part of this space. He could control everything in this space, and the power of heaven and earth was at his command. In this place, it seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could tear the void and collapse the world with a single thought. He was the ruler of this space and the absolute ruler at that. If he fought in this space and someone was swallowed into this space, the result could be imagined. However, Gu Fei did not have the ability to swallow a living person into the space for the time being. Even if he wanted to enter this space, he would have to prepare and spend some time. If it was an enemy, they would definitely not stand still and let Gu Fei swallow them into the space. Gu Fei's mind withdrew from the spiritual realm and opened his eyes. The first thing he had to do was to take inventory of the items in his storage bag and then organize them. In this short period of time, he had killed many practitioners of the same level and obtained a lot of spoils of war. In addition to the 3 9-colored longevity grass, there was also a 9-leaf ginseng. The 9-colored longevity grass and the 9-leaf ginseng were the 2 best spirit materials of heaven and earth among the dozen or so treasures of heaven and earth. They also contained the largest amount of grass and wood spiritual energy. With Gu Fei's status in the Taishan sect, it was difficult for him to know the magical uses and effects of the 9-colored longevity grass. Only the higher-ups of the 3 great Taoist sects or some old monsters on the Tinglong continent knew about the existence of this heaven-defying spirit material of heaven and earth. However, Gu Fei knew about the 9-leaf ginseng. He had seen the description of this spirit material in the ancient books of the sect. This kind of spirit material grew 1 leaf every 1,000 years. From the 1st leaf to the 9th leaf, it would take 10,000 years. Even if it was an ordinary spirit herb after growing for more than 10,000 years, even if it didn't develop intelligence and became a plant spirit, it would still be a rare spirit herb of heaven and earth. Gu Fei knew that if he consumed the 9-leaf profound ginseng, he might be able to break through his current cultivation bottleneck with the help of its spiritual effects. However, he would not do that. He felt that even if he did not consume the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, he would be able to break through his current bottleneck in the near future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to waste such a rare heaven and earth spirit herb. Heaven and earth spirit herbs were very rare, and a 10,000-year-old heaven and earth spirit herb was even rarer. Moreover, it took a long time to grow a heaven and earth spirit herb. Gu Fei put away the 9-colored longevity grass and 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, then divided the remaining heavenly resources into 2 portions. One portion was stored in his magic treasure pouch and the other was planted in his inner space. The soil in the inner space was already suitable for the growth of plants. 5 or 6 spirit herbs were planted in the soil, and each branch and leaf had traces of spiritual energy flowing on it. That was the essence of plants. The hazy spiritual energy lingered around each spirit herb, causing the entire inner space to have a trace of vitality out of nowhere. After dealing with the matter of the spirit herbs, Gu Fei sorted out the other things in the magic treasure pouch. A large pile of refining materials was placed in a corner of the magic treasure pouch. He did not know how to refine weapons and he did not want to waste time to do so. This was because his body was the best magic treasure. The ready-made magic treasures were a small sword surrounded by demonic energy, a demonic stone and a demonic pill. These 3 items could be said to be incomparably precious to a demonic cultivator. Even a transcending mortality realm demonic master would be envious of them. However, for Gu Fei these things were of little value. It would be a pity to throw them away, but it was tasteless. If he had not broken into the transcending mortality realm, and could sense the heaven and earth and guide the demonic energy contained in these demonic magic treasures and demonic pills, these 3 items would be 3 useless pieces of trash. When he was in the Taishan sect, the Dao talisman that he had obtained from Wang Yuanji was no longer of interest to Gu Fei. That talisman, although it could release a powerful attack of the transcending mortality realm, and could sweep away cultivators of the awakening mortality realm, it was useless against cultivators of the transcending mortality realm. However, it was useless against cultivators in the transcending mortality realm. The most it could do was create some trouble for them. It was impossible to injure them. Only then did Gu Fei realize that he was completely poor. There were not many magic treasures that he could use and they were all consumables. These demonic magic treasures had not reached the stage where they could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And Gu Fei was not a demonic cultivator, so he could not pour demonic energy into these demonic magic treasures. When the demonic energy contained in these demonic magic treasures was exhausted by Gu Fei, these magic treasures would become useless pieces of trash. Only the nameless sword spirit in his body was Gu Fei's real killing weapon. The mountain river cauldron in the chaotic zone. I wonder if I can communicate with this treasure with my current strength. In the chaotic zone outside the inner space there were 2 other treasures. However, Gu Fei was a little helpless towards these two treasures. The mountain river cauldron was a complete treasure, and it could nurture a chaotic nascent embryo which was a heaven-defying item. The other treasure was the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, but it had an owner. There was a mysterious remnant soul in the Yin-Yang Jade Pendant, and this remnant soul had its own intelligence. After greeting Gu Fei, it sealed itself in the jade pendant and went to rebuild its body. The mountain river cauldron. Gu Fei stared at the chaotic zone, and he saw a treasure cauldron faintly discernible in the gray chaotic qi. If he looked closely, he could see that there were traces of chaotic qi constantly entering the body of the cauldron. A treasure with a soul could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was no longer an inanimate object, and it could rely on its instincts to increase its strength and evolve to a higher level. Gu Fei wanted to communicate with the treasure cauldron in the chaotic zone, and then gradually control it. Therefore he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his qi. When his body and mind reached their peak condition, Gu Fei carefully released his divine sense towards the mountain river cauldron in the chaotic zone. The chaotic qi in the chaotic zone was very unstable, and the moment Gu Fei's divine sense entered the chaotic zone, his body shook and his face became solemn. The chaotic energy was weakening his divine sense and his mind was under attack. Gu Fei's divine sense advanced with difficulty in the chaotic zone, and with his peak third sky of the ascended realm cultivation, his powerful divine sense stopped after entering 20 to 30 feet into the chaotic zone. He had no choice but to stop. Gu Fei had already used all his strength, and if he advanced any further, Gu Fei's divine sense might be in danger of being destroyed by the chaotic energy. At this moment, Gu Fei's divine sense was only 30 to 40 feet away from the mountain river cauldron. Gu Fei didn't intend to give up. He retracted his divine sense and used a large amount of yuan qi to nourish it. When his divine sense recovered, Gu Fei continued. Again and again, after being refined by the chaotic energy, Gu Fei's divine sense became more condensed and stronger. He was refining the spirit. Essence qi spirit. These were the three treasures of humans and even beast. Gu Fei's martial path focused on the cultivation of essence and qi in the early stages. As for cultivators, demonic cultivators and beast cultivators, most of them focused on cultivating this spirit. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and then refining spirit back into the void. The essence and qi they cultivated were all to prepare for the spirit transformation. They firmly believed that as long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they would be able to transcend reincarnation and live forever. However, martial Dao cultivation methods were different. Martial artists cultivated essence and qi, but they used essence and qi to temper the martial body, causing the martial body to continuously sublimate and transform. The endless nourishment of essence and qi allowed the martial body to embark on an indestructible path. The indestructible martialist body was formed in this way. Even if the martial experts who cultivated the indestructible martialist body died, their bodies would still be immortal, and their essence and qi would exist forever. Their bodies still possessed incomparably powerful strength. If a demonic person who knew how to refine corpses obtained an indestructible martialist body, then this indestructible body would become a terrifying killing machine. However, although the martial path focused on cultivating essence and qi, they also cultivated the spirit. However, the martial path cultivation method was different from that of cultivators. They directly condensed their soul so that the wheel of life wouldn't be destroyed. Compared to cultivators who refined Dao pills, formed Dao nascent soul, and reversed the void and merged with the Dao, it seemed to be higher. The spirit of a martialist reached the source of life, so that the imprint of life wouldn't be destroyed. The more solidified the divine sense, the stronger it was, and the more stable and solid the soul would be. Time passed silently, but in Gu Fei's inner space he didn't seem to feel the passage of time. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the inner space like a stone statue. His body was already covered in a layer of dust. Not far from him, the 5 or 6 spirit extracts on the ground were emitting a fragrant scent of plants. Vaguely, one could see rays of light curling around them. It was unknown whether it was because of the spiritual energy of plants that the spirit extracts emitted, or if Gu Fei's space had really given birth to life. But a small patch of grass had actually grown around the 5 or 6 spirit extracts. Even Gu Fei didn't expect that he would sit there for half a year. His mind was completely immersed in the spirit refinement. He failed again and again and continued again and again. The primal chaos energy had refined his divine sense to an incomparably pure level, and his soul had also gradually become stronger. Only a strong soul could make the fire of life even more vigorous. He didn't know how many times he had failed. 100,000 times? 200,000 times? Gu Fei couldn't remember, but he persevered. Every time he failed, he would immediately nourish his soul, recover his consumed divine sense, and attack again. On this day, a rumbling sound came from the primal chaos zone. A sound that sounded like muffled thunder rang out. A huge cauldron began to shake, releasing a vast and mighty aura that caused the already chaotic primal chaos energy to surge. Gu Fei's inner space was also affected. It shook violently, and the edge of the space seemed to show signs of returning to the primal chaos. Chapter 305. In the chaotic zone, a treasured cauldron was emitting powerful energy waves. On the ancient cauldron, the countless ancient beasts seemed to be coming to life, emitting a misty glow. And those were the beast souls of the mountain and river cauldron. The countless beast souls seemed to be awakening, and the mountain and river cauldron was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. The chaotic void around the mountain and river cauldron was boiling, and within the chaotic void the chaotic chi was surging violently. Success. At this moment the entire inner space shook violently. Gu Fei's body shook violently, and the layer of dust on his body was instantly blown away by the dazzling radiance. The reason why the mountain and river cauldron reacted was because Gu Fei had finally used his divine sense to envelop the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. Even though it was enveloped by Gu Fei's divine sense, it was difficult to guide it into the inner space. What Gu Fei needed to do now was to use his divine sense to communicate with the mountain and river cauldron, and use his divine sense to probe into the mountain and river cauldron to merge with it. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was definitely difficult to truly refine the mountain and river cauldron. However, he did not want to refine the mountain and river cauldron into his own magical weapon, because Gu Fei was very clear that with his current cultivation, it would be difficult to do so. He only wanted to move the mountain and river cauldron into the inner space. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers, so with the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the inner space, Gu Fei would not need to worry about the inner space collapsing. Although Gu Fei's divine sense enveloped the mountain and river cauldron and caused it to shake, the mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain, and it was difficult to move it. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Gu Fei only did one thing every day, and that was to concentrate on refining the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain-river cauldron was indeed a rare sacred weapon. Gu Fei refined it continuously for 2 months before his spiritual will broke through the seal of the beast soul and came into contact with the mountain-river cauldron. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. The mountain and river cauldron finally moved, but it was very slow. Even so, Gu Fei was so happy that he almost jumped up from the ground. Network E. The mountain and river cauldron was successfully activated. Rumble. The unadorned yet huge cauldron slowly moved towards the inner space. Primal chaos energy surged around the cauldron. Wisps of chaotic energy continued to seep into the mountain and river cauldron. Inside the inner space there was no heaven or earth, no sun or moon. Before he knew it, Gu Fei had already been in the inner space for more than a year. Cultivation knows no time. This phrase described how hard cultivators cultivated, to the point that they forgot about time. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as if he did not feel the passage of time. He was still guiding the mountain and river cauldron into the inner space bit by bit. Crimson Moon City was the same as before. Ordinary people lived peaceful lives, but those who truly controlled the fate of Crimson Moon City were still scheming against each other. It was dusk again. Dusk in the extreme northern demon territory was always so cold. A cold wind blew through the streets. Besides a few wisps of dust, there seemed to be nothing else. When night fell, in a remote alley in the western part of Crimson Moon City, in a dark corner, transparent ripples spread out. It was as if the void had turned into ripples of water. Then the void shattered and a figure walked out from the shattered void. The Crimson Moon House was still as lively as ever. The young nobles of the city, as well as some famous demonic cultivators, all gathered in the Crimson Moon House, talking loudly. There were no longer many people on the streets. A young noble in brocade robes was walking straight towards the Crimson Moon House with a servant. This young noble had delicate features and was a handsome young master. However, his slightly pale face and lifeless eyes showed that this dignified young noble had been hollowed out by wine and women. "Luquan, hurry up and follow me. I want to have a good time tonight. Let's go to the Crimson Moon House first, then to the Heaven Desire Palace," the young noble urged. The young noble's servant was a 17 or 18-year-old young man dressed in a green gown. "Network, yes, yes." The young man in the green gown replied repeatedly and followed closely behind the young noble. However, just as they passed by a street corner, a figure suddenly walked out from a dark corner and blocked their way. "Where are you in a hurry to go?" the person asked. "Who are you, and where we are going has nothing to do with you." The young noble looked disdainfully at the person who suddenly walked out from the side with an arrogant expression. "How is it none of your business?" "Because I also want to go to the Crimson Moon House," the person said again. With the light from the lanterns hanging high on both sides of the street, one could see that this person was short and had an ordinary appearance. "You go to hell, I'll go to hell. A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way." Seeing that the person actually stood in front of him and blocked his path, the noble young master was immediately displeased. "If I go, you won't be able to go." Gu Fei grinned and looked at the young noble with interest. "What?" When the young noble heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Gu Fei directly grabbed the young noble with one hand. Without any suspense, Gu Fei easily knocked out the master and servant. Then he dragged them into a small alley with each hand. After searching the young noble's jade identification card, Gu Fei stuffed the master and servant's mouths with clothes, tied them up, and threw them into a dark corner of the alley. This was to prevent them from escaping when they woke up. After doing all this, Gu Fei tidied up his clothes, walked out of the alley and went straight to the Crimson Moon House. In a private room on the 8th floor, Gu Fei ordered a few side dishes and drank by himself. The reason he had come here was to find out the situation in the Crimson Moon City. The Crimson Moon House could be said to be the place with the most information in the entire Crimson Moon City. He had already successfully moved the mountain and river cauldron from the chaotic zone into the inner space. Furthermore, before he came out of the inner space, his extremely powerful mind sensed a strange fluctuation in his body. It was a trace of mind fluctuation. Although it was very weak and indistinct, he still managed to catch it. When Gu Fei caught this trace of mind fluctuation, his clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that someone had tampered with his body at some point in time. As soon as he left the inner space, he was afraid that the person who had tampered with his body would immediately find him. However, just as Gu Fei refined the indistinct mind fluctuation on his body, in an inconspicuous courtyard in the Crimson Moon City's City Lord Mansion, the red-nosed old man, who was leisurely lying on a rattan chair and enjoying fine wine, suddenly jumped up from the chair as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Good fella, where did that kid come from? He actually refined that trace of my mind imprint." The red-nosed old man's eyes shone brightly. At this moment he was no longer a wretched old man who loved wine as much as his life. Instead, he was a terrifying powerhouse. Over the past year, Meng Chongkong had been paying close attention to the traces of his missing mind imprint. However, he was disappointed. That person seemed to have really disappeared from this world and never appeared again. Although Meng Chongkong was unable to sense the trace of his mind imprint on Gu Fei's body, he immediately sensed it when Gu Fei refined it. Meng Chongkong immediately released a powerful mind imprint that enveloped the entire Crimson Moon City. As soon as that person appeared, he would personally take him down. Unfortunately, although Gu Fei had come out of the inner space, he had used the power of space to block off any aura from his body. Meng Chongkong's mind kept scanning the Crimson Moon City, but he still couldn't find any traces of Gu Fei. Meng Chongkong could only give up. Gu Fei carefully listened to the conversations of the aristocratic family's disciples and demonic cultivators outside. Gradually, Gu Fei found out that something important had happened in the Crimson Moon City over the past year. It turned out that after he had entered the inner space, the various powers in the Crimson Moon City had almost erupted into a huge conflict due to the incitement of some people. However, after Meng Chongkong's appearance, the various powers had all quieted down. In front of the wretched old man Meng Chongkong, they didn't even dare to fart. Meng Chongkong was the true ruler of the Crimson Moon City. No one dared to challenge his authority because he was a peerless powerhouse in the half-devil realm. Then there were indeed people from the Six Demonic Paths Palace stirring up trouble in the city in an attempt to incite conflict between the various powers. Thus things became much simpler. The people from the Six Demonic Paths Palace who had infiltrated the Crimson Moon City were either killed or fled the city. Half a month later, it was Meng Chongkong's birthday celebration. The other 8 city lords of the extreme North Devil region sent people to congratulate him. Even the Six Paths Demon Monarch sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts. After Meng Chongkong's birthday celebration, the third son of the Six Paths Demon Monarch couldn't find Gu Fei, so he had no choice but to return to the Six Demonic Paths Palace with his subordinates. In the end, the Meng family of the Red Moon City didn't make a move against the Zhao family. The Zhao family's influence in the Crimson Moon City was very deep. Even if the Meng family had an expert like Meng Chongkong overseeing it, if they were to start a war with the Zhao family, even if the Meng family managed to annihilate the Zhao family, they would still suffer heavy losses. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Chongkong and his son gave up on the idea of making a move against the Zhao family. Although the Meng family didn't make a move against the Zhao family in the end, the infighting in the Crimson Moon City continued without end. After finding out what he wanted to know, Gu Fei went down to the Crimson Moon House. The people from the Six Demonic Paths Palace had retreated, so it was time for him to leave the Crimson Moon City. Although he had been cultivating non-stop for a year in the internal space, his cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 4th sky of the transcending mortality realm. His soul had become much stronger. Although the barrier of cultivation had loosened, and Gu Fei could feel that he could break through at any time and advance to the 4th sky of the transcending mortality realm, it was just a feeling. It seemed like he could take that step at any time, but he just couldn't take it. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. Chapter 306. The sun was high in the sky. The weather was abnormally oppressive. In the sky above, one could only see the outline of the sun emitting light. In the extreme northern demon region, being able to see the outline of the sun was already considered good weather. On the main road, there was a caravan of several hundred people slowly moving forward. The merchants and guards were chatting along the way, and sometimes they would even burst into hearty laughter. In the caravan there was a youth wearing a straw hat. He was riding an enviable tall horse swaying forward on the official road. This was a fine horse. Its entire body was black and shiny without a single strand of hair. It was as if there was a layer of glossy black light flowing around it. In the extreme northern demon region, such a fine horse would cost at least 100 gold coins. However, the youth on the back of the horse didn't dare to compliment him. Not only was his appearance ugly, but he was also wearing coarse gray clothes, as if he was a country bumpkin that had never seen the world before. But he was riding an expensive horse. Such a strange combination made people feel uncomfortable, and it was impossible not to attract the attention of others. However, no one had any designs on the horse that the youth was riding. This was because every single one of them clearly remembered the scene that happened before. Not long ago this youth had caught up to this caravan. He was riding a tall horse, and as he passed by the caravan, several guards in the caravan saw that the youth was alone. They thought that he was easy to bully and wanted to steal the horse that the youth was riding. However, that youth only used a casual punch, a kick and a palm to send those guards flying, dying on the spot. In the extreme northern demon region, the death of a few people was nothing more than a trivial matter. But the youth's methods had stunned everyone in this caravan. No one dared to attack again. Moreover, what made the people in this caravan feel uneasy was that after this youth killed those guards, he blended in with the caravan and didn't leave. No one dared to approach that man and horse. The young man riding on the tall horse was Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. He had left Red Moon City early in the morning. Now he was already 300 or 400 miles away from Red Moon City. He had not yet left the range of Red Moon City. The area within 1,000 miles of Red Moon City was like an oasis on the barren land of the extreme northern demon region. In this area the climate was not bad, unlike the barren land thousands of miles away that was not suitable for living. Even birds, beasts, flowers and trees found it difficult to grow. However, as soon as he left this area, the climate immediately became extremely bad. It seemed that there was an unpredictable force with Red Moon City as the center, covering thousands of miles of land. No one knew why a place with a giant city was suitable for living creatures to grow. A place without a giant city was a cold and barren land. Did the giant city have a mysterious power? Or maybe there was a dragon vein or something under the huge city, thus forming such a strange phenomenon in the far north demon region. I've been away from the sect for too long. I wonder if Cui Ling Peak has been taken over by the other branches of the sect. Gu Fei rode on the black horse, but his mind had already flown to Taishan Mountain in the eastern Qi Kingdom. I've been away from the sect for too long. I don't know if Green Spirit Peak has been taken over by the other branches of the sect. Gu Fei rode on the black horse, but his mind had already flown to Taishan Mountain in eastern Qi. When the other 8 branches saw that he was lost in the virtual sky world, they might think that he was dead and divide up Green Spirit Peak. If that was the case, he would not even have a place to stay in Taishan sect. Gu Fei couldn't help but worry a little, but soon he got over it. He was determined to move forward bravely and only wanted to make a difference on the road of martial arts. It didn't matter if he had a place to cultivate or a cave. In this world, as long as your fist was harder than others, you could get what you wanted. Along the way, the caravan did not encounter any sudden incidents, nor did they encounter robbers. However, when they passed some villages along the way, the guards of the caravan were extremely nervous, as if there were fierce beasts in the villages that would suddenly pounce on them and attack them. There was no surprise or danger. In the evening, the group arrived at a small town. The town was not big, but it was not small either. It was located in a gorge with a narrow entrance that could only allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. On both sides were cliffs that were hundreds of feet high. There were sentry posts on the cliffs, each guarded by 7 or 8 burly men with long spears and broadswords. At the entrance there was a small group of soldiers in dark armor. Although the entrance of the town was narrow, the inside was spacious. It was shaped like a gourd, and this town was called Gourd Town. The terrain of Gourd Town was definitely easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was the only place to go to Hongyue City. However, for a cultivator like Gu Fei, no matter how tight the defense or how steep the terrain was, it was useless. Of course, such a tight defense was not used to deal with cultivators. It was used to guard against the demonic creatures that came from the barren land from time to time. From time to time, the surrounding towns were attacked by demonic creatures that came from the barren land. These demonic creatures did not have much intelligence, but they hunted humans. Fresh flesh and blood were the favorite of the demonic creatures. Gourd Town was the last stop before leaving the territory of Hongyue City, but it was also the front line to resist the demonic creatures. In other words, the comfortable days were coming to an end. Once they left the territory of Hongyue City, they would be greeted by terrible weather and terrifying demonic creatures that wandered the barren land. There were too many merchants and guards, but there were many inns in the town. Because it was the last stop, the caravan planned to rest here for the night and replenish their supplies before continuing on their journey. It was difficult for a few hundred people to stay in one inn, so a portion of the caravan stayed in another inn. As night fell, the quiet town became lively. The sounds of people and flattery lingered in the ears. Gu Fei handed the reins to a waiter who came out to greet him and then walked into an inn in the town. The lobby of the inn was crowded with people. There were dozens of wooden tables in the wide lobby, but even so, it was still a little crowded. Gu Fei looked around and saw that most of the tables were already occupied. He then noticed an inconspicuous table in the corner that was still empty, so he walked over. Just as he sat down, the waiter came to his side, so Gu Fei ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and quietly drank by himself in the corner. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door. Then a group of people walked in from outside. Gu Fei looked up and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He saw that this group of people was led by a burly man who was at least 10 feet tall. Behind this burly man were more than 10 fierce-looking men. These people's bodies were covered in blood and they were more or less injured. The leader of the group was a man who looked like an iron tower. His beard was like steel needles that pierced into his flesh. The ferocious aura he emitted made everyone anxious. This person, why does he look so familiar? When Gu Fei saw this burly man, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. As soon as this group of people entered, the chatter in the lobby immediately weakened. Hey, isn't this Boss Tai? How did he end up in such a sorry state? In the lobby, someone stood up and said loudly, Boss Tai, over here. Brother Wei, so you're here too. The burly man called Boss Tai also saw that person at this time, and then walked over with a group of his subordinates. When Gu Fei's gaze came into contact with the giant black axe in the hand of the bearded man, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He knew why this burly man's appearance was a little familiar. This sturdy man, who was like a black iron tower, was one of the 5 fellows he had encountered in the Lost Forest. Such a figure, and also wielding a giant axe. Such a person, even if one saw him once, it would not be so easy to forget. After Boss Tai and the others sat down, the middle-aged man surnamed Wei asked with a face full of surprise, "Boss Tai, looking at you, it seems like you fought with someone." "Wrong." Boss Tai's voice was like a great bell, and everyone in the lobby could hear him clearly. "If you didn't encounter a formidable enemy, could it be?" The middle-aged man surnamed Wei's face changed from surprise to shock. He stared at Boss Tai without blinking. "Yes." Boss Tai's words were very concise. He paused for a moment and then said, "We encountered a monster. Damn it, today is really unlucky. We didn't go far from the town and we already encountered a monster. I don't know what day it is today, but even the monster that usually comes out at night also ran out." "No way." The lobby suddenly quieted down. The news of Boss Tai surprised everyone. They all knew what the monster in Boss Tai's mouth was. It was a creature that had been demonized in the barren land. Although this creature had no intelligence, it was still very terrible. Even if a rabbit was demonized, it would become a fierce predatory magical beast. "What's the loss?" the middle-aged man surnamed Wei finally asked. In their line of work, they lived a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. "Don't mention it. The employer I was protecting didn't come back alive. Hundreds of people came back, but only a few came back." Boss Tai grabbed the wine pot on the table and drank it in big mouthfuls. Those who came back alive had a lingering fear in their hearts. The panic on their faces did not recede. They seemed to have encountered something terrible. Some people's hands were still trembling while holding their weapons. The middle-aged man surnamed Wei sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this and said in surprise, "With your cultivation you..." At this time, everyone realized that they couldn't see the cultivation of this brawny man who was covered in blood. The people in the lobby were shocked. This brawny man turned out to be an expert. Even such a character had fled back to the town. Could be imagined how terrible the monsters outside were. The situation seemed to be extremely bad. The demonic creatures outside seemed to be a bit abnormal, which made everyone deeply worried. Only Gu Fei was still calm as usual, drinking by himself in the corner. Chapter 307. First Sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm. This big guy is not bad. Seems like the devil core worked, allowing his cultivation to break through to the Ascended Mortality Realm. In front of Gu Fei, Boss Tai's cultivation was clear. Gu Fei had once used a devil core to make Boss Tai and his 3 companions kill each other. Since Boss Tai had appeared here, then the other 3 people who had fought for the devil core that day had either been killed by Boss Tai or had escaped. However, Gu Fei noticed that Boss Tai's cultivation was not very stable. It was obvious that he had only recently broken through to the Ascended Mortality Realm. "And if I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry," Boss Tai said, then slammed the table and yelled, "Waiter, serve the wine and food, I'm hungry." Everyone was startled by his actions and they began to whisper to each other. Many of them even quickly walked out of the inn. Everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. If an expert like Boss Tai had to escape back to Gourd Town, then they would be trapped in Gourd Town. Gourd Town's terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack, but if it was surrounded by a large number of demonic beasts, it would become an isolated town. It would be difficult for the people in the town to rush out. Night had fallen and the town was brightly lit. The atmosphere in the town had changed. The merchants, guards, and bounty hunters all had solemn expressions as if a storm was brewing. Gourd Town only had 2 exits, one at the front and one at the back. At this time, the gates of the 2 exits were already tightly shut. Behind the gates stood rows of soldiers in dark armor. This was still the territory of Crimson Moon City. Crimson Moon City had stationed a group of black armors here to protect Gourd Town from the invasion of demonic beasts. The black armors of Crimson Moon City were not ordinary soldiers. They were elites with strength comparable to Awakening Self-Realm cultivators. Every black armors had at least the strength of Awakening Self-Realm. Of course, they were not cultivators who pursued immortality, but were trained by Crimson Moon City to be absolutely loyal to the Meng family. With medicine or other methods, the Meng family could train soldiers who were many times stronger than ordinary people to maintain order in Crimson Moon City. After Gu Fei finished his dinner, he walked out of the inn. The sky had already turned completely dark, but the town was still bustling with noise and excitement. The merchants, guards, and bounty hunters who stayed in the town were all moving about in a hurry. The tense atmosphere in the town didn't affect Gu Fei at all. Others might be afraid of the demonic creatures outside the town, but he wasn't. Gu Fei didn't plan to spend the night in the town. After leaving the inn, he rode a big horse and went straight to the town exit. When he arrived at the exit of the town, the gate was already tightly shut. A group of black-armored soldiers blocked Gu Fei's path. A black-bearded middle-aged officer shouted at Gu Fei, "Get back!" His pair of beady eyes kept glancing at Gu Fei's horse. Gu Fei's horse was extraordinary. At a glance, one could tell that it was a good horse that could travel thousands of miles in a day. The horse that Gu Fei was riding on was extraordinarily spirited. At a glance, one could tell that it was a good horse that could travel thousands of miles in a day. The middle-aged officer also revealed a look of envy, but he did not dare to openly snatch it. "Open the door." Not only did Gu Fei not retreat, but he also did not even look at the group of murderous black-armored soldiers in front of him as he said coldly, "How dare you? Did you not hear me tell you to retreat?" The officer shouted, "Did you not hear me tell you to open the door?" Gu Fei said, "Rebellious, rebellious. Men, arrest this madman." The officer was furious. He pointed at Gu Fei and gave the order. Swish. The dozen black armors behind the officer immediately rushed forward and surrounded Gu Fei. They pointed their spears at Gu Fei, and a murderous aura immediately filled the air. These black armors had a strong killing intent. They were obviously people who had been on the battlefield and seen blood. "You overestimate yourself. Quickly open the door or you will have to bear the consequences." Gu Fei sneered. He did not put these soldiers in his eyes at all. Although these soldiers had the cultivation of the awakening realm in Gu Fei's eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. "Go." The officer directly ordered the black armors surrounding Gu Fei. Chi. 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 The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The black armors surrounding Gu Fei thrust their spears at Gu Fei at the same time. Their movements were neat and uniform. The spears trapped Gu Fei from head to toe, wanting to stab him into a hornet's nest. Who? It was as if a strong gust of wind had appeared on the ground. The black-armored soldiers who had attacked Gu Fei were instantly sent flying, their long spears flying out of their hands as they screamed in pain. No one could clearly see what had happened. Gu Fei did not seem to have moved at all, but the dozen black armors were sent flying. Cold sweat flowed down the middle-aged officer's face. At this time he realized that he seemed to have provoked someone he could not afford to provoke. What? Still not willing to open the door? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged officer in front of the horse with a mocking smile on his face. Damn, since he had such a powerful cultivation, couldn't he just jump over the wall? Why did he have to leave through the door? Unable to understand, the middle-aged officer could not help but ponder. Gu Fei's display of strength immediately stunned the black-armored army that was guarding the gate. The door slowly opened and Gu Fei directly rode out of Gourd Town. The soldiers guarding the door no longer dared to stop him. Even if they tried to stop such an expert, it would be useless. Outside the town there was a road that led straight to the south. In the dark night, it seemed as if there was no end. The night wind blew and it was very cold, bringing with it a cold air. On both sides of the road there were dense trees. It was very quiet and there were no roars of animals. This seemed a little strange. In the forest it was impossible that there were no beasts. Gu Fei traveled alone. After traveling for a while, Gu Fei did not feel any signs of danger. Apart from silence, there were no demonic creatures. After riding for a while, the black horse under Gu Fei gradually became a little restless. It neighed from time to time and sometimes even stopped as if it did not dare to move forward. Gu Fei faintly smelled a trace of blood in the air. He frowned and continued forward. When he arrived in front of a village, Gu Fei felt that the smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. There were no lights in the village and it was dark everywhere. Gu Fei rode into the village and saw bloodstains everywhere. It seemed that a massacre had taken place here. However, there were no corpses, only dark red bloodstains. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped because he heard a faintly discernible sound. Based on his intuition, Gu Fei knew that it was the sound of something gnawing, as if something was tearing flesh and bones. Not far away, Gu Fei leapt up from the back of his horse with a thought. Using the 8 desolate steps, he swept through the air as if he was stepping on air and charged in the direction of the sound. In the grass outside the village, a black shadow was lying on the ground, tearing a corpse. It was a human corpse. Swoosh. With a sound, Gu Fei's figure appeared. At this time, the unknown creature that was tearing the corpse suddenly raised its head and roared at Gu Fei. It could be seen that there was a trace of flesh on its blade-like teeth, and blood was flowing from its bloody mouth. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This was a creature similar to a wolf, but it had no fur. He could feel that this extremely ferocious creature was surging with a faintly discernible demonic aura. This was a demonic creature that had been demonized. Hiss. The demonic creature roared at Gu Fei, and then it used its 4 thick limbs to support itself on the ground. It turned into a black shadow and fiercely pounced towards him. "You're courting death." Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a golden light suddenly shot out from the tip of his finger, instantly piercing the demonic creature's head. The demonic creature fell from the sky, and after struggling a few times on the grass, it stopped moving. Gu Fei looked at the corpse in the grass and saw that most of the corpse had been torn apart by the demonic creature, revealing the white bones. Could it be that the entire village had become demonic creature's food? Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. At this time he already knew why there were no corpses in the village. Suddenly a scream came from not far away. This scream was so abrupt that even Gu Fei was startled. When Gu Fei rushed over, he found that the scream came from a large house in the village. The houses in the village were all built with hard stones and most of them were short and crude. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the house, there was already a creepy gnawing sound coming from inside. Obviously, a survivor hiding in the house was found by the demonic creature and was eaten alive. This was a terrible thing. In the dark of the night, humans became demonic creatures' food. At this time, a mournful neigh of a horse came from the street of the village. Damn it! Gu Fei immediately rushed over, but when he rushed to the street he just happened to see 2 humanoid demonic creatures shrouded in pitch-black demonic energy tear his mount into 2 halves. Blood mist evaporated, and the horse's internal organs scattered on the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. He could clearly see 2 eerie cold lights coming from the heads of the 2 humanoid demonic creatures. It was a pair of gloomy and terrifying eyes. Preposterous. Gu Fei was infuriated. These 2 demonic creatures actually killed his mount, which made him very angry. In the next moment, Gu Fei directly left an afterimage in his place and rushed forward like a whirlwind. He blasted a punch towards the 2 demonic creatures. The bright divine light instantly illuminated the night sky, and the surging fist energy swept forward like a big wave, enveloping the 2 demonic creatures in an instant. There was no one around, so Gu Fei no longer needed to hide his strength. The vast fist energy directly shook the void. Chapter 308. Bam. 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 2 black shadows flew out from the dazzling aura that Gu Fei blasted out. Their ear-piercing roars resounded in the dark night, causing one's heart to palpitate. Network, they're still alive? Gu Fei was a little surprised. These 2 demonic creatures did not seem to be simple. They were actually able to withstand one of his punches. No wonder that lump of metal was at a disadvantage. Only then did Gu Fei realize that Boss Tai's words were not false. The demonic creatures that appeared near Gourd Town were really powerful. Even transcending mortality realm cultivators had to retreat. Gu Fei was about to chase and kill the 2 humanoid demonic creatures, but at this moment he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from all directions. It seemed that countless unknown creatures were quickly approaching. A humanoid demonic creature rushed out from the bushes beside the village road. With a roar, it pounced towards Gu Fei with its claws and fangs bared. Then the second one, a third one. A total of more than 10 humanoid demonic creatures rushed out from the bushes on both sides. The smell of blood drifting in the void attracted a group of terrifying demonic creatures. Each of the demonic creatures was shrouded in a layer of demonic chi, and a fierce and ferocious aura immediately filled every inch of space. Gu Fei wielded his palm like a blade, and a golden divine light cut through the void. Shua. The demonic creature that pounced over was directly cut in half. The 2 pieces of the corpse fell on the street and slid forward for several feet before stopping. The demonic creatures that smelled the smell of blood immediately pounced on the one that was cut in half by Gu Fei. Then a series of bone-chilling chewing sounds were heard. In just a short while, the corpse of the demonic creature that was killed by Gu Fei was torn to pieces by more than a dozen demonic creatures that swarmed over and ate it. Not even the bones were left. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. After feasting on the corpses of their own kind, the dozen or so magical beasts clearly had not satisfied their appetites. Their ferocious gazes swept over Gu Fei once more. One of the monsters let out a roar. Its body sank and its four limbs pushed off the ground. Suddenly, it turned into a black bolt of lightning and pounced towards Gu Fei. Although these unintelligent monsters looked very much like humans, they were not actually formed after humans were demonized. They were a kind of alien species that roamed the barren land. This kind of humanoid monster was called a predator by the people of the northern demon region. Although predators were not particularly powerful demonic creatures, the people who traveled to the 9 great cities of the extreme northern demon region were most unwilling to encounter such demonic creatures. To ordinary people, predators were terrifying demons. Usually, a single predator could slaughter a caravan or destroy a small village. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person, so these predators were out of luck. Buzz. A sword chime rang out from Gu Fei's body. Then 5 hazy sword silhouettes appeared in the 5-colored aura around him. Golden, turquoise, aqua blue, fiery red, earthy gray. Each sword shadow revealed a kind of color, representing the 5 elements sword essence. The 5 elements sword chi surged out from the 5 sword shadows. Die. Gu Fei's hands separated and the 5 hazy sword shadows immediately shot out. An amazing scene appeared. The 5 sword shadows that shot out suddenly shook, and suddenly turned into endless 5-colored sword chi. Like a circle of countless sword shadows formed a huge wave, sweeping out in all directions. Without any suspense, the dozen or so predators were instantly annihilated in the storm-like sword rain, cut into thousands of pieces. Although the 5-element sword essence was still in its embryonic form, it was not something these monsters could contend with. Within a radius of 20 feet, the sword chi pierced through the void, and the houses next to it were also affected, instantly turning into dust. Around Gu Fei's body, there seemed to be a world of swords, a terrible world of swords that destroyed everything, tore everything, and pierced through everything. After killing the dozen or so predators, the 5-element sword shadows re-entered Gu Fei's body. He was about to leave, but the 2 predators that were previously blown away by his punch pounced on him from a distance. Don't these monsters know what fear is? Gu Fei frowned. With a wave of his hand, 2 strands of sword chi shot out and instantly killed the reckless demonic creature. In fact, as Gu Fei thought, these monsters really did not have this kind of instinct to fear. They seemed to not feel the existence of danger at all and only knew to prey. After killing the last 2 predators, Gu Fei suddenly seemed to sense something, and the next moment he disappeared from the place as if he had teleported. At this time, a figure came from the direction of the gourd town, and in the blink of an eye he arrived near the village and landed on the village road from the sky. What a strong sword chi, righteous and not evil. Could it be a sword expert of the righteous path? A demonic shadow was shrouded in a pitch-black demonic aura. To be able to fly in the air, this person must be a void-controlling realm devil general. Impossible. How could a person of the righteous path appear here? A cold voice came from the demonic aura, and 2 black lights shot out from the demonic aura, scanning in all directions. He did not leave any aura. This person is definitely an expert. A powerful divine sense swept across the radius of a few miles in an instant, but apart from those ugly monsters, there was no human aura. The figure shrouded in demonic aura stayed on the village road for a while, as if he was checking the surrounding situation, and then soared into the sky, heading towards the south. After waiting for the devil expert to leave, Gu Fei walked out from a house not far away. He felt that things seemed to be a little unusual. Even a void-controlling realm devil general was dispatched. Gu Fei did not go far. With the power of the inner space, it was as if he was in a world independent of the big heaven and earth. Although the void-controlling realm devil general was powerful, he could not sense his existence. The devil general shrouded in demonic aura was heading towards the south, which made Gu Fei to be careful, because the south was the direction he wanted to go. This village that was attacked by monsters was not too far away from the gourd town, and a terrifying predator had already appeared. In the end, what dangers lay ahead, Gu Fei had no idea in his heart. Gu Fei continued on his way. In the extreme northern devil territory, walking in the dark was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Even Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Gradually the surrounding plants began to become sparse. Gu Fei walked silently in the darkness, and he clearly felt that the temperature around him was dropping. I'm almost out of the range of the Red Moon City. Gu Fei knew that he was about to step into the dangerous barren land. Along the way, Gu Fei did not find any traces of the monsters wandering in the darkness, hunting their prey. Could it be that the Devil General had already cleaned up the monsters on the road? The answer soon appeared. When Gu Fei set foot on the dark brown land of the barren land, he saw a two-headed elephant-like magical beast lying in a pile of rocks. The two hideous heads of this magical beast were pierced, and its blood had gathered in a large pool on the ground. As he continued to move forward, Gu Fei found several terrifying magical beasts one after another. However, these magical beasts had been killed, and looking at the appearance of their deaths, it seemed that they had been killed in an instant. There was no sign of struggle or fighting. In other words, these magical beasts did not have any power to resist in front of the person who killed them. On the barren land there was no longer any vitality. Between heaven and earth there was a deathly atmosphere. Apart from the cold, it was still cold. There was a trace of demonic nature that came from the dark, which made Gu Fei a little irritated. In the thousands of miles area where the giant city was located, the omnipresent demonic nature was blocked outside. Gu Fei knew that ordinary people could not walk in the barren land, unless they wore a kind of talisman called the mysterious Yang Jade Talisman and protected their body with pure Yang energy. Only then could they walk in the barren land of the extreme northern devil territory. The mysterious Yang Jade Talisman could resist the trace of demonic nature that came from the dark, and it could also block the cold outside the body. This kind of Jade Talisman could be bought in some shops in Hongyu City that sold magic weapons and elixirs. However, Gu Fei did not buy this kind of Jade Talisman. He was very confident in his own cultivation. Even if he did not wear the Jade Talisman, he could still walk freely in the barren land. There was no road on the ground, so Gu Fei just went south. After walking for about 200 miles in the barren land, Gu Fei suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation in front of him. He immediately used the 8 desolate steps and rushed in the direction of the energy fluctuation. In front of him there was a valley dozens of miles away. At this time, the valley had been shrouded in a thick devil energy, and a terrible aura came out of the valley. When Gu Fei came nearby, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that at the entrance of the valley, there were countless demonic creatures gathered. These demonic creatures were strange. Some were as big as a hill and some were as small as a cat and a dog. Among them, there were thousands of predators that had been killed by him before. They quietly gathered outside the valley without making any sound. The silence was heart-palpitating. Gu Fei did not dare to approach. He hid behind a boulder and watched the scene nervously. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. There was a strange fluctuation in the valley ahead, which made people feel a tremor from the depths of their soul. A chill rose from the bottom of Gu Fei's heart. After coming here, he clearly felt a strong sense of oppression, a great pressure that made his heart palpitate. It seemed that there was a powerful demon entrenched in the valley ahead. The devil energy in the valley was surging. It was dark, and the billowing devil energy shrouded the sky and the earth. Even Gu Fei could barely see the devil energy at the entrance of the valley. There seemed to be many vague figures standing there. Chapter 309. A demonic cultivator suddenly appeared outside the valley, causing Gu Fei to jump in fright. It also broke the silence of the surroundings. The countless demonic creatures gathered outside the valley immediately rushed towards the figure shrouded in demonic qi in the sky and roared. Their roars were like the howls of tens of thousands of demons, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless demonic creatures gathered together and erupted with an extremely tragic aura, causing Gu Fei to tremble with fear. If he was discovered by these demonic creatures, even if he had an extremely powerful mortal body and wasn't afraid of being bitten by these demonic creatures, he would still have to flee. Among the countless demonic creatures, there was a demonic creature with black wings on its back. It immediately soared into the sky and rushed towards the figure shrouded in demonic qi. The mysterious person shrouded in demonic qi stood in the void, exuding a majestic aura from head to toe. The posture of a powerhouse that looked down on the world was completely revealed. Gu Fei hid behind a boulder. He knew that the demonic cultivator in the void above the valley entrance was a terrifying powerhouse. The terrifying fluctuations that he emitted were enough to make one's heart palpitate. A demonic light shrouded the area, and all the flying demonic creatures that rushed towards the demonic path powerhouse collapsed into a mist of blood, drifting down from the sky. After the demonic light destroyed the demonic creatures, it didn't disappear. It continued to envelop the area below. The terrifying demonic light expanded outwards, enveloping the entire world. Countless demonic creatures under the shroud of the demonic light silently collapsed. It was like snow and ice meeting the sun. This was a terrifying light of slaughter, a light of destruction. In just a moment, the countless demonic creatures gathered outside the valley entrance were completely annihilated. Only a few powerful demonic creatures didn't collapse under the terrifying demonic light. But their bodies were torn apart, their flesh and blood were mangled, and they were on the verge of death. Outside the valley entrance, blood flowed everywhere, but not a single piece of flesh or blood could be seen. This was because the bodies of all the demonic creatures had been destroyed, not even their bones were left behind. This was a bloody slaughterhouse. Blood soaked every inch of the dark brown soil. The pungent smell of blood wafted over, causing Gu Fei to feel nauseous. Roar. Just at that moment, a deep roar rang out from within the valley. Then 13 demonic figures walked out from the surging demonic aura. Each demonic figure gave off a heart-palpitating aura. Gu Fei, who was hiding behind the boulder, was shocked to see this. He could sense endless death chi and demonic chi surging from those demonic figures. Those 13 figures weren't humans, but they didn't seem to be pure devils either. They didn't have any life auras and seemed to be evil beings that were half corpses and half devils. Humph! You're playing tricks on us. The demonic figure in the sky above Ku Ko sneered. Then a huge palm surrounded by demonic aura rushed towards the 13 terrifying figures that walked out of the valley. Rumble. Violent power surged forward, like 10,000 horses galloping, shocking people's hearts. Under the cover of the demonic palm, the void shook violently. Without any suspense, the Devil Path powerhouse displayed a great demonic might, and the 13 figures shrouded in death chi and devil chi were blasted away into the valley. Roar. Another roar came from within the valley. The person in the valley seemed to be very angry. His roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the demonic aura that shrouded the valley surged violently, as if a ferocious devil was about to rush out of the valley. Who is it who dares to disturb my refinement? An angry roar came from within the valley. Humph! I didn't expect the corpse devil to brazenly refine a demonic corpse. How arrogant! Outside the bone, the figure shrouded in demonic aura said. You. Who are you? The person in the valley was obviously shocked. I'm here to kill you. After saying that, the demonic figure outside the valley turned into a black lightning, broke through the surging demonic aura that shrouded the valley, and directly rushed into the valley. Immediately, a roar of shock and anger came from within the valley. Vast energy fluctuations suddenly erupted, causing the entire valley to shake. Boulders kept rolling down from the surrounding mountains. The valley was shrouded in demonic aura, and Gu Fei couldn't see the situation inside clearly. However, he vaguely saw figures flashing inside, and there seemed to be a lot of people in the demonic aura. Demonic devour the heavens and earth. An emotionless and suffocatingly cold voice came from within the valley. Then, Gu Fei felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation coming from the valley. The demonic aura that shrouded the entire valley immediately receded into the valley like a tide. All the demonic aura quickly gathered towards a black hole. The black hole emitted an evil and terrifying aura, as if it was connected to the netherworld. It emitted a powerful suction force that continuously devoured the demonic aura. Even though Gu Fei was outside the valley and far away, he still felt as if there was an unfathomable suction force that wanted to devour his mind. What a terrifying demonic technique! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Not only was the evil black hole devouring demonic aura, it seemed to be able to devour one's mind as well. Hong, so it's you. I'll remember this. An unwilling roar came from within the valley. Then, a mass of demonic aura wrapped around a dozen black figures soared into the sky, and instantly rushed out of the valley. Want to escape? Leave your life behind. The person called Xianxia seemed to have come for the mysterious person that cultivated some sort of demonic divine ability in the valley, and he wanted to kill that person. Energy fluctuations that were heavy like a mountain swept out mightily. The terrifying black hole within the valley that could devour the heavens and the earth expanded explosively, and it wanted to devour the person that charged out of the valley. But unfortunately his movements were too slow. The mass of demonic aura that wrapped around a dozen figures swiftly flew towards the west. In an instant it had charged out 300 m and it avoided being devoured by the black hole. Xianxia cursed in a low voice and then he soared into the sky. He combined with the black hole in the sky, and transformed into a dark light that chased after the mass of demonic aura that fled ahead. Both of them were swift to the extreme and in an instant, they'd vanished beneath the night sky. Along with the departure of the two demonic experts, the terrifying pressure within the valley vanished as well. Even the surging demonic aura that enveloped the heavens and the earth was devoured by the person called Xianxia into the black hole. The surroundings quietened down. After Gu Fei had ascertained that there was no danger, he walked out from behind the boulder. He walked forward and saw that the ground was covered in blood. Countless demonic creatures were almost completely annihilated by a single attack from the demonic expert called Xianxia. Their bodies had shattered into blood that sprinkled onto the dark brown ground and seeped into the soil. In the desolate region the climate was extremely harsh. Bitter cold was everywhere and the dark red blood on the ground had long since frozen. The few extremely powerful demonic creatures that had survived were now only gasping for breath, and it seemed as if they could die at any moment. Some of the demonic creatures at the periphery were lucky that they weren't enveloped by the destructive demonic light, and escaped the calamity. These demonic creatures seemed to be controlled by some sort of power, and that was why they had gathered outside the valley. Obviously, someone who cultivated some sort of demonic divine ability in the valley had used a secret technique to control the demonic creatures in the nearby region, and caused these creatures that didn't have much intelligence to guard outside the valley. Countless demonic creatures were enough to cause trouble for a demonic general with a cultivation of the void controlling realm. However, it was a pity that the person called Xianxia possessed extremely terrifying demonic arts, and was definitely a rare expert. Hence these demonic creatures were out of luck. The surviving demonic creatures charged towards the few dying demonic creatures as if they had gone mad. Then they ferociously bit off pieces of flesh and swallowed them into their stomachs. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and it was extremely bloody. Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to those demonic creatures. He walked into the valley and saw that white bones could be seen everywhere on the ground. As he walked into the valley, what entered his eyes were shattered rocks and cracked ground. Obviously, these were the traces left behind from the battle between the two people just now. Entering into the depths of the valley, a sacrificial altar stood on the dark brown ground. This was a collapsed sacrificial altar, and the sacrificial altar was stained with blood. Every brick and stone had blood-colored demonic runes drawn on them. Those runes weren't drawn with cinnabar but seemed to be drawn with fresh blood. Gu Fei could smell the stench of blood. Very obviously, this demonic altar was destroyed by the demonic expert called Xianxia just now. There seemed to be many black demonic banners stuck around the sacrificial altar, but those banners had already been shattered. On the fragments of the demonic banners that were scattered on the ground, Gu Fei could still feel waves of demonic fluctuations. These demonic banners didn't seem to be ordinary demonic treasures. Around the sacrificial altar, there were many white bones scattered, and there were also 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground. Gu Fei felt that these corpses seemed a little strange. This was because these corpses didn't wear any clothes, and their skin was also painted with demonic blood-colored runes. Gu Fei came to the front of a corpse. It was a middle-aged man. Gu Fei felt that the runes on this corpse seemed to have sunk deep into the skin. Gu Fei had a strange feeling that these runes didn't seem to be drawn on, but grew out of the body. What kind of demonic technique is that guy cultivating? Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart. What he saw in front of him was really too demonic. It gave him a creepy feeling. The yin qi in the valley was very heavy, at least a few times heavier than in other barren areas. The temperature in the valley was very low. Even Gu Fei felt waves of cold air rushing up his body. This valley seems to be a yin cave. Gu Fei looked at the surrounding terrain and his face revealed a shocked expression. No wonder that person wanted to cultivate demonic techniques here. This was originally a place where yin qi gathered. And with the sacrificial altar set up by that person, and the formation set up to gather the mysterious yin qi between heaven and earth, it would be strange if this place wasn't cold. The 7 or 8 corpses that didn't wear clothes were all men, there were no women. Moreover, Gu Fei also felt the fluctuations of death qi and demonic qi from these corpses. From what Shin Tahong said about the corpse devil, could it be that the mysterious person who was expelled from the valley was refining the corpses? When Gu Fei thought of this, all the pores on his body exploded and goosebumps fell to the ground. At this moment, one of the corpses behind Gu Fei suddenly moved. Then the corpse abruptly opened its eyes, which flickered with a blood-red light. The pupils and sclera of the eyes disappeared in an instant, and 2 terrifying rays of red light shot out from the eyes, appearing exceptionally evil and terrifying in the night sky. The blood-colored runes on the corpse lit up, and every rune emitted a demonic blood-red light. The blood-colored runes seemed to come alive and seemed to surge under the skin. It was indescribably demonic. Chapter 3:10. The demonic corpse silently stood up behind Gu Fei. Its blood-red eyes had no pupils and no sclera. They emitted a fierce and evil blood-red light. Its entire body was covered in blood-red runes. It was like a demon that had crawled out of hell. The blood-red runes on the evil corpse's body flickered 3 times. Then a black demonic aura and a gray deathly aura surged out from the evil corpse's body. The evil corpse spread its arms and pounced towards Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already felt something strange behind him. He didn't think and took a step forward. His body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. In the next moment, his figure appeared again. He was already more than 10 feet away. In terms of agility, no one at the same level could compare to him. Once he used the 8 desolate steps, even the experts of the older generation would find it difficult to catch up to him. The demonic corpse that was extremely evil immediately pounced on empty air. Gu Fei turned around. He was extremely shocked. He had never thought that a corpse without any signs of life would stand up and attack him. The corpse let out a low roar from its throat when it missed. Devil qi and death qi surged out from the corpse's body. It was like the roar of an evil spirit from hell. The corpse once again pounced towards Gu Fei. The devil qi and death qi formed a dark fog that wrapped around the corpse. There were no signs of life. However, there were 2 kinds of energy fluctuations emitted from the corpse's body. Gu Fei could clearly feel that there were 2 different kinds of energy fluctuations. The death qi and the devil qi were unexpectedly able to coexist on the corpse's body. Bang! Gu Fei directly sent the corpse flying with a palm strike. The corpse wasn't scary, but what surprised Gu Fei was that the corpse's body seemed to be comparable to refined iron. It unexpectedly didn't collapse under the power of his palm strike. At this time, the valley was filled with a layer of gray fog. This was the dark fog that was a mixture of death qi and devil qi. In the darkness, Gu Fei found that the corpses scattered around the altar began to move. Then the naked corpses covered with evil blood-red runes staggered up from the ground one by one. They weren't resurrected, but they were being controlled by an evil force. Even the dead aren't spared. Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. He had already vaguely guessed that the mysterious person in the valley was practicing some kind of devil path divine ability. This devil path divine ability was too evil. It unexpectedly refined the corpses of dead experts into terrifying devil corpses that only knew how to kill. Within the hazy underworld mist, a blood-colored light was emitted. Those lifeless demonic corpses stood up from the ground and coldly stared at Gu Fei. There was not a trace of human emotion in them, only an aura of destruction and deathly stillness. It was like a pair of eyes of death that came from hell. In the valley, the death qi and devil qi lingered. The bodies of the devil corpses began to emit powerful energy waves. Then they roared and charged at Gu Fei. Qi! Gu Fei casually pointed with a finger. A dazzling golden light tore through the void like a golden rainbow. It instantly hit the forehead of the devil corpse that had already pounced in front of him. The devil corpse flipped and rolled on the ground. However, Gu Fei frowned. He realized that the sharp power of his finger that could pierce through stone and gold was actually unable to penetrate the head of the devil corpse. The devil corpse that had been knocked down crawled up from the ground again. This really surprised him. It should be known that even if it was a piece of iron with his current skill, he could still make a hole in it with the point of his finger. It could be seen that the bodies of the devil corpses were as hard as iron. It was as if they were no longer made of flesh and blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of secret technique the mysterious person who refined the devil corpses had used to refine the bodies of the corpses to become so strong. After sending the devil corpse that had pounced at the front flying, the other devil corpses had already pounced in front of him. Gu Fei immediately retreated. At the same time, a golden sword shadow appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the sword light was like a rainbow. It drew upon the power of metal in the void and swept towards the devil corpses that were pouncing at him. Chi! 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 The faint and illusory sword shadow swept across the bodies of the devil corpses. It was like cutting through tofu, easily cutting through their skin and flesh. Their heads were either cut off or their waists were cut into two. The metal element sword intent seemed indestructible. However, Gu Fei knew that this was due to the remnant soul of the divine weapon that had been refined into the blood and qi in his body. That was why his five-element sword intent was so powerful. However, Gu Fei noticed that there wasn't a single drop of blood on the devil masters that had been slashed by the sword. It was as if the sword had slashed at dead flesh that had already coagulated with blood. This scene was very strange. Gu Fei could already confirm that these devil corpses were corpses that didn't have any signs of life. However, he couldn't understand. Hadn't the devil Dao expert called Xianxia already destroyed the sacrificial altar and chased away the mysterious person who was refining the devil corpses in the valley? Why were these devil corpses still able to move without anyone controlling them? In the instant that the devil corpses were slashed by the sword shadow, the energy within their bodies rapidly dissipated. Their flesh and blood also shriveled up, turning them into dried corpses that were only skin and bones. The reason why the devil corpses could move and attack Gu Fei seemed to be because of the death qi and devil qi within their corpses. This place wasn't suitable for him to stay for long. Gu Fei hurriedly left the valley that was lingering with yin qi. Since these devil corpses could still undergo corpse transformation, then the mysterious person who had been chased away by Xianxia would return. Sure enough, not long after Gu Fei left, a ball of devil cloud flew over from the horizon and directly landed in the valley. Immediately, a furious roar resounded in the valley. Xianxia, I'm not done with you. That person was enraged. Then he rode the devil cloud and soared into the sky, flying back in the direction he came from with a murderous aura. Gu Fei carefully moved forward in the darkness. The nearby devil Dao expert Xianxia had almost completely annihilated all of the devil Dao experts that were summoned to the outside of the valley. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't discover any traces of devil Dao experts along the way. Very soon, Gu Fei was far away from that region. After getting his bearings, he continued to head south. His walking speed had also clearly increased by quite a bit. It had to be said that the extreme North Devil region was very vast. Gu Fei walked in the cold wilderness for 5 to 6 days before he arrived at another huge city, Antarctic City. Along the way, Gu Fei encountered many powerful devil Dao experts. Some of them could even threaten him, but he managed to get through all of them without any mishaps. Antarctic City was a huge city in the south of the extreme North Devil region that was closest to the Central Plains. Due to its location, Antarctic City was also one of the 9 huge cities in the extreme North Devil region with the highest population. Gu Fei didn't stop at Antarctic City. Instead, he continued to head towards the Central Plains. At noon on this day, when Gu Fei arrived at the foot of a barren mountain, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because there were people fighting on the mountain. 2 figures were moving quickly on the mountain, and loud noises could be heard from time to time. Dong Li Patian, hand over the fire dragon's inner core, and I can let you off the hook and spare your life. Someone shouted on the barren mountain. I said before, I don't have the fire dragon's inner core. Dong Li Patian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. That person's words became incomparably cold, so cold that it was suffocating, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. I don't have it means I don't have it. That person called Dong Li Patian seemed to be very angry. Very good. Then there was a showdown of Devil Dao's magical techniques and magical techniques. The intense collisions caused the entire barren mountain to shake. Gu Fei didn't want to complicate matters. He didn't want to meddle in the conflict between Devil Dao cultivators. Just as he was about to take a detour, Gu Fei felt an intense murderous intent coming from behind him. He saw 7 or 8 figures standing on a dark cloud, blocking Gu Fei's path. Which force do you belong to? The 8 Devil Dao cultivators descended from the sky and surrounded Gu Fei. Someone asked, but it was obvious that they were surrounding Gu Fei. It's none of your business which force I belong to. Gu Fei's performance was very strong. He had no choice but to do so, or else the other party would see through him. If we belong to the same camp, it would be bad if there was a misunderstanding. The leader looked Gu Fei up and down, his eyes flashing with an almost imperceptible ominous light. I don't belong to anyone, nor have I joined any force. Gu Fei coldly said. Kill him. At this moment, these words suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Then the 8 demonic cultivators immediately dispersed. Brat, our eldest senior brother wants to kill you, sorry. A short young man said. He then raised his hand and a dozen black lights flew out from his hand, shooting towards Gu Fei. Within each black light was a black nail shrouded in demonic qi. This was a magic treasure of the devil Dao, the soul-chasing nail. It was said that once it was released, it would not return until it was stained with blood. Gu Fei's 10 fingers moved as he unleashed sword qi, which instantly collided with the soul-chasing spike. A sound similar to air leaking erupted, and then the soul-chasing spike dissipated. The soul-chasing spike also fell to the ground. Why do you want to kill me? Gu Fei was very calm. He could already see that although these people came on clouds, their cultivation was lower than his. The strongest one was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm. These people were riding on dark clouds just now. It seemed that they had used flying magic weapons. Because you are Gu Fei. At this moment, another voice came from the barren mountain. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Could these people be the minions of the 6 Paths Devil Palace? After leaving Hongyu City, Gu Fei had already returned to his original appearance. You are from the 6 Paths Devil Palace? Gu Fei's expression changed. That's right. Obediently surrender and we might leave your corpse intact. Huh. Among the people surrounding Gu Fei, a youth said disdainfully. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. It was still unknown who would leave whose corpse intact. Chapter 311. When the 8 demonic cultivators saw that Gu Fei was able to defeat the soul-chasing nail with just a finger, they knew that the person in front of them was not easy to deal with. Although the soul-chasing nail was not a powerful magic weapon, the fact that the other party had destroyed it so easily made everyone's expression turn serious. Attack. The short Xiaoqing man with a gloomy expression waved his hand, and a small flag that was shrouded in black qi appeared in front of him. At this time the other 7 young cultivators also made their move. 8 small flags appeared, and each small flag was shrouded in a layer of hazy demonic light. Moreover, they quickly expanded and a vast amount of demonic qi surged out, trapping Gu Fei. In an instant the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. The 8 demonic flags suddenly grew 10 feet long, and endless demonic qi surged out from them, covering the sky and the earth. What the hell is this? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly looked at these fellows. He did not immediately make a move. The demonic aura that surged over from all directions was blocked by the 5 elemental aura that came out of his body. Kid, accept your fate. No one can come out of our 10,000 demonic formation alive. A gloomy voice came out from the surging demonic qi. The voice was erratic and no one knew where it came from. The 8 demonic cultivators had already concealed themselves in the inky black demonic qi the moment they summoned their demonic qi. Hearing this, they burst into laughter. 10,000 demonic formation? Gu Fei could not help but want to laugh. Just the name alone was enough to scare a lot of people. However, this demonic formation did not seem to live up to its name. Gu Fei found that although the demonic qi around him was surging violently, emitting an endless demonic aura, and the temperature around him plummeted, it did not seem to hurt him at all. This time, Gu Fei was a little careless. He allowed the 8 Devil Dao cultivators from the 6 Paths Devil Palace to trap him in the demonic array. Furthermore, the demonic array had just been activated and its might had yet to be unleashed. Dance of the Demons. A loud roar rang out from within the demonic qi. Following that, Gu Fei's expression no longer looked as relaxed as before. He could sense that the demonic formation that was trapping him was beginning to change. A great force was being exerted from all directions, pressing down on him. The demonic flags were faintly discernible within the demonic qi. As they swayed, it seemed as if countless demonic shadows rushed out from the flags and pounced into the demonic qi. Demonic howls that caused one's heart to palpitate rang out from all directions. Within the demonic chi, faint and illusory demonic figures began to appear. Each demonic figure emitted an evil and powerful aura. Suddenly, a demonic shadow silently pounced out of the demonic chi around Gu Fei and fiercely collided with the 5 elements stellar chi around him. The powerful impact caused his body to shake as if he had been struck by 1,000 kilograms of heavy hammer. The powerful impact caused his body to shake as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. The faint demonic shadow contained powerful demonic energy. Gu Fei was about to disperse the demonic shadow that had collided with his protective stellar energy. However, when the demonic shadow collided with Gu Fei's 5 elements Great Dipper energy, it suddenly exploded. The demonic shadow's self-destruction caused the protective stellar energy around Gu Fei to shake violently. The 5-colored radiance that had seeped out of his body immediately dimmed, and it actually showed signs of dissipating. The violent force caused Gu Fei to stagger back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. He had underestimated these fellows. At this point, Gu Fei already knew that this so-called 10,000 demonic formation was indeed extraordinary. No one would have expected the demonic shadow's self-destruction to be such an extreme attack. The demonic flags fluttered and ghosts cried. Indistinctly, one could see the demonic shadows colliding within the demonic chi, as though there were countless demonic heads moving within the demonic chi. Then the demonic shadows pounced towards Gu Fei one after another. Boom! 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 The demonic shadows that collided with Gu Fei's protective shield all exploded. Amidst the loud sounds, the terrifying energy that erupted instantly drowned Gu Fei. Boy, do you know how powerful I am? A complacent laughter came from within the demonic chi. Roar! Gu Fei was infuriated. He let out a furious roar and a dazzling 5-elemental aura emerged from his body. A powerful wave of energy burst out from the surging demonic aura. Then a 5-colored ball of light appeared in the center of the demonic formation. In the darkness someone was surprised. I didn't expect his turtle shell to be so hard. Brothers, put in more effort and refine him. Good. Refine him, but this time the Dao core belongs to me. Those people thought that Gu Fei was an expert who had already condensed a Dao core in the righteous path, but they did not know that Gu Fei did not walk the path of immortal cultivation. His body had not condensed a Dao core at all. Powell said, "Kill him and the Dao core will belong to you." Another person said. These people were casually talking about who would get the Dao core in Gu Fei's body after he was killed. It seemed that in their eyes, Gu Fei was already a dead man. It was not easy to refine the heavenly devil flag. In addition to the soul, the Dao core of a cultivator and the devil core of a devil cultivator were also a great supplement for the heavenly devil flag. After the heavenly devil flag swallowed the Dao core or devil core, its power would greatly increase. As Gu Fei listened to these people's words, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. It was frighteningly cold. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Watch how I break your demonic formation. Gu Fei shouted, his voice was like a great bell, and the rolling sound waves shook the demonic chi around his body, covering up the sound of the explosion. He used all his strength to circulate his Xian qi, and the light of the 5 elements came out of his body, forming a huge 5-colored ball of light that enveloped him. No matter how the demonic shadows outside attacked, they could not shake Gu Fei's protective gang qi. However, the demonic shadows that self-destructed did not disappear. After they self-destructed, they quickly condensed again in the demonic chi, and then continued to pounce on Gu Fei. This kind of attack seemed endless. Haha, you can break our myriad demon formation? Unless the sun rises from the west. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. He's crazy. The 8 young cultivators from the 6 demonic palace who were hidden in the myriad demon formation all mocked Gu Fei. It was no wonder that they were so confident. Even someone with a higher cultivation than them, trapped in the myriad demon formation, would have their magic power and true essence whittled away by the endless attacks. However, they could not do anything to Gu Fei at the moment. The sky demon blade? Just then a cry of surprise came from afar. Dongli Patin, you bastard. The next time we meet I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The voice quickly faded away, and by the time it finished speaking, the last few words were already more than 10 miles away. The speed of that person was evident. Trying to take advantage of senior brother's fire WRM inner core? How reckless. A disdainful voice came from within the demonic chi. Gu Fei sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the front. Although he was busy dealing with the demonic shadows that kept pouncing on him, he kept his eyes and ears open. He knew that Dong Lipatin had used the Sky Demon Blade to chase away the other demonic cultivator who was eyeing the Fire WRM inner core, and then turned around to deal with him. The Sky Demon Blade. I didn't expect the number 1 demonic blade to be in his hands. This is going to be troublesome. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He had seen the power of the Sky Demon Blade before. Gu Fei die. Outside the demonic formation, a figure directly rushed in. Then a blood-colored blade light tore through the void, sweeping away layers of demonic chi and directly chopped down on Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei was trapped in the center of the demonic formation, and a powerful force surged from all directions, making it difficult for him to dodge the blade. The blade light shot out hundreds of feet like a heavenly blade, and actually split open a hundreds of feet long hole in the tumbling demonic chi in the sky. Like a blood-colored rainbow, it emitted an endless demonic aura and fiercely chopped on the 5 elements gang chi around Gu Fei. The moment the unparalleled blade light chopped on Gu Fei's 5 elements gang chi, the demonic shadows that pounced on Gu Fei from the demonic chi suddenly dissipated under the blood-colored blade light. Chi. The 5 elemental stellar energy, which was as hard as godly metal, could not even withstand a single blow from the Sky Demon Saber's saber ray. The saber ray sliced through the 5 elemental stellar energy around Gu Fei's body like a thin piece of paper. Damn it! Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he stared at the falling blade light. At this moment, the skin of his whole body suddenly turned purple. His whole body was like an unsheathed peerless divine weapon, revealing its sharpness and emitting a shocking sword chi. Rumble. The entire 10,000 demonic formation began to shake. Retreat. A loud shout came from above, and the 8 demonic cultivators who used the demonic flags to form the 10,000 demonic formation immediately cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. Boom. With a loud bang, the whole world shook violently. The blood-colored blade light and the purple sword chi were like divine lights of destruction, shooting out in all directions. A terrifying destructive force spread out, and the demonic chi that had sealed the heavens and earth dissipated like snow under this force. How could this be? Within the energy storm, a figure shrouded in demonic chi was sent flying. The 300-meter-long blood-colored blade light shattered in the void. The ground cracked and caved in. Dust flew everywhere as a huge pit appeared on the dark brown ground. Amidst the cries of alarm, the 8 demonic flags that had been sent flying by the terrifying force rapidly shrank, turning into a black light that shot into the bodies of the 8 demonic cultivators who had been sent flying. The destruction of the 10,000 demonic formation immediately dealt a huge blow to the 8 cultivators. As they crashed to the ground, they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone from the 6 demonic palace must die. A cold voice rang out from within the pit. Amidst the billowing dust, a terrifying figure walked out of the pit and stared coldly at the people from the 6 demonic palace. Gu Fei was furious. Just now he was almost dismembered by the Sky Devil saber. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in dust. His shirt was torn into rags that hung on his body, and a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Chapter 3:12. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Someone had actually survived a single strike from the Sky Demon Saber. The Sky Demon Saber was known as the number 1 saber of the demonic Dao. Dong Lipatin was the most shocked. He never imagined that someone would be able to resist the edge of the Sky Demon Saber with just his body alone. The Sky Demon Saber was the defining treasure of the 6-path demonic palace, and it possessed unparalleled might. Dong Lipatin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as he stared at the silhouette shrouded in murderous aura. He could sense that his opponent was very strong and there was something strange about him. If it weren't for the Sky Demon Saber, Dong Lipatin would have retreated a long time ago. However, he had the Sky Demon Saber in his hand. So even though he could sense the unfathomable power on Gu Fei's body, he was still confident that he could put up a fight against Gu Fei. There weren't many people in the 6-path demonic palace who knew about Gu Fei, but Dong Lipatin was Chu Ji's successor, so he knew about Gu Fei's existence. Even Dongli Potion's 8 junior brothers didn't know who Gu Fei was or why Dongli Patian wanted Gu Fei dead. After all, the first son of the Six-Path Demonic Lord had suffered a great loss at the hands of an unknown brat. Chu Ge definitely wouldn't tell anyone about this. He only told his third brother, 7 luminaries, and a few of his confidants. If this matter were to spread, Chu Ge would definitely lose all his face. Therefore, Dongli Patian immediately recognized Gu Fei as the person his master had mentioned. Hence, he ordered his 8 junior brothers to kill Gu Fei. If Gu Fei hadn't fused a mysterious sword soul into his body through the weapon refinement technique, Dongli Skybreaker might have succeeded. The sharpness of the Sky Demon Saber wasn't something that Gu Fei could contend with right now. However, with the help of the sword soul, Gu Fei's body gained the characteristics of the mysterious sword. Even the Sky Demon Saber couldn't break through Gu Fei's flesh. In the nick of time, Gu Fei used the power of the divine weapon soul to cover his entire body. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient divine weapon, allowing him to block the Sky Demon Saber's light and escape this calamity. Step by step, Gu Fei approached the devil cultivator who was sent flying. The 5 elements divine light burst out of his body like a 5-colored divine fire burning outside his body. Buzz! A crisp sword chime rang out. Amidst the 5-colored divine radiance, 5 sword shadows appeared. The 5 elements sword chi spread out and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Why, you're a sword cultivator? Dongli Patian couldn't help but be moved at this moment. The sword aura emanating from Gu Fei was simply too powerful. It was as if his entire being had turned into a heavenly sword. Dongli Patian could feel the Sky Demon Saber vibrating in his hand. It was as if the saber had met its match. Dongli Patian knew that the Sky Demon Saber in Gu Fei's body was extraordinary. He was able to make the Sky Demon Saber react. The Sky Demon Saber was known as the #1 demonic weapon of the demonic Dao. It had devoured countless blood essences and souls to condense a weak saber spirit within it. The saber spirit was also known as the saber soul. The Sky Demon Saber was a demonic saber with a spirit of evil. Any cultivator struck by the Sky Demon Saber would have their blood essence devoured by the demonic Dao in an instant. Even their soul would be absorbed into the demonic saber, becoming its nourishment. Buzz! The demonic saber in Dongli Potion's hand vibrated gently. The blood-colored saber light flickered erratically, as if it could fly out of his hand at any time and slash at Gu Fei. At the same time, the remnant soul of the divine weapon in Gu Fei's body sensed the Sky Demon Saber's presence. It rapidly traversed through Gu Fei's blood energy, showing signs of breaking out of his body. Gu Fei was a little surprised. One had to know that only the Azure Dragon Saber could trigger a reaction from the sword soul back in the Stone Forest formation. Senior brother. Kill him. Senior brother, let him know the power of the Sky Demon Saber. At this time, the 8 young cultivators who were sent flying stood up from the ground. Their faces were pale with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, and their expressions were weary. It was obvious that the destruction of the myriad demon formation had heavily injured them. When they saw Gu Fei walk out of the pit, they immediately retreated far away. The demonic cultivators immediately thought of themselves. Although the 8 young cultivators were from the same sect as Dongli Patian, the competition between them was also very cruel. They couldn't wait for Dongli Patian to be defeated by Gu Fei. Moreover, Dongli Patian hadn't warned Gu Fei when he'd used the Sky Demon Saber just now. Instead, he'd charged straight into the formation and swung his saber. Dongli Patian didn't care about their lives at all. This made the 8 disciples very angry, but they didn't dare show any dissatisfaction because Dongli Potion's cultivation was higher than theirs. In the extreme northern demon region, whoever's fist was harder was the boss. If the 8 demonic cultivators were stronger than Dongli Patian, they'd just as mercilessly trample him under their feet. Gu Fei's eyes were as cold as the edge of a blade. His long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, and an invisible aura as heavy as a mountain formed around him. An earth-shattering killing intent locked onto the young man wielding the Sky Demon Saber. He was the one who'd made Gu Fei feel the aura of death just now. Bam! Gu Fei covered 10 meters with each step. His footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, causing the ground to tremble as he stepped on the dark brown ground. Bam! Taking another step forward, the earth trembled slightly. Gu Fei was like a huge ancient mountain slowly moving over, his heavy aura pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. Moreover, the instant he took his second step, Gu Fei's aura suddenly rose by a large margin, pressing towards Dongli Patian like a demonic god. Dongli Potion's expression changed abruptly. To his surprise, he realized that there was an indescribable rhythm to Gu Fei's footsteps, as if they were one with the pulse of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's footsteps drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. The 8 retreating disciples also noticed this phenomenon, and they were all incomparably shocked. Could it be that this youth's cultivation had already reached the realm of being one with the world? Bam! With another step, Gu Fei appeared in front of Dongli Patian as if he'd teleported. Dongli Patian felt his heart thump violently along with the sound of his opponent's footsteps. Dongli Patian felt a boundless, mountain-like energy ripple radiating from Gu Fei's body. It was as if the entire world was trembling with Gu Fei's footsteps. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have truly merged with heaven and earth, and the frequency of his footsteps perfectly harmonized with the pulse of heaven and earth. This was a terrifying rhythm, and he was controlling the initiative of the battle. With his third step, Gu Fei's aura and strength rose to an unimaginable level. The 5 elemental swords around him were no longer faint and illusory. Instead, they glowed with resplendent sword light as if they were 5 divine swords of different colors. They revolved around him, emitting a towering sword qi. Gu Fei's strength was condensed with every step he took. It was like the waves of a great river, layer after layer, stacking on top of each other. With just 3 steps, Gu Fei's strength had already risen to a horrifying level. The vast energy fluctuations that emanated from his body caused ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to appear in the surrounding space. However, Gu Fei didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He wanted to take a 4th step. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he could only take the 4th step of the 8 steps, 8 kills. However, Dongli Patian wasn't going to let him take the 4th step, because he could already sense the danger. Roar! Dongli Patian bellowed. His long hair danced wildly in the wind as rays of black light shot out from his body. He gripped his saber with both hands and raised it up high, channeling all the energy in his body towards the Sky Demon Saber. The Sky Demon Saber emitted a dazzling crimson radiance. A terrifying saber chi surged from the saber and dyed the surrounding space the color of blood. Sky Demon slaughtering gods, saber dominating the world. Dongli Potion's expression was extremely ferocious as he shouted and slashed down with the Sky Demon Saber in his hand. A crimson saber light soared out from Dongli Potion's hand, shooting for hundreds of meters and heavily slashing down on Gu Fei's head. This saber strike was so domineering that it seemed as if it would even split the heavens and earth in half. The crimson saber light had the power to split the heavens and earth, causing the earth to tremble. His 8 junior brothers saw that the situation wasn't right and dodged even further away. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At this moment his 4th step was already unstoppable. Rumble! It was as if thunder was rumbling. The power of the 4 steps was extremely violent. The earth cracked, the void seemed to collapse, and the heavens and earth trembled as if doomsday had arrived. The unparalleled saber light slashed through the torrent of energy formed by Gu Fei's 4th step like a hot knife through butter, slashing towards Gu Fei. The power of the 4th step seemed to be unable to withstand the ferocious might of the Sky Demon Saber. But was that really the case? The 8 Desolation Steps was an ancient battle technique. Of course it wouldn't be so weak. When the crimson saber light slashed in front of Gu Fei, the power of the 4th step suddenly erupted. Rumble! The terrifying power resisted the slash of the saber light. The blood-colored saber light quickly slowed down until it was only a meter away from Gu Fei's head. Kacha-kacha! Cracks appeared on the seemingly solid blood-colored saber light, as if something had split open. Then with a bing sound the blood-colored saber light collapsed and turned into specks of blood-colored light that shot out. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the earth violently undulated like waves. Hideous fissures appeared on the ground. The Sky Demon Saber Chi and the power of Gu Fei's 4th step completely exploded. 2 terrifying forces spread out in all directions. The dark brown earth beneath Gu Fei's feet turned into a layer of dust that swept out in all directions. Gu Fei flew back like a phantom, using the 5 elemental sword chi to protect himself as he rushed out of the erupting energy storm. Dongli Patian, on the other hand, was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with the sky demon saber in hand, he was still injured. Chapter 313. This was a direct collision of strength. There were no tricks involved. The stronger one would win. However, it seemed that the two were evenly matched. After Gu Fei stabilized himself, his face flushed red as if he was drunk. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. 5 faint and illusory sword shadows were still revolving around him, emitting waves of cold sword chi that blocked the energy storm that was about to erupt. The profound art circulated rapidly within his body. As his flesh and blood surged, streams of pure 5 elemental yuan chi were released, causing Gu Fei's entire body to seem like a piece of 5-colored godly metal, giving off a feeling of being filled with power. The physical body of a cultivator was incomparably tough because it was the source of their power. A body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was something that other cultivators couldn't compare to. A tough body not only had a strong recovery ability but also the longest endurance. This kind of physical strength undoubtedly gave him a lot of advantages in battle. Again, Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps. It was as if he was teleporting. With each step he could travel 100 meters. In just a few steps he had arrived in front of Dongli Patian. He didn't even need to take a breath. Good. Dongli Potion's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Gu Fei with the demonic saber in hand. Dongli Patian gripped the demonic saber with both hands and slashed at Gu Fei again. A blood-red light illuminated the world. The surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered towards the demonic saber. The saber light turned into a blood dragon that was hundreds of meters long, pouncing towards Gu Fei with its claws and fangs bared. Gu Fei's face was as calm as still water. He extended his right hand and took in a golden sword shadow beside him. He then slashed out with his sword. With a whistling sound, a golden sword chi rushed out of Gu Fei's hand. It was like an incomparably huge heavenly sword, strangling the blood dragon that was pouncing towards him. The saber chi turned into a dragon and the power of heaven and earth was also drawn. Endless spiritual energy gathered towards the blood dragon, raising its power to the limit. The sky demon saber was a spiritual demonic weapon. Not only could it devour a cultivator's blood and soul, it could also devour the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Wherever the saber light went, it would cut off all life. On the other hand, Gu Fei's metal element sword chi was extremely firm and yang, which was the nemesis of the sky demon blade. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky demon blade's dragon blade chi and Gu Fei's metal sword chi collided in an instant. The terrifying blade chi and sword chi clashed violently, then shot out in all directions. In this second confrontation, the two top young experts still didn't use any techniques. It was a battle of pure strength. They wanted to completely overwhelm each other in terms of strength. Gotcha! The golden sword light that resembled a heavenly sword shattered and turned into specks of golden light that scattered in all directions. At the same time, boom! A loud explosion rang out, and the crimson dragon formed by the blood-red Dao light also exploded, sending blood-red light shooting in all directions. Golden and blood-red, the two-colored light exploded into a vast energy storm sweeping outwards. Rumble! The void trembled and the earth trembled. The two energy storms wreaked havoc, distorting space and shaking the earth as if this part of the world was about to collapse. Gu Fei and Dongli Patian, who were at the center of the energy storm, fell from the sky along with the shattered ground. Everything in a radius of several dozen meters around them had collapsed. The dark brown earth was incomparably hard, but it was as brittle as tofu under the two's feet. Dust and dirt rose several dozen meters into the air. Rumble! Underground, the two were still locked in battle. The energy fluctuations that erupted from them caused the ground to undulate like waves. Boulders tumbled and countless pieces of shattered earth shot into the sky. Gravel pierced through the air as if doomsday had arrived. The blood-red blade chi and golden sword chi that were shooting out in all directions seemed invincible. The dark brown earth was instantly covered in sword and saber marks. The 8 Dongli Patian juniors watching from afar were all incomparably shocked. They were well aware of Dongli Potion's strength, not to mention that he had the sky demon blade in hand. Even if they combined their strength in the myriad demon formation, they still wouldn't be Dongli Potion's match. However, they discovered that their senior brother had encountered an unimaginably powerful opponent who could fight endlessly against Dongli Patian with the Sky Demon Blade. After exchanging a blow, Gu Fei and Dongli Patian charged at each other. 5 swords spun in Gu Fei's hand, and Gu Fei only needed to stretch out his hand to draw the swords into his hand and unleash a barrage of unparalleled sword light at Dongli Patian. Gu Fei discovered that Dongli Potion's cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of the Ascended Realm. If Dongli Patian didn't have the Sky Demon Blade in hand, he would have long since died under Gu Fei's sword light. The Sky Demon Blade blocked all of Gu Fei's attacks. Each time Dongli Patian slashed out, there seemed to be countless demons roaring within the blood-red light. The air-piercing sound was like a soul-stealing demonic sound that could affect the opponent's mind. Although Gu Fei had seen Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' doppelganger fight against Chaoyang Hermit, the first seat of Shaoyang Peak with the Sky Demon Blade in the mountains outside Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had never seen it. At that time, Gu Fei felt that the Sky Demon Blade was extremely terrifying. But now, Dongli Patian couldn't fully exert the power of the Sky Demon Blade. Gu Fei's 5-element sword chi was enough to resist the Sky Demon Blade. If Dongli Patian could fully exert the power of the Sky Demon Blade, Gu Fei would have long retreated decisively. Bang! Dust flew everywhere as 2 silhouettes rushed out of the pit. Die! With a roar, Gu Fei took out a brilliant immortal sword in each of his hands. They were metal sword shadows and fire sword shadows. Using 8 desolation steps, Gu Fei soared into the sky. Golden sword chi and flames filled every inch of the space and shrouded towards Dongli Patian. Dongli Potion's long hair fluttered in the wind as he brandished his Sky Demon Blade in all directions. Each slash seemed to be able to break the void and split the world, blocking the brilliant sword lights. The fire sword chi and metal sword chi collided with the evil blood-red saber light. The 2 people constantly clashed with each other from the ground to the ground before soaring into the sky. Gu Fei pushed 8 desolation steps to the extreme, while Dongli Patian seemed to be standing on a demonic cloud, allowing the 2 to soar into the sky. Extremely powerful chi waves surged in all directions like monstrous billows. The dark brown ground shook violently as the dark brown soil spread outwards like waves. The boulders on the ground were sent flying, and the 8 demonic cultivators were the first to be hit. They cried out in alarm as they dodged far away. The strength of these 2 young experts was simply too shocking. They seemed to be able to compete with the experts of the older generation. Looking from afar, one could see a sky full of golden light and a blood-red evil light clashing and canceling each other out. The 2 experts seemed to be flying in the sky as they fought fiercely in the air for a short period of time. After using 8 desolation steps to the extreme, Gu Fei could move in the air for a short period of time. Dongli Patian could also stay in the air for a short period of time with his demonic cloud. The same cold eyes and the same messy long hair. One righteous and one evil, the 2 pinnacle young experts battled in the air like gods and demons. Boom! The 2 clashed again before falling to the ground. Transcending mortality cultivators, be it martial cultivators or demonic cultivators, could not truly fly in the air. Transcending mortality cultivators could soar in the air, but they had to rely on magic treasures. Although Gu Fei and Dongli Patian could stay in the air for a short period of time, they could not stay in the air for long. I have the demonic saber in my hand. How can you fight against me? Dongli Potion's hair was flying in the air as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He pointed the invincible demonic saber at Gu Fei. 5 sword shadows rotated around Gu Fei's body, protecting him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "So what if you have the demonic saber? If you could defeat me, you wouldn't have said so much nonsense." Dongli Patian couldn't help but become furious. He could only contend against Gu Fei by relying on the demonic saber in his hand. This was enough to prove that he was inferior to Gu Fei. Dongli Patian roared and swung his demonic saber, unleashing layers of crimson saber light that enveloped the sky and swept towards Gu Fei. The peerless saber chi spread out, stirring up the dark brown dust on the ground, causing it to spread in all directions. Great 5 elemental annihilation palm. Gu Fei roared as endless 5-colored rays converged towards his right palm. This terrifying martial technique drew upon the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Gu Fei pushed his right hand forward as the boundless power of the 5 elements condensed in front of Gu Fei's palm into a palm of light that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It rushed forward like a mountain. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled as the huge palm of light emitted a majestic energy fluctuation. The crimson saber light that was sweeping towards them all shattered under the palm of light. Roar. Donglipatian seemed to have turned into a war demon as he slashed out 3 times in a row. The 100-meter saber light tore through the void and slashed at the palm of light. Boom. Crimson light burst out as the saber light shattered, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The first slash couldn't stop the palm of light, but it had already dimmed. Boom. Another slash, accompanied by unparalleled saber aura, caused the palm of light to tremble again and again. It was as if it could shatter at any moment in the void. Boom. Another loud explosion rang out as the great 5 elemental annihilation palm condensed from the power of the 5 elements crumbled under the third slash. The crimson saber light had already dimmed after splitting the palm of light, but it didn't stop there as it continued to slash towards Gu Fei, who was behind the palm of light. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab the saber radiance. The saber radiance, which seemed to have materialized, was caught in his hand. Bing! The saber radiance instantly shattered, turning into specks of blood light that scattered in all directions. How awe-inspiring! Let's see where you can run this time, Gu Fei. A loud roar came from the distance just as Gu Fei shattered Donglipatian's saber light. The voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating in the air for a long time. At the same time, Donglipatian felt his hand shake as the sky demon saber turned into a crimson light and soared into the sky. Chapter 3:14. While Gu Fei and Donglipatian were fighting, a long roar suddenly came from the distant sky. The sound was like rumbling thunder and it reverberated in the sky. A terrifying energy wave surged over from afar. When the voice entered Gu Fei's ears, he was immediately alarmed. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a demonic cloud enveloping a hazy demonic figure rapidly approaching. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately turned around and fled. He pushed his extreme 8 steps speed to the limit and dashed dozens of meters away like the wind and lightning. The incoming person was riding on a demonic cloud. It was a peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm. Gu Fei had no choice but to flee. A peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm wasn't someone he could contend against. Flee? Do you think you can still escape? A loud voice came from behind Gu Fei, reverberating between heaven and earth. The expressions of Donglipatian and his junior brothers changed greatly. The rolling sound waves caused their blood and chi to churn. The 8 young cultivators turned pale and were on the verge of collapsing. The blood-red light from the sky demon saber rushed into the sky and shot towards that person. The blood-red demonic saber appeared in that person's hand and gave off a clear dragon's roar. The blood-red light shot out and gave off a demonic ripple that could cause anyone's heart to palpitate. How could it be him? This is troublesome. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that his life was in danger. He had already recognized the voice of the peerless expert that came from the void. Swish. As if he was teleporting, Gu Fei sprinted across the barren land without looking back. With every step he took, he would appear 30 to 40 meters away. Could be said that he was extremely fast. As the pursuit continued, Gu Fei and the peerless expert disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. The peerless expert who put away the sky demon saber didn't pay any attention to Donglipatian and the 8 young cultivators who were standing on the ground in a daze. He chased after Gu Fei. It's master? Donglipatian murmured to himself in disbelief. The sky demon saber wasn't something that just anyone could take away, unless it was the demonic monarch of 6 paths and a few others. Master. He has come out of seclusion. The 8 Devil Dao cultivators looked at the devil cloud disappearing into the distance, their faces filled with fear. The 8 steps extreme speed could be said to be the fastest in the world. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the world with 8 steps. However, with Gu Fei's cultivation level, even if he used all of his strength, it would be difficult for him to perform the 8 steps extreme speed. Very soon, Gu Fei had run over 10 miles, but the person chasing him on the demonic cloud was not slow either. In fact, he was even a little faster than Gu Fei's extreme 8 steps. The distance between the two of them was gradually shrinking. Soon the demonic cloud was already closing in on Gu Fei. "Eat my blade." A cold voice rang out from within the demonic cloud. Then a blood-colored blade light slashed out from the cloud. It soared thousands of meters into the sky and chopped down on the fleeing Gu Fei. It was the same sky demon saber, but in the hands of this person, it displayed a terrifying might that made even the heavens and earth pale. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud when it was in Dongli Potion's hands. The 1,000-meter-long blade light enveloped the sky and earth. Gu Fei felt his body sink. Before the blood-colored blade light even reached him, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on his body, causing Gu Fei's speed to immediately slow down. Damn it! Gu Fei felt a great danger enveloping him. The cold saber qi seemed to be all-pervasive, causing the rapidly circulating yuan qi in his body to boil. There was a strange, evil energy that wanted to vaporize his body's qi and blood. Gu Fei felt as if his insides were being scorched by fire, as if his entire body was on fire. Furthermore, the fire was burning inside his body. However, even though he felt like he had fallen into a sea of fire, all the pores on Gu Fei's body exploded the moment the blade light landed. Roar! Gu Fei let out a mad roar as he desperately circulated the 5 elemental yuan qi in his body. The 5 sword shadows around him erupted with a blinding light, forming a terrifying barrier of light around him. The 5 elemental sword qi rushed forward. Gu Fei desperately dodged to the side when the 1,000-meter-long saber radiance slashed down. The terrifying saber radiance brushed past him and the 5 elemental sword aura around Gu Fei's body instantly shattered. The clothes on his upper body turned into rags in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, the blade light slashed on the dark brown ground, causing the area to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. The Sky Devil saber slashed out a 1,000-meter-long saber mark on the ground. The terrifying saber qi swept out and Gu Fei was sent flying by the terrifying saber radiance. As the world shook violently, Gu Fei was directly swept away by the destructive storm. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The Sky Demon saber, in the hands of a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm, displayed a terrifying power that caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. With just a single slash, it was as if the earth had been split into 2 halves. On the dark brown earth, the soil cracked and caved in, forming a 1,000-foot-long slash mark that was dozens of feet wide and hundreds of feet deep. If Gu Fei were to be struck by this slash, he would die on the spot even with the protection of the nameless sword spirit. This was strength. If one's cultivation was not high enough, even if one had a peerless magic weapon, it would be difficult to exert its true strength. Like a kite with its string cut, Gu Fei was sent flying 100 zhang away. Bang! He fell to the ground with a thud. Although he wasn't really struck by that earth-shattering blade, he still suffered a great impact. Gu Fei felt as if his body was falling apart. His body was covered in bloody scars, which were left behind by the saber qi that had burst out. The destruction of the 5 elemental astral sword had severely injured him. If he hadn't spread the essence of the magic weapon throughout his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. Lying in the cold soil, Gu Fei's heart was filled with despair. His opponent was too powerful and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this time, Dongli Patian and his 8 junior brothers also arrived nearby. They couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before them. Has Master recovered his cultivation? Dongli Patian thought. They didn't dare to move forward because the lofty figure standing on the demonic clouds in the sky emitted a great pressure, making them feel as if a boulder was pressing down on their hearts. Gu Fei, accept your fate. That person looked down at Gu Fei, who was on the ground, and laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy. Gu Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered up from the ground. He smiled bitterly. I didn't expect your cultivation to have risen to this level. If I hadn't been heavily injured by that dead ghost on the demonic god island, you would have already died by my hands. The figure shrouded in demonic energy gave off an incomparably evil aura. He paused for a moment before continuing, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fuse with the demonic god's blood so easily. You're an expert of the older generation, yet you want to deal with a nameless junior? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Gu Fei coldly asked. As matters stood, he wasn't afraid of the other party's ferocious might. But how childish. I'm a demon and I'm afraid of being laughed at? Chugu am a demon. Whatever I want to do I do. I don't care what others think. Gu Fei knew that there was no hope of escaping, so he didn't say anything else. At this moment of life and death, his heart was calm as he stared straight at Chugu in the sky. Chugu, who was standing on the demonic clouds, couldn't help but admire Gu Fei's courage when he saw how calm he was. It would be a pity to kill such a person. Good. If you can pledge allegiance to me and work for me, I can spare your life. Chugu said. He had a heart of love for talent. For a person like Gu Fei, if he turned to the demonic path, he would also be able to achieve something. If you want to kill me, do as you please. I will definitely not join the demonic path. Gu Fei knew that if he agreed to Chugu, he would become a traitor of the Supreme Mystery Sect and be shamed by the world. Gu Fei, you've done well. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky. A golden light flashed in the sky, and in an instant, a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe appeared in front of him. The Dao sect's golden light escape technique? Chugu couldn't help but be surprised. The person who had come was definitely a master. There was a golden light in the sky, and the person seemed to have teleported, arriving in front of him. His speed was shocking. Chugu knew that the person who had come was powerful, so he no longer hesitated. He directly slashed down at Gu Fei. His chi had already firmly locked onto Gu Fei. This slash was a fatal one. Along with the mournful cries of ghosts, the crimson saber light swept across the sky. Under the envelopment of the saber light, heaven and earth trembled. The terrifying edge of the saber seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It was as if it was going to kill Gu Fei with a thunderous momentum. Since he could not be used by him, he would immediately kill him. Chugu was a decisive person. He would not hesitate at all. As soon as he had the intention to kill, he immediately acted without the slightest bit of hesitation. Chugu, you're courting death. The person seemed to recognize Chugu. When he saw that Chugu wanted to kill Gu Fei, he could not help but be furious. He then waved his sleeve and a golden light shot out towards Chugu. Within the golden light, countless thin golden threads could be seen. They pierced through the void, piercing towards Chugu at an